Sonic 1 for the Game Gear and Master System is something that I've only explored previously in Mania mods. You might remember I played a couple of those back in the day. I probably said something like, oh, they should remake the entire game in this engine because it's better, but you know, after playing them myself, I'm gonna go back on that. I think they're pretty alright as they are. The 8-bit version of Sonic 1 launched for the Game Gear and Master System several months after the Genesis version back in 1991. Oh boy, the Master System. Basically the cryptid of video game consoles for me. I've still never seen one and I've only heard legends. Was it actually real? The world may never know, or maybe they will. Like most Sonic games do, Sonic 1 begins in Green Hill. There are 2 acts before Dr. Robotnik shows up to fly back and forth menacingly. Next, you might think you're heading to Marble Zone, but this game actually bridges the gap between Zones 1 and 3 with a level that doesn't get the love it deserves. It's Bridge Zone. Basically Green Hill, except with more water. But not Splash Hill. God, life is so confusing. In this level, you can really feel how different the controls are from the Genesis version. While you're walking up these slight inclines, sometimes Sonic will just get stuck in place. Also, it doesn't help that Act 2 is an auto-scroller, but that combined with the different controls almost makes this feel like a Mario game without a run button. The main reason I say that is, contrary to what you might expect from a Sonic game, you spend a lot more time here platforming and navigating areas at lower speeds. This might have played into why I liked it so much, but some areas that I'll talk about later make me wish the level design had been approached differently when they were designing the game. Another couple of gameplay changes while we're at it. It doesn't matter if you have 1 ring or 100 rings, if you get hit, you lose all of them and you can't recollect a single one. It's basically what they were doing in Forces until people complained about it. I don't think this detracts from the game that much, and the boss acts don't have rings anyway, so either way, they're still the most frustrating thing the game has to offer. The Chaos Emeralds are also just chilling out in the stages. I don't know if Robotnik just dropped them when he was walking home from the store or something, but it seems a little irresponsible. Also, they're all blue, which I won't complain about because blue is the best color. Bridge Zone welcomes us to the jungle, and here's where things start to get a little weird. It seems like there are a few paths you can take, but if you end up taking the higher road, it's a huge gamble as to what might be below you if you ever happen to fall. That's not something that's exclusive to this game, of course, but in this particular one, it's more intimidating for some reason, and I can't really describe why. Act 2 reminds me of Super Mario Bros. 2's 3-1, except once the screen scrolls up here, that is a death plane, and it really caught me off guard. Also, the screen doesn't scroll up fast enough, so you end up jumping directly into hazards with no way to see them coming. Nothing but good decisions here. The boss of this zone, thanks to the lack of rings, is much more challenging than it needs to be, for the wrong reasons. Keeping track of Robotnik and his discarded bowling balls at the same time gets hectic, and then maybe you run right off the edge after you beat him, and I don't know, it probably won't hurt you as much as it hurt me, but I'm a human and I feel things, and goddamn, I felt something after that. Next up, as if the game is actively trying to make me feel bad, it's Labyrinth Zone. So, I just want to know the process. You had Spring Yard, Starlight, and you chose to bring back the worst zone in the game and make it even worse because... Pain keeps me up. It's back, and it's worse. That was not a joke. You're a lot slower underwater in this version than in the Genesis version, and these spears are really hard to dodge with Sonic being the size he is. Also, they put one of the Chaos Emeralds in this spike pit? They're just being cruel at this point, especially since the spike glitch is back in all its glory. Even the music is different than in the Genesis version, and that, coupled with all the gameplay stuff I just mentioned, makes this a total downgrade of this zone in every conceivable way. And look at that, how fitting. After a frustrating zone, we have a frustrating boss. Again, it's not hard, it's just time-consuming, and these missiles here are very dedicated to their jobs. They also decided to bring back Scrap Brain Zone, again with different music, and this one really tripped me up since up until this point the game had been really linear, but this one requires that you take a couple paths to hit some switches before heading down another path. Otherwise, you get stuck in this here area with no way to progress, and you have to go and do it all over again. They never did anything like this before this point, and they don't do anything like it after. Then there's this other bit where you need to jump into a specific corridor after running down the same bit of level copy and pasted 3 times, and if you get impatient, you fall too far and you gotta do it all over again just like the last bit, and it's just bothersome, I don't like it. Scrap Brain is also the only zone with 3 full acts instead of 2, and there's no boss, you just get this nice cutscene of Robotnik teleporting away as Sonic gives chase. Finally, Sonic finds himself in Skybase Zone, which reeks of Flying Battery and Wing Fortress, but before those were a thing. Act 1 is kinda rough with all these electrical hazards, not being able to pick up rings really stings here. And now that I'm thinking about it, is it possible that this act might have been the inspiration for all those electrical hazards in Mania's Flying Battery? Again, feel free to tell me I'm wrong in the comments, I love to hear about it. Act 2 is basically an entirely different ballgame because you can just skip the whole thing, grab the emerald, and then just leave. Just between the two of us, I don't know what the rest of the stage looks like, because this is what I did for both playthroughs I did of this. And now your entire 50-minute journey culminates here with the final boss. Robotnik stands behind some glass and tries to zap you, but he can't because Sonic is too cool to electrocute. And that's the end of the game. There's no huge conclusion or anything, it just ends, that's it. Sonic jams out a little bit in the credits, possibly a reference to the scrapped band that he was supposed to be a part of. I personally think they destroyed that concept because Vector's abs would have stolen the spotlight. And yeah, it's a pretty short romp, but it's a lot of fun. And now, since I'm in the middle of a handheld Sonic marathon of sorts, let's take a look at the Game Gear version. Immediately you'll notice one huge change. Sonic has had a redesign. They finally managed to do away with the biggest flaw in his design, that pesky nose. Just think about it. If you didn't have a nose, it couldn't get stuffed anymore, and I think it's definitely worth getting rid of for that purpose alone. I don't want to hear a single one of you disagreeing with me on that. I knows best. Speaking again about design, the levels are almost exactly the same aside from some subtle changes here and there. For example, the Chaos Emerald isn't in that spike pit in that Labyrinth Zone act anymore. Also, they put Scrapbrain's Emerald on the left side instead of the right. Thank you very much for that. That was a pressing issue that I'm glad was addressed. Also, to accommodate for that screen crunch, Sonic and all the Badniks are smaller than they were in the Master System version. But for whatever reason, they made Robotnik bigger so you can defeat him 10 times as fast as before, which, not gonna lie, rectifies a lot of the issues I had with the original game. Despite the screen crunch, I definitely had a better time playing this version. But believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that's still not the best way to play this game, because when I had just finished recording footage of both versions of this, my friends brought this remake project by Creative Aria to my attention. Also, I probably said that wrong, and I am very sorry. This team is working not only on a Sonic 1, but also Sonic 2 Master System PC and Android remake. Yeah, you can play these things on your phone. Pretty sick. The resolution of the game is obviously ramped up to suit your PC, the screen is huge so you don't need to worry about reduced view you get on the Game Gear version, and it comes with a load of extras to boot, including the entire Mania Gang as separate playable characters. It also adds a 7th Chaos Emerald, moves emeralds into the game's bonus stages, which also house one heck of a bop in my opinion, and it changes some level layouts to make them more player-friendly. This project even comes with the ability to switch out Bridge Zone for Marble Zone, and it has insta-kill lava for some reason. Look, I can die in lava in one hit in real life, I don't need this realism bleeding into my video games. Sonic 2 for the Game Gear and Master System is the real Sonic 2 because it came out before the Genesis version. Sorry, I don't make the rules. When I saw people commenting on the last 8-bit Sonic videos saying things like, Sonic 2 is worse, get ready, or just wait till you get to Sonic 2, it didn't paint the best picture of what I was getting myself into. Regardless of that, I set off to do a Handheld Sonic retrospective, and I intend to deliver on that. As I popped the game in my trusty Game Gear, and as soon as the title screen popped up, much like venturing into any YouTube video's comment section, except mine, you guys are all great, I knew I was about to subject myself to something horrific. I mean, look at that right there. Animal cruelty is horrific. Eggman needs to be stopped immediately. I actually regret playing this game, and it honestly is some of the worst the series has to offer in my opinion, in terms of platformers at least, and it really makes me appreciate Genesis Sonic 2, even though I'm not really a huge fan of that either. This time around, I elected to start with the Game Gear version, since people seem to be especially annoyed with that one, so why not get the worst out of the way first? Now, obviously, the first drawback is that the screen size has a huge decrease from that of the Master System version, and while in 8-bit Sonic 1, this wasn't a huge problem, and in some cases even made the game easier, here it adds a slew of new issues, since they didn't really diverge much from the Master System version when they made this port. I'll definitely be bringing that up shortly, but aside from that, the game plays pretty similarly to the first one. Now, let's dig our own graves, shall we? First up, it's Underground Zone. Yeah, that's like the exact opposite of a hill. Looks like whoever designed this game hadn't yet been infected by the hill curse that's plagued the rest of the Sonic devs. Regardless of how I feel about this game, one thing I really liked was the special art they included for each zone. I'm not sure why they put Tails in all these since he's basically the Princess Peach of this game, but little details like this can really only help the game. Sonic 2's first impression isn't a great one. Imagine if Sonic 1 had started with Marble Zone, and you've pretty much got the idea. Spikes fall from the ceiling, sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't. There's spring platforming around lava that you will fall into if you haven't played the game before, and plenty of secret passages that hide goodies for you to collect. Right about here is where I noticed that you don't have the spin dash despite it being introduced in the Genesis version of Sonic 2. But, you know, honestly, it really wouldn't have done too much for the game overall, it's just a small nitpick. Sonic also has the chance to ride minecarts in this level, vindicating the claims of the zone's title card. I didn't doubt you for a second. This is another trial and error type gimmick where sometimes they want you to jump out of the cart before the track ends or else you'll be in for a world of hurt, and other times it doesn't really matter unless you're a speedrunner, in which case that is a reset. In the third act, I was starting to wonder where all the hatred for this game was coming from. What I'd played so far hadn't been stellar, but it also wasn't unforgivable, but it was at this moment that the fun began. After what marks the first time Robotnik saves Sonic from a fiery fate, Nemesis goals right there, he makes you wish you'd been baked at 450 till crust golden brown. First boss is this little chompy guy that I can only compare to those little antlion fellas from Terraria, and I guess real life too if you're gonna be a stickler about it. Right from the start of this fight, it's incredibly apparent that there's something wrong with the slopes of this version of the game. Rolling down hills prior to this didn't feel bad, but apparently once you're moving down a hill, Sonic will do everything in his power to stop existing, and there's not much you can do about it. After a handful of deaths that I didn't feel were my fault, I decided to boot up the Game Genie, that way I had infinite lives, and you may call it cheating, but I call it justice. I realized after this that I hadn't seen any Chaos Emeralds yet either, and after doing a quick search to find out how to access the special stages, I discovered that the Emeralds are once again sitting around for any average Joe to find. If that average Joe knows exactly where they are and is willing to make a series of annoyingly precise jumps, lest he get locked out of obtaining said jewel without taking an intentional death. Just wanted to go on record here, there have been a lot of methods for unlocking these things over the years, and very few of them have actually been fun or fair for first-time players. Call me a casual if you will, but I still think Sonic Rush did it best, followed closely by Sonic 3 and Sonic Mania. After coming to terms with how irritating it would be to collect the 6 all-powerful ring pops, it was time for a rematch with the Egg Antlion. I found that the best strategy is to just stand in place and jump when the explosive bowling balls get close to you. But every time I would look to see if the cretin was dead, it wouldn't be, and then it would hit me with a surprise strike with one of its faster-moving projectiles. Then to top it off at the very end, Robotnik runs out of patience and tries to rush you, and I'll admit it did get me the first time, again, because there was just a slight pause between the last bowling ball and him, so I thought the fight was over. Yep, seems like they're not above stuff like that, and this is only the first zone. Zone 2 is Sky High Zone, and when I covered a Mania mod based on the stage, I made a weed joke, which was a really low-hanging fruit, or a sky-high one, depending on who you ask. It's almost like comedy is subjective or something. Act 1 doesn't even have anything to talk about, it goes by in the blink of an eye, but Act 2 is where the real meat begins, and by meat, I mean another Chaos Emerald thrown into an asinine location. Seriously, blink and you'll miss it. I wasn't even sure if I collected the thing, since I wasn't listening closely to the game audio. Boss 2 is this ostrich-looking thing that gets mad at you because you destroyed its children, and this got me wondering if Robotnik programmed maternal instincts into this thing, or if the robot was just totally innocent in all this, and I was the monster the entire time. Then I stopped pondering and made sure the bird would never repeatedly drink water ever again. Now, did someone order a water level? No? Well, you're gonna have to take it anyway, or else it'll go to waste, and we can't have that, now can we? 9 times out of 10, I hate water levels, and wouldn't you know it, this is one of those 9 times. The first act looks terrible. I don't know why they did the water like this when the second act looks totally fine. Must have been something to do with limitations regarding having a level that's only partially underwater versus a level that's entirely underwater, but then again, they made Labyrinth Zone look just fine in the last game, so I've got my doubts. Speaking of Act 2, they included possibly one of the most irritating bits in Sonic history here. I know that's a big claim, but just hear me out. Occasionally, you'll jump into these bubbles, and they'll carry you upwards while also providing you with some sweet, sweet oxygen that no doubt smells like a wet hedgehog now that I think about it. That on its own isn't a bad thing, and honestly, it's kind of a fun gimmick, which is why Mania reused it, and this time I'm positive this is where the inspiration comes from. But they couldn't just settle for it being a nice little quick vehicle section. No, they had to add the Tunnel of Torment. A corridor that goes straight up for what feels like 25 years, that's filled with so many cheap obstacles that you'll have tunnel vision for getting through this struggle within minutes of attempting it. All you will know is tunnel by the end of this. And also watch out, because at the top there's a spike ceiling that you can't see coming because of the Game Gear's soon-to-be even smaller screen. Act 3 is once again outside, and apparently you're able to skip Sonic over the water like a stone, which made me experience the illusion of having fun for a moment. But of course, that was then ruined because I flew headfirst into the boss. You're not supposed to have fun in this game apparently, and that just sealed the deal. Giving credit where credit's due, having the seal balance Sonic on its nose like a ball is a really cute idea, but aside from that, this boss might be one of the easiest things you come across in this game. I love it in video games when difficulty curves look like a rogue piece of spaghetti that fell off your ladle. Another thing I like about this game is that it's all unique levels. I mean, what are you talking about? There's an S right there, which means it totally isn't the same place as that boring old singular green hill. I mean, seriously, look at them, they're completely different. This stage brings us the banger that would eventually become Sonic CD's You Can Do Anything, and to this day, it remains one of the catchiest songs in the series, and it's only gotten better with every remix they've made of it. Music aside, I'm really neutral in this zone, aside from Act 3, because I'm really wondering who looked at this and was like, oh yeah, that looks great, ship it as is. This part here, I straight up didn't know what to do because no matter how many times I repositioned Sonic in the air, he just hit the spikes anyway, like this was his true fate all along. Just saying, blind jumps are terrible and the Game Gear made it a lot worse than it needed to be. Gimmick Mountain Zone, love that name by the way, contains, wouldn't you know it, gimmicks! Look, there's one now! This level actually wasn't too bad, probably the least offensive one so far, with its quick platforming challenges and neat aesthetic. I think I'm being a bit softer on this one than the others, since it kinda reminds me of the more mechanical levels from Sonic 1 and 2, and I really don't like those levels, so by comparison, this one is a good time. Aside from this one bout of what I can only assume to be Sonic forgetting he has object permanence, that is. You ride this platform to the top of its track, and there's spikes, so you jump off like any sane person and run to the left. But suddenly, there's no way to progress, and you're stuck. So what happened? Well, you're actually supposed to wait for the platform to come back, and if you go off screen just a teensy-weensy bit, yeah, it just kind of vanishes. Yet another problem you could avoid by potentially having played the game before, or perhaps maybe playing on a larger screen. Hint, hint. Oh, and also, I love dying after you already beat the boss. It's my favorite thing to do. And now it's time for the worst part of the game by a landslide. And by that I mean I'd rather be caught in a landslide than play this level again. Scrambled Egg Zone, again, really fun name, but the only thing scrambled after playing this is my brain. Basically, it's a giant maze of tubes that you need to worm your way through by holding certain directions on the D-pad, and it's just trial and error of the level. It doesn't even kill you half the time if you get it wrong. You just gotta do it over and over again until you contemplate becoming a vegan so you never have to think about scrambled eggs ever again. This has gotta be one of the most infuriating levels I've ever experienced in a Sonic game to date. I always tend to wonder when things like this come up why someone would bother putting it into a game if it isn't fun. And of course, fun is subjective, but who was this for, and have they rethought their lives since asking for this? I wasn't even happy when I finally finished it, I just felt bitter. That's the worst kind of success in my opinion. At least after a tedious crawl through the worst zone of the game, you're met with a very easy boss fight. It's Silver Mecha Metal Robo Sonic, just covering all the bases since I know I'm inevitably going to be corrected on its true name in the comments. If you just keep jumping in this fight, he can't hurt you since he's made of rubber and apparently so is Sonic. Our little friend here then drops the 6th and final Chaos Emerald, but only if you've collected the other 5 before this point. Looks like we're headed towards the good ending. And that actually includes an entire unique level this time around in the form of Crystal Egg Zone, which is some kind of snow globe, maybe? I don't really know what to make of the flying fish, falling stones, spikes, and huge neon cacti. Maybe it's a representation of Robotnik's shattered psyche? I'm no psychiatrist though, so maybe it's just the Egghead's aesthetic. I don't really get this level. It almost feels like a small maze in its second act, but after the nightmare that was Scrambled Egg, it literally does nothing to add or detract from the experience as a whole. The final boss, on the other hand, is a huge joke. Using the same tubes from Scrambled Egg Zone, you can just play a game of whack-a-mole, except this time you live out the mole's perspective. But more specifically, it's the mole's perspective from one of those cartoons where the guy with the hammer has no chance of ever hitting you and you're just popping out of the pipes making faces and blowing raspberries and stuff. It's hilarious. It's a foolproof strategy, and before long, the boss is toast, and apparently so is Eggman since I didn't see him get away from that one. Looks like he's the only scrambled egg now, am I right? Oh, never mind actually, he's right there. And then we get Tails back, and the game ends with one final insult by showing us the game over screen. Nothing like a good ol' insult to injury to end off a playthrough. Or at least it would be the end of the playthrough if there weren't 2 versions of the game. Guess it's time to do all this stuff again, except we can see more of it, and I'm not sure if it was because I knew the levels already or if it was just actually easier, but my second playthrough wasn't quite as bad. I'm thinking it was the experience thing though, because I didn't really have a ton of fun the second playthrough, I just didn't have as many annoying, visceral hatred moments like I did in the first one. This time I elected to go with the bad ending since the Chaos Emeralds were in the same spots and maybe it's just better off this way. You get that classic shot of Sonic looking up at the stars and seeing Tails' face, and I know a ton of people in the comments are going to talk about Tails being dead, and I'm going to add on to that and say every single zone title card is something that Sonic will never get to do with Tails since he was too slow to save his buddy. Now that is deserving of a game over screen. Before we wrap up here, I do want to bring attention to yet another PC and Android remake being developed by the same team as the one I talked about in my last 8-bit Sonic video. This version of the game is completely different than the other two. The level design has seen an overhaul, there are brand new gimmicks, and they're going to be overhauling the Chaos Emerald system. They also went ahead and added 7 new playable characters. Overkill? Let's go with variety. And variety is usually a good thing, and good thing here it is. I graduated with an English degree. I think that sentence I just said would have severely wounded my professors. The remake isn't finished yet, by the way. It's only in its second beta, so I didn't sweep through the entire thing for changes this time like I did with the first one, but I did check out all the new characters. Tails can fly, and he has a flight cancel, always a good thing to add to Tails' moveset. Knuckles can glide and climb walls, sort of, but I'm sure it's just because this is still in beta. The website says that Amy has a double jump, but I couldn't get it to work, so I'm thinking that this coming soon tag here was meant for both of her abilities. Mighty has his stomp from Mania, and it even causes rings to fall out of the air, however he cannot avoid spike damage. Ray has his ability to fly from Mania, but here it's been simplified to just pressing one button in a rhythm to ascend. This means if you touch any other direction on the D-pad, he immediately falls, which I'm not a huge fan of. Finally, we have Shadow, who currently only has a spin dash, but will eventually have an air dash as well, and then Metal Sonic, who can fly by holding up on the D-pad and also perform his signature dash move for some nice horizontal momentum. And then Sonic sees the exact same revamps that he had in the first remake. He now has the spin dash and the peel out. Another plus for the remake is the tag system. The characters are paired up on the character select screen, and you're able to switch between the two you've chosen with the press of a button in-game. I'm hoping that the full release brings the ability to make your own custom pairs, but for now, this is a really good system. I'm gonna give that one some time before I stream it, but you can find it at the link in the description if you want to check it out for yourself. I gotta say though, it's actually a pretty big toss-up as to which version could be considered the definitive one this time around, since neither the Game Gear or Sega Master System version are that great to begin with, and the remake ends up feeling more like a reimagining than anything. But maybe the remake setting itself so far apart from the others is a good thing. If there was ever a term to describe the entire Sonic the Hedgehog series as a whole, chaos is rather fitting. A slew of anthropomorphic animals fighting against a Teddy Roosevelt look-alike for the fate of the universe, where the stakes range from I'm going to build a theme park to I'm going to blow up the Earth, and then build a theme park. After what was quite possibly one of the most frustrating Sonic experiences I've ever had, Sonic Chaos hit the scene, offering a medley of new content and features never before seen in a Sonic Game Gear game before. Making their debut, both the Spin Dash and Super Peel Out, one more useful than the other as usual, but it's nice to have both options. In addition, Sonic also feels better on slopes than before. I didn't find his movement when ascending an incline as finicky as it was in Sonic 2. The Antlion fight from Sonic 2 is already long gone at this point, so the damage is done, but I do appreciate them at least fixing it for the rest of this game, even though it doesn't really rely on it that much. Tails also decides to do something this time around, taking to the skies for the very first time as a playable character. Before you comment about that and say he was playable in Sonic 2, I know that he just couldn't fly in that game. This is the first game where he can fly. Moving on. His flight's sorta awkward at first, since it doesn't feel like it does in Sonic 3 onwards, but instead, it's ultra precise in its movement, almost snapping Tails to a grid instead of letting him zip through the air as he pleases. The duo also comes across two new gimmicks in the form of the Pogo Spring, which allows them to leap high into the air repeatedly until they either jump off or hit a wall, and my personal favorite, the rocket shoes. After Sonic straps these things on, he's off to the sky races for like a couple seconds before dropping like a rock back to the floor. This also begs the question, if Sonic wore rocket shoes before Shadow appeared in the series, is he a copycat and should he go home and change? Please sound off in the comments with your opinions, I'd love to hear them. And now we're getting started, and even though I once again elected to start with the Game Gear version, I'll be referencing both playthroughs simultaneously to make things easier, since they're not too different at the end of the day, aside from the fact that one of them obviously has an increased screen size, and seeing things coming is usually considered a good thing. Wait, what? You're not supposed to have that, that's for the viewers! Well, actually, this is a good point to mention, actually. Eggman's done it already, but if you're enjoying my content and you want to support the channel, feel free to click that join button beneath the video. You'll get access to some special members-only videos like blooper reels and some other stuff as well. Okay, just let me reset this real quick, and that's more like it. Sonic Chaos starts off with basically the same intro as Sonic 2, except Eggman has learned that animal abuse is no good. Looks like Eggman and the devs learned a lot from the last game. Chaos also uses the same title theme as Sonic 2, which is surprising considering they went through the trouble of totally redesigning Sonic for this game, and none of the other music tracks are reused. It's not a big deal, I guess, and if there was ever a corner to cut, I'm in favor of skimping out on this versus something that has an effect on gameplay. Now, try and guess the story in this one. If you answered, Eggman is at it again, doing the same old stuff, you win absolutely nothing because that was obvious. I know a lot of people complain about how often Bowser kidnaps Princess Peach, but how many times has Eggman picked up the magic rock candy and put animals in robots? Like, really? Is there anything unique with this game's story? Let's see. Players control Sonic the Hedgehog and his sidekick Miles Tails Prower in their quest to retrieve the Chaos Emeralds from Dr. Robotnik, who has stolen them to construct nuclear weapons? I don't know, maybe we should just let him build a theme park. There's also something about South Island possibly sinking into the ocean because of the Chaos Emeralds being thrown out of whack, but honestly, sinking into the ocean is gonna be the least of their worries if ol' Eggy gets his way. Zone 1, Turquoise Hill. Gotta fill that green hill quota early, I see. This entire zone probably took around 3 minutes total if I had to estimate. In this case, if you've seen one green hill, you've seen them all. Loops, springs, floating platforms, nothing to say about it. To cap it off, the boss fight isn't even real. I'm fairly certain I just imagined the Motobug tank because 1 second it was there and poof, next second it was gone. Probably just another hallucination, no big deal. Welcome now to Gigapolis. Gigapolis? Or I guess to the more enlightened, Gigalopolis, which is much easier to say. A city awash in twilight rocking a really pleasing orange, blue, and green color palette. Compared to industrial-type levels that have come before it, this one is easily one of my favorites in terms of aesthetics, and I'm not just saying that because we share a color scheme, I swear. Unfortunately, there's not much going for it aside from its looks, as the stage is, again, incredibly short and offers little engagement for the player aside from the occasional moving platform to avoid spikes, or speeding through these large pipes. Otherwise, you're just using springs to get to new areas, or passing the goalpost in 27 seconds flat. Not a flex, just that's what happened. I was surprised to see a familiar face at the end of this zone, a giant caterpillar boss that spends its time throwing its own body at you, but, like, not in a weird way or anything. It's really cool to see all these things that inspired something that came later. I guess the Mania team really dug deep for some of these references. Just like in Mania, all you need to do is deliver a deluge of damage to its dome, and it's donezo. Another very easy encounter. Shh, be quiet, you don't want to wake him. Aside from not really understanding the name, this stage posed the biggest challenge so far, especially when delving into some of the more special aspects of this game, if you know what I mean. Again, I really like how the stage looks. The purple and green blocks that make up the entire level just scream retro to me, and what's more retro than breaking bricks? A lot of this level is breakable for whatever reason. This leads to a good variety of places to go and plenty of secrets to stumble upon, but some blocks also crumble beneath your feet, which either lands you on a lower route in the level or oblivion, and I don't mean the Elder Scrolls game. And I apologize for yet another Mario reference in this video. Who am I kidding? I live for this stuff. But the boss encounter here steps up the difficulty and seems to take advantage of one of Sonic's new power-ups, that power-up being the Pogo Spring. Kinda reminds me of how in recent Mario games, Bowser and his minions have been using the gang's power-ups against them as well. If you're not careful in this one, the fast projectiles will cause problems for you, but if you get lucky like I did, no matter how the boss hits you, your ring will stay right there on screen, making it incredibly easy to damage boost through the rest of the fight. Definitely a standout level, so you won't catch me sleeping on this one anytime soon. Like, is this even a joke anymore? How many Green Hill levels have been in this series up until this point alone?
8.
And
2.
in this very game, no less. Wow, that'd be like me reusing the same gag in 2 different videos within weeks of each other. That'd be super lazy, right? Gonna level with ya, this level is at least more creative than your average Green Hill. It takes what is usually a bright and cheery environment and turns it into something bleak and dangerous. One of my favorite ways they made this work is by adding in the oil obstacle from Oil Ocean. Eggman has also transformed the previously peaceful palm trees into explosive coconut dispensers. Any way you look at it, this place is not the level you once knew, and it goes out of its way to show you that. I'm actually a huge fan of what they've done with this one. The series has always been about technology versus nature, and this is one moment where they incorporate it perfectly into the gameplay itself. Now, what better way to end off a great stage than with an amazing boss fight? Ah, amazing. Sorry to inform you, I do not have a segue for Aquaplanet. Let's move on. This zone gives off some Labyrinth Zone energy with its occasional underwater segments and spears that try to skewer Sonic. But thankfully, it's nowhere near as slow, and in some cases, like Act 2, you don't need to break the water's surface even once. If you do happen to take the plunge, though, it's not quite as bad, seeing as, and I'm sure you're gonna think I sound like a broken record at this point, but the levels still go by in the blink of an eye, so does any of it really matter? Aw, hey little guys. Are you lost?
You knew not what you were getting into. You thought this came easy. Perhaps you should reevaluate not only your prior assumptions, but also your
Yeah, that was challenging. Pretty refreshing, actually, and... oh, dang, wait a minute. Man, this thing is always flipping itself back on.
You may have defeated that pawn of darkness, but you'll never be rid of me. I am its hand. I will make you less productive and feel terrible. Forever.
I can be less productive and feel terrible all on my own. Thank you very much. And finally, it's electric. Boogie woogie woogie. Yeah, it's a techno level. Electric Egg Zone has little microchips and junk all over the place, and it almost feels like we're stuck inside a computer. Loading into this one, I was shocked that I'd reached the end of the game already, and... No, we're not doing this again, please. I was having at least a decent time, don't do this now. If you couldn't tell by my overly dramatic reaction, I don't have the highest opinion of Scrambled Egg Zone. In fact, if someone could Men in Black my memory of that entire game away, I'd be very grateful. Unfortunately, that doesn't look like it'll happen anytime soon, so I remember things like the tubes and the minecart sections from the last game that they decided to reference here. Thankfully, they don't go ham with the tubes like last time, but the minecarts are automatically inferior because you can't do this. Literal 0 out of 10 game, I can't believe they've done this. This stage also seems to incorporate many elements from the previous levels as well, including enclosed spaces, destructible blocks, and includes a decent amount of what look like alternate pathways, which sort of goes against this game's more linear nature, but that's a good thing, I mean, I guess. The level posed a decent and fun challenge, unlike Scrambled Egg Zone before it, which was just annoying and poorly designed. Eggman's last contraption actually ends up putting up a good fight, as his ricocheting lasers wound up giving me quite a run for my money in both of my playthroughs. All it takes, though, are a couple good bops to the head, and then a quick last hit from a surprise counterattack from the Doctor himself, and once again, Eggman is defeated, and the game clocks in around 27 minutes. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the Chaos Emeralds. I have to do that in every single video, right? Yeah, so how long was my playthrough with those suckers tacked on? Oh, cool. Whatever could they have done this time to increase the playtime by a full 40 minutes? The hip new way to collect the emeralds in this game is to grab 100 rings in the level. That's it. You don't need to get to the end of the level, but amassing 100 rings in these things turns something that is inoffensive at best to something annoying. This is another great example of something that'll be less frustrating if you've played the game before, since you'd know where to go to collect the most rings possible, but if you accidentally run past the point of no return in a level, you won't be able to turn back and find those last few rings you needed. So if you have like 99 rings and you don't see that coming, that's a little bit annoying. Or there are some cases where you'll be stuck hunting through bits of the level that you can reach from where you are and see rings just a little bit too high for you to get to. Sleeping Egg Zone was one of my least favorite levels to do this in because of the destructible floors sending you down to areas without enough rings to continue down the path to becoming 100 air. As mentioned before, you are immediately dropped into one of the 5 special stages upon collecting 100 rings, the first of which takes advantage of the Rocket Shoes item. Sonic flies forward to collect as many rings as possible, and also just reach the end of the segment and the Chaos Emerald's just chilling there. It's not really that hard. In the second one, you grab the pogo spring and make like a red plumber to jump your way up to the goal. Third, you revisit Scrambled Egg Hell for a nice reunion, but I'm sure they wouldn't do this again in this game, right? So we're peachy, don't worry about it. Fourth, get to the goal after completing a decently length obstacle course under a certain time limit. That one was actually really rewarding to finally complete. It's actually exactly how you should do a challenge level in my book. It was a lot of fun. And then number 5, hell resurfaces again, except it's so much worse, it's double hell. This doesn't even feel like gameplay to me. This is wasting my time. You just hold a direction, and you just have to hope that you're gonna go the right way, because there's no way to tell where it is without you looking it up first. And even when I looked it up, it was still really confusing. I had to go watch a video. Like, it's just, why? Why is this in here? After you get out of whatever that was supposed to be, you grab the 6th emerald from Eggman in the final fight, and then the game ends again with no extra level or boss fight. We've taken a step back from 8-bit Sonic 2 in that regard, and also technically a step forward since the rest of the game was a lot better, but if you want my opinion, my second playthrough was a lot more fun when I didn't bother with the emeralds at all. There's really no reason to get them unless you're dying to see Sonic run around in a Chaos Emerald, which admittedly is kinda neat, but just try to gauge whether or not it's worth spending that extra time on when you could just have a quick romp through the entire game to see Sonic fall on his face instead, which is a much better reward in my opinion. And as per the norm, this is the part where I talk about the PC remake, because it's really hip to remake the Game Gear games, and let's be real, some of them desperately need it. The Sonic Chaos remake at first glance might look like a Sonic Mania mod, but in actuality, it's a Sonic Mania-inspired reimagining of the game using an entirely different engine that mimics Mania's own. Seriously, when you try this thing out, you'd think it was an official product or something. It's so clean. Currently the demo only contains Turquoise Hill Zone, but it's almost unrecognizable, sporting fully redesigned acts that actually last more time than it takes to blink your eyes twice. The Motobug tank is made into much more of a threat here, but not by too much. It actually feels like a first mini-boss now in terms of challenge, so kudos on that. And then the second act introduces an entirely new boss that again isn't that difficult, but still provides a fun ending to the demo. The conclusion even replicates the intro to Sonic Chaos, except in playable form, as Sonic chases down Eggman as he flees with a Chaos Emerald. Once you bash him into next Tuesday, the demo ends, leaving you wanting so much more. So far, this has been the only demo to release, but I'm confident that the next one, whenever that may happen, will show even more promise over the original, and I cannot wait for that. To tell you the truth, it's hard to come up with things to say for this game, because it's not a good game, and it's not a bad game. It's just somewhere in the middle, and that's okay. But to me, sometimes that's worse than being good or bad, because if you think about it, good games get talked about forever, and bad games get talked about forever. So if you're just sitting there in that middle ground, it's like, what is there to really say? With little changes between the two versions, the Master System version is by far the better experience, but eventually, due to my disinterest in this game as a whole, the remake will probably take that spot for me. All in all, Sonic Chaos is fine. I just wish it was more fine than, you know, fine.
I'll show you my best move while with consecutive.
Sonic Triple Trouble is a much better Sonic 4 than the game they actually called Sonic 4. Sonic Triple Trouble is actually one of the only 8-bit Sonic games to never get an official Master System port, which means I didn't have to play through the game twice, therefore making this video a lot quicker to make, but it was still pushed back several weeks anyway. Before I dove into this one, it's worth it to note that out of all the 8-bit Sonic games, this is the one I'd heard the most people rave about. Raising your expectations is always a dangerous thing when it comes to Sonic, I've learned, since sometimes something looks really good and might sound pretty cool, but wham, you play it and it feels like a slap in the face. With that in mind, can I tell you a little secret? This game is really good! Sonic Triple Trouble once again sees our heroes trying to stop Dr. Robotnik from doing bad thing with shiny rocks. No nukes this time though, so the stakes are immediately lower. And speaking of low, Robotnik tricked Knuckles into helping him again, and I think it's even funnier to think of the game's release date as a time frame for these events, which means 1 month after Sonic saves the Master Emerald for him, Knuckles is out there sipping his pumpkin spice colada from Dunkin' Donuts when Eggman approaches him and convinces him that Sonic is a bad guy. Again, it's whatever they're putting in the pumpkin spice, I'm telling you. Knuckles then takes the Chaos Emeralds from Sonic yet again, laughs at Sonic's corny Instagram selfies, and we're off to the races. Oh right, and then there's the small matter of it being Triple Trouble. This game actually introduces a new character in the form of Fang the Sniper, a purple weasel that somehow beats Sonic and Tails to the Chaos Emeralds every single time, yet doesn't steal them for himself because he's always doomed to fail. Yet we love Fang anyway, he's doing his best.
Where am I? Why am I here?
I'm not sure. Maybe I like butt-dialed you or something? I was just in the middle of talking about Fang the Sniper for this video.
You can't just say the F word like that.
Nah, YouTube doesn't really like that, or maybe they do. I can't really tell. This Kappa thing's really confusing.
Can't say that. Can't say that. F-A-N-G? Like, really? Bro. That's like some stuff in your mouth. Okay, that's like shark teeth. See, he's Knack the Weasel because Knack does not alliterate well in Japan. See, because Knack the Weasel, it's like Naku Nakaru and Triple Trouble, and you can't do that. That's no good, sir. It just confuses people. So they call him that other name that we will not speak of on this side of the fence. But when it goes to America, they change it to Knack because, you know, alliteration's great over in America and Europe. So Knack and Knuckles, I mean, come on, right? Sonic fights Knack and Knuckles. Let's go. Hey, did you also know that he's the only canon game hybrid? Because he's like a wolf weasel, and he's the only one with 4 fingers because he's a mouse. Hey, that's what Toma made him do. Hold on a second. I think I got some other stuff I can share with you. Let me just go get it. It's my neck fence. Let's check it out. Let's go over here. Let's look. Oh look, right here it is. Check this out.
Alright, I think we should be safe now, but just to be sure, let's just call him Knack from now on. Before we end up talking about levels, I'd just like to note that Sonic and Tails are very similar to their previous incarnations with the exception of having a few cool new tricks up their sleeves. I know they don't wear clothes, it's a figure of speech. Tails now has an extra hover move that he can activate after jumping off a spring, which can help him get a little bit more height if he needs it to reach a platform. Tails also gets his Superfly power-up, but it's not really useful. If you hit those monitors that give Tails that ability with Sonic, though, you get the rocket shoes from the last game, so I guess Tails just has his own equivalent that's a little bit more unique for his character. Hey, I guess they thought Turquoise Hill from the last game was pretty great, huh? Or, I don't know, maybe some intern was trying to topple the green regime before it spread too far, but it looks like it didn't work. Folks, this is yet another green level, for lack of a better term. It hits pretty much the same beats as all the others, except there's an abundance of springs. Even the turtles have springs attached to them, possibly so they can spring into action whenever they please. Great Turquoise is actually a pretty great starting location though, because through all the springs you find, you notice the crazy verticality on display here. I.e., these are not Sonic Chaos levels that you can finish in 20 seconds. This is actually the first time the levels feel really fleshed out and expansive to some degree, which made me nervous about finding the Chaos Emeralds, but truthfully, I didn't even have to look them up this time because exploration always yielded the desired result. That being the Chaos Emerald monitor. Mail in 50 rings and some box tops to Eggman's headquarters and you get this rad pencil case and also access to a special stage. Taking a break from the green hills of Great Turquoise, Tails is tossed into a cathedral of some kind. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be, but I do know that it's a big obstacle course. You better hurry up and find that weasel chilling out at the end before time runs out. Before you get the wrong idea though, they decided that you'd only be doing these actually fun and challenging platforming sections for the first, third, and fifth special stages. The other two are just lackluster tornado ring collection missions, and they are really boring and really, really easy, and as far as I'm concerned, they're blemishes on the face of a really entertaining game. At least even the boring ones still end with a knack boss fight, and some are definitely more intimidating than others. Oh my god, he's got the nukes! Yeah, I'm never letting that go. Much like the previous entries, the devs either couldn't count to 7 or simply could not fit 7 full special stages in this game, so, like before, there are 5 special stages and 1 Chaos Emerald accessed through normal gameplay. Grabbing all of these obviously unlocks your true ending, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, so let's head back to the real world. And unlike in Sonic Chaos, where the rest of the stage is skipped after you get your emerald, you get to play the entirety of the stage here, which really cuts out the problem of, Sonic Chaos being like 30 minutes long, which was an issue I talked about last time. After traversing 2 acts, the egg Big Ol' Turtle shows up to tussle. And at first it seems simple enough, but then it turns into a reflex test where you need to bounce off a spring and curl into a ball before hitting it to deal damage. And guys, I am really into that because it was an actual challenge, but also fairly balanced for the first encounter of the game. You know, like this should be. Following this, Knuckles roasts you alive, and it's game over. It was a valiant effort, but unfortunately you are not fireproof. Roll credits. Now in the afterlife, Sonic and Tails stumble into Sunset Park instead of heaven. Can't say I'm surprised. This level is littered with motobugs and minecarts, which I am all about. They're just vibing or whatever, so the fact that you can kill them is probably the aforementioned reason why the afterlife hasn't been kind to this duo. I guess Tails just really wanted to copy Sonic from 8-Bit Sonic 2, so he was willing to commit murder. Your obsession has gone too far now. I really don't know what this level's supposed to be other than a decent follow-up to Great Turquoise. Like, what even is? Is it like a facility of some kind? I don't know. Doesn't look like a park, I can tell you that much. After finishing Act 2, your character starts auto-running. Sonic Runners Beta, here we go. This was an unexpected little twist that leads to a boss encounter that is, truth be told, really easy, but the build-up left an impression, so I'm still happy. Last stop, everyone out, it's Meta Junglera. Cool name, strange name, I don't know what a Junglera is. Google says it's Sonic the Hedgehog related or a font. I guess we have imaginations this time around. Hot dog. This stage is a lot slower than the last 2, and that's partially because of these bouncy orbs we borrowed from Sonic CD. Wasn't a great gimmick there, not a great gimmick here. We also seem to have stepped into the future and stolen the ideas for the Donkey Kong Country barrels a couple months before Donkey Kong Country actually released, and now I don't really know how to process the fact that Donkey Kong Country is a ripoff of Sonic Triple Trouble. Life will surely never be the same again. And now it's boss time. Hey Ma, what's this Elmo-looking thing in Meta Junglera? It's shooting fire and stuff, Ma! Who we gotta call to get rid of this thing? Seriously, this thing is unsettling, I don't know what it is. Knuckles then borrows Knack's nukes and we're introduced to Nuclear Winter Zone. This is just an average snow stage that I don't actually remember too much about. Nothing really stuck out to me here, aside from finding a Chaos Emerald in a cool little ice cave beneath a snow pile, which made me feel like an adventurer. The boss turns out to be Metal Sonic's Bird Sona, perhaps a distant relative of Riders DX. I don't know, I'll have to ask him sometime. Knuckles does the opposite of burn you this time. Why is he in this game? Literally, Eggman could have done all of this himself or had a Roomba with a boot strapped to it doing this. And after the snowfall, welcome to Tidal Plant, or as I like to call it, the water stage with a submarine that lets you very slowly destroy blocks and also scrambled egg tubes underwater. We're batting 0 for 2 on this stage so far. That's a delight. Thankfully they didn't include an underwater maze in this section, which they very easily could have, but thank you for not doing that. The bubble also returns from Sonic 2, except it's a lot easier to control now, and that is all. Oh, okay, that's why Knuckles is in this game. They wanted to drown him. I mean, look, he's gasping for air throughout the entire fight. Poor guy. Yeah, maybe grow some brains in that head, and then we can talk about getting some oxygen for you, bud. Finally, we arrive in Atomic Destroyer Zone. Nukes! Haha! Alright, so this one does have a tube maze. Scratch that, it has 2 tube mazes. Guys, we were so close! So close! Now I gotta rate this a 0 out of 10. I don't know, you forced my hand. Did I say 0 out of 10? I meant 20 out of 10. Metal Sonic is here because he heard we insulted his bird Sona, and I fear for my survival now. This fellow really tries his best to stop us with all his fancy moves and speed, but he gets scrapped all the same. Then it's on to Neck. Or not, never mind, let's fight Dr. Robotnik in a 3-phase boss fight. Wow, I was not expecting that. This entire gauntlet is really challenging, but also feels fair at the same time, and it was enjoyable. That's really the most I can give it, I had a good time. With that, we take his rock, drop him into a bottomless pit, Wile E. Coyote style, save the princess, and then escape Robotnik's facility on the tornado, with Knuckles vanishing into thin air, but I'm sure he's fine, don't worry about it. And on the flip side, if you don't collect the emeralds, you get to see Knack again at the end, so in my opinion, just don't get the emeralds because we could always use more Knack in our lives. Now, do you want to see a good game get even better? Of course you do. What kind of a question is that? Roll the clip! Fellas, what would happen if we took Sonic Triple Trouble and gave it the Genesis treatment? Answer is, well, this fan game. It's Sonic Triple Trouble on the Sega Genesis, a game I'm convinced was torn out of another dimension and gift-wrapped for us personally by Noah Copeland. This version starts off with a recap of Sonic 3 and Knuckles before Sonic and Tails find themselves on a rainy tutorial island. It's here you learn about all the improvements that have been made to the game's formula, including the ability to switch between the two with the press of a button. You can also press another button while in the air to use the drop dash, or as I like to call it, the thing that I can't live without ever since 2017. And then Tails has a near-death experience with the Death Egg robot, while Sonic lets loose and then drops all the Chaos Emeralds. Whoops. This leads us directly into the game, providing much more context about what happened before Triple Trouble began, though this begs the question, in this version, it seems like only a couple hours have passed since Sonic saved Angel Island, so Knuckles really got some trust issues going on, or what? Who hurt you, Knuckles? I'm glad to see that they're on a bit of a roll with these 8-bit titles, so what will the next one in line bring? Truth be told, I wasn't going to talk about any of these games because they don't really interest me very much, but apparently my inner completionist had a problem with that, so here we are. Whenever you come across a popular IP, it's very likely you'll also find some spin-off games hiding amongst its library of releases. Just like Mario, Sonic wasn't just a guy that ran around and saved the day, he was also a teacher, and a space pilot, and he could make popcorn. I don't know about you guys, but if I could do even one of those things, maybe I wouldn't feel like such a colossal failure. Spin-offs don't always have to involve the main character, of course, and sometimes thrusting another character into the spotlight is a good way to expand their appeal or justify the change in gameplay. Of all the games we'll be looking at today, 2 of them star characters that were long overdue for their own spotlight, and the rest feature Sonic doing other things because he just didn't feel like running around anymore, I guess. You know the joke already, I don't gotta say it. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. So I'm very clearly one of the only people in the entire world that just doesn't get Tetris or Puyo Puyo, because when I tell people that, they yell at me. The internet is a great place, ain't it? I've just never been interested in sitting in place, staring at a screen, and watching as little colored pebbles descend from the sky with my only goal being to set up combos. The only time I've ever played Puyo willingly is during Sonic Mania playthroughs, and aside from Sky Chase, that's my least favorite part of the game. It really just bores me, I'm sorry, like, I don't really know what to say about it. I played Mean Bean Machine for about 5 minutes, and every single second felt like 15 years. I didn't even end up finishing the match I was playing against the AI, I just couldn't get through it. Now, this is not me saying that this is a bad game, and this is not me acknowledging that I'm bad at the game. I mean, I'm probably not great at it, but I think I was doing okay. I just can't play these kind of games. If you like it, that's totally fine, and I actually enjoy seeing people playing these games as well. It's just my pesky 10-second attention span doesn't let me get into stuff like this. Other than that, people tend to rave about this game, and we're super psyched to see it referenced in Sonic Mania, so having it on the Game Gear is pretty cool. I know that was pretty quick, but if you didn't catch my drift, I don't have very much to say about this game, and actually, dang, that was a pretty good segue, because guess what we're talking about next? That wasn't a lie, by the way. I was just writing the script, and if you catch my drift is just something I'd say, so it was one of those happy accidents that became a pun. Whether you believe that or not, we're gonna talk about the drift games now, and I have a lot to say because I didn't expect to like them as much as I did. When it comes to retro racing games, I genuinely tend to steer away from them in favor of games with a bit more to offer. I can only ever recall playing Super Mario Kart once when SNES Online hit the Switch, and aside from that, the only other retro racer I can remember playing is Pole Position, which, now that I look at it, is pretty much the exact same thing as Sonic Drift, except without any extra garnish on top. So yeah, Sonic Drift is a racing game, the series' first in fact, and they chose to put it on the Game Gear for whatever reason. I mean, the Genesis was sitting right there, ready for some of that action, but alas, 8-bit hell was this game's destiny. Seeing as the Game Gear only had 2 buttons, the gameplay wasn't anything groundbreaking. Holding one button accelerates, and the other brakes. Apparently, there's also special abilities you can activate by pressing up on the D-pad, but I didn't learn this until I played the sequel. For my first attempt at the Chaos GP, I decided to use Dr. Eggman, since it's not every day that you're allowed to do that. I actually found it pretty hard to keep up with the other racers, and I managed to give the Doctor several concussions by slamming him into the obstacles on the side of the track, and it kinda left me wondering what I was doing wrong. As a first-time player, was the learning curve just really steep? After failing miserably, I went back in, selected Sonic, and for the first time decided to press the other button on the Game Gear just to humor it. And that's when I discovered why the game was called Sonic Drift. Holding that button lets you drift. Alright, in my defense, it looked like I was drifting already, just like I had to take a really wide turn before I got to the turn. But after I learned about the existence of this button, my gameplay went from this to this. Yeah, it was kind of a pro gamer moment learning to press a second button during gameplay. Marble Zone is still terrible to play though, no amount of drifting could help me there. After I managed to come in first place in this very familiar but also alternate timeline, I clicked onto the next GP and decided to stop when I saw the tracks were the same. But once again, that was a hot-headed, dumb idiot brain moment because they're actually not the same. The tracks are different, just the themes for each stage are reused. Regardless of that though, I didn't notice at the time, so I moved on to the second game since I figured if I liked the first one so much, I'd probably like the second one even more. Drift 2 plays identically to the first one, except now there's way more at stake because of the items that have been added to the game. I also found myself getting smacked around by other characters' special moves more this time around, especially Amy's, but I was never really sure what it was doing to me. I guess Knack just doesn't understand the concept of love. This game all around has a ton more content than the first game. Instead of just having 4 themes and different tracks for each, the different GPs actually have totally different locales for each race. And there are even new versions of racetracks here that don't have laps, it's just a get to the goal first type deal. Returning from the first game are Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Dr. Eggman, and joining them are Knuckles, Metal Sonic, and most importantly, Knack the Weasel, who I elected to play as for every race because he's purple and what more could you want in life? I then proceeded to lose almost every single race in the cup and decided that my time with the Drift series was coming to a close. So is it better than the first one? Yeah, probably. You gotta pay attention a lot more and adapt to the craziness that some of the racetracks bring to the table. But I think I kinda prefer the first one. What about you guys? Let me know in the comments. Now, back to having Sonic in the limelight because he so desperately craves the attention, Sonic Spinball is Sega's take on Pinball. Yet another game that I don't enjoy playing, but this isn't just your average everyday pinball. Man, if I was reviewing Sonic Pinball Party, I could have said it's advanced pinball, and that would have been hilarious. I'd at least seen gameplay of the Genesis version of Spinball, and I think I own it, but I've never delved into it much. The problem was, I had heard mixed things about it, and then there's the whole it's pinball thing, but there's nothing like an obligation to upload 1 video a week to get you playing games that you never would otherwise. You can take that as a good thing or a bad thing, it's really up to you. Sonic Spinball is what my brain kept calling an active pinball game, where you're not just slapping Sonic silly with the pinball pedals, you actually have to control him in the air to a slight degree so you can better aim him towards your objectives. You see, this isn't just one small pinball board where your goal is to gain points, it's a big connected world of areas you need to visit to grab all of the Chaos Emeralds found before finishing the stage. And when I say big, I mean not like, this isn't Skyrim or anything, this is just, it's larger than your average pinball table. It's like 3 pinball tables glued together or something. Sometimes you'll just stumble upon the jewels while bouncing around without a care, but other times you'll have to hit a switch to open a capsule or something to get at one of the other ones. When devs go out of their way to expand the core gameplay past just keep doing this until you lose, it really grabs my interest and makes me want to keep playing, and I think aside from Drift, I spent the most time on this game trying to complete the first board. Something I played in the past actually came back to haunt me while I was playing this, that being Mario Pinball Land, a game that tried something similar except removed the player control entirely in favor of pure pinball gameplay with tasks for the player to complete. I didn't get that far in that game either, but between the two, I feel like I played Sonic Spinball a bit longer. No amount of tasty jams could keep me invested this time. Sorry, Mario, the Hedgehog wins my praise just this once. And finally, a game that was totally unlike anything we've played so far. Tails gets his own game that doesn't involve making music or using the same subtitle as a game that would remain in every Sonic fan's mind for all of eternity a few years later. Sorry, Sonic, Tails had an adventure first, therefore you are unoriginal and a sham. Tails Skypatroll sorta feels like a shoot-'em-up game, but with less shooting and more collecting candy and questionable violence. The goal of this one is to track down a cast of wacky characters, including a stereotypical witch, that one character from Tiny Toons, a totally unremarkable bear, and Sonic the Hedgehog using the weird mushroom power-up from Mario Maker. Fun fact, this witch character and the rabbit were actually redesigned and used in the Sonic Archie comics at some point, the witch suddenly turning out to be Nagus' sister. If you ask me, that is an excellent way to expand the lore of both the game and the comic. Seriously, an excellent use of the source material, Archie writers. Gold stars all around. As Tails, you harness the power of infinite flight, and using it, and the various poles, minecarts, and power-ups, you're supposed to make it to the goal of each stage while keeping your energy meter up by collecting candy and not getting hit too many times. The game is actually really fair in the sense that if you get hit, you'll lose some energy and start falling to the bottom of the screen, but if you're quick enough, you can get Tails back into the air by using the ring he's carrying with him. There can be some really close calls with this in the boss encounters, and I actually had a really great time playing once I got the hang of it. Though before that, I almost called it quits in the first couple minutes because of this yellow wall. It keeps flipping around, and I could not get by it no matter what I did. Like, I got it once by accident, and then I couldn't replicate what I did the first time to save my life because of how finicky it is. After conquering that obstacle, though, it was all smooth sailing, and Tails was free to put those fellas into obscure character jail where they'll never escape to hurt anyone ever again. Out of all these games, Tails Skypatroll, funnily enough, is probably the one I'd be most likely to return to, since I didn't end up finishing it either. It's not that I didn't want to, but it's just because I figured this was sort of a brief Game Gear boss rush of sorts. I could come back to whatever I enjoyed on my own time or on a stream, depending on how I feel later. I can't really say I disliked any of these games, which is a pleasant surprise considering I went in with zero expectations, though I still don't really like Mean Bean Machine, I guess, so 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Continuing our merry romp through Sonic's history, I've come across quite possibly the worst experience out of all of them so far. Sure, 8-bit Sonic 2 was frustrating, but it still had some glimpses of being a good game, peering through the layers of this evil lasagna Sonic Team and Aspect Co. had baked. Sonic Blast, on the other hand, is a frozen lasagna that's been sitting behind your local 7-Eleven for 3 days, totally unchecked, and then sold to an unsuspecting customer for full price. Look at this. I'd much rather be staring down the barrel of that rotting lasagna than this game. So for this one, they went the Donkey Kong Country route and opted for pre-rendered graphics. But hey, maybe an 8-bit console like the Master System can't handle that. I mean, look, I can practically see the thing having a panic attack trying to make this game work properly. This game came out in 1996, by the way, so it really could have been on the Genesis or something. Usually the biggest difference between the two versions is the screen size, yet here we have a special case. Apparently, this game was originally created for the Game Gear, so every issue you see on the Master System version stems from the fact that it's totally unoptimized for the system. See, when the game looks like this, and I have to go check another playthrough on YouTube to make sure my copy isn't just glitching out really hard, it's pretty obvious that something's wrong. Conveniently though, on the Game Gear version, you wouldn't see any of this junk because the screen's a lot smaller, though that also comes with its own annoyances. Unlike the last few games, everything is huge in this one. It's probably because the sprites were a lot more high quality, but you know, if there's one way to make screen crunch a real problem, it's whatever they tried to do here. And that, dear viewer, is why I went for the Master System version first. I've been making nothing but mistakes since the day I was born. Sonic controls in this game. Not well, but you can definitely move him, that's for sure. This is the slowest and most gross he's ever felt to me, and I feel like I'm constantly on the moon with how his jumps work. Based on my very limited knowledge, this is the first Sonic game to give base form Sonic a double jump ability, and it does its job by helping you correct your jumps. But that's not really saying much because you have 10,000 years to change your trajectory once you hit that jump button. The sun is going to explode before Sonic touches the ground again. Knuckles is also in this game, but I didn't play as him for more than 2 minutes because I disliked the game enough as Sonic that I didn't really want to play the game in twice as bad mode. Moving to the Game Gear version, not only does the game look a ton better, but it also plays a ton better. Never play the Master System version. Just Take a look at the super special sneak peek, both of them side by side, the differences should be obvious. Like, wow, how was this sold for money? Wow, Green Hill sure looking a lot like 3-week-old Vomit Hill. They must have known, right? Like, they must have known that this looks horrible. Sonic and Knuckles look alright, but my god, what a visual downgrade from everything that came before this. On my first playthrough, I struggled to run through loops and trashed some badniks, then flew through some tubes. Hey, I've got a great idea. Let's take every terrible gimmick from the last couple games and put them into this game. What do you think? In the past, I said 8-bit Sonic 1 almost felt like a slightly faster classic Mario game with its reliance on platforming as opposed to speed, but here it feels like a slower and worse version of that same phenomenon. Somewhere out there in the future, Sonic Lost World looks back on this game with a smile on its face, knowing that it's not the only one to be a subpar Mario ripoff. Now, I'm just gonna pick my brain real quick. Is there one nice thing I can say about this version? Well, yes, it has this nice goofy crab in Blue Marine Zone. I can get behind that. Stepping back over to the Game Gear side, however, one thing I can easily praise is, surprising enough, the special stages. Not the special stages themselves, mind you, they kinda suck, but more so the adventure to locate them. They opted this time to go for the Sonic 3 special stage entry, where you just need to find this plain donut before you're whisked away to Bland Land. Finding these was way more fun than actually participating in them, since every time I would go off the beaten path and look for them, actually explore, I was rewarded because you would make some precise jumps, like a curious little cat, and in fact, you would not be killed for your curiosity, but rewarded with color-coded gems. Every single one was fun to find, except Yellow Deserts. That one was just a crapshoot. The stages themselves, however, I feel like are some of the worst I've seen in this marathon so far. Sonic auto runs forwards, you need to collect 50 rings, and while this kind of weird 3D perspective is impressive for the Master System and Game Gear, I don't think I've ever experienced depth perception this frustratingly inaccurate in any game I've ever played. Again, even though the Game Gear one runs a bit better, I still feel like Sonic would pass right through rings when he clearly should have grabbed them. Even that glaring issue still doesn't make them difficult, though. They're what I would classify as easy peasy. Act 3 of Green Hill, meanwhile, brings us an Eggman fight, and by Eggman fight, I mean you fight the game to allow you to actually hit his hitbox. This will be a recurring theme. Hip hip hooray. Yellow Desert is next, and I see we're not being creative with the names this time around. That's fine, because it really reflects the amount of effort seen in the rest of the game. This stage has nothing in it. It hardly feels any different than the last, but I will admit that I really like the design of this boss. It's giving me some serious Dragon Ball vibes or something like that. Red Volcano probably should have been called Purple Volcano, but I digress. Seems a bit late to complain about that now. The platforming sections here are a huge step up from the previous stages, and they even have some fun gimmicks on display. I was afraid for a second that I was actually starting to enjoy this pile of junk, but then we reached the first point at which I almost stopped playing the game. The controls in this thing already make me wish I was slamming a door on my thumbs, but this boss fight makes them even worse, and Eggman teleports around like he's got instant transmission. And again, somehow his hitbox just kinda doesn't work, and half the hits I'm landing, they just don't do anything, and then I get hurt. Isn't that funny? I actually stopped recording here for a second to again check out another playthrough to see if I was just missing an obvious strategy, and no, it was just like, flail around and hope you hit him for like 15 minutes. Really cool. Really well designed boss. 20 out of 10. Wait, Blue Marine Zone, where have I heard that before? Oh no. Oh no, please. Please, no.
I don't feel so good.
20 minutes of my 40-minute playthrough of this game were spent in Blue Marine Zone. I have never wanted to tear my hair out more than I did when I was playing this stage. Because it's not enough that you move at half speed. It's not enough that you get thrown around all the time by invisible water cards. It's not enough that the game feels like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Online play. It also is a 2-stage underwater tube maze. How the hell did anyone look at this during production and say it was okay to put this in the game? Like, were they trying to meet a length quota or something? Like, is this the video game equivalent of putting a ton of varies in your school papers to reach a word limit? Like, at the very least, they give you more time to breathe underwater than the average game, but also, I just don't want to be here anymore. Please just let me go. And if that wasn't enough, the boss fight is what made me quit playing this version. Underwater, terrible hitbox, slow controls, no air bubbles. There are no air bubbles in this version of the fight. How on earth did they mess this up that bad? Like, this is a nuclear disaster of a stage. But you know, I mean, it is winnable. Yeah, at that point, I replayed the entire game on the Game Gear, and don't get me wrong, it is better, but the thing is, I think I was only easier on it because I went through that torture first. Sorry if that's not what you wanted to hear at this point in the video, but like, I really just don't see the good up until this point. Like, it's very boring, short, and forgettable. Like, I'm not sure where all the praise is coming from. The final stage is somewhat of an exception. I did finally enjoy myself a little bit at this point because the level design has some fun quirks and exciting gimmicks. Like these teleporters you need to power up by jumping on these platforms, and of course these spike walls that chase you to the end of a long stretch of room. The entire game's awkward enemy placement is still an issue in these sections, but heart-pounding and fun nonetheless. Ending off the experience, there's a really strong final boss that sort of replicates Breakout, except with just one giant egg to crack instead of a million little bricks. Sonic runs left or right to move this platform and reflect Eggman's lasers back at him, and I was pleasantly surprised to see this level of creativity from a game that was otherwise really dull. Even more than that, I put down my controller when I beat it, expecting the credits. I mean, surely this game of all games wouldn't have an extra fight for grabbing all the emeralds. But oh boy, it do! This thing was actually really tough. Like, they start you with 99 rings, and by the end of it, I hardly had any. I like to think I'm pretty fair when I make these videos, so I really gotta give credit where credit's due. This game has a really strong final act, in my opinion. Also, Eggman dies in the ending if you get all the emeralds, so this is canonically the final game in the Sonic timeline. So in conclusion, don't play the Master System version. Don't ever touch the Master System version unless you're gearing up to have specifically a horrible time. I don't really know why you would want to do that, but I mean, some people are masochists, who cares? Judging by all the comments I got asking for this thing, I thought I was about to experience something really fun and unique, but instead, it was just fun. How dare you trick me like that? Released for the Neo Geo Pocket Color, whatever that made-up thing is, in the year of 1999, whatever that made-up year is, Sonic Pocket Adventure brought the Hedgehog to a whole new 8-bit dimension with incredible art and animations. Until you hit the start button, then it looks like this. Not gonna lie, for a minute there, I thought it was gonna look like the menu art, and I was really excited. In my opinion, I feel like this is a huge step down from Triple Trouble, because over the Game Gear title's lifespans, they kinda nailed like a really nice aesthetic. But I can at least praise how bright and colorful this thing is, because bright colors make me happy. And I mean, I guess if your system has color in its name, you better follow through, right? Past the menus and little bits of visual flair this game has to call its own, everything else just kinda feels like a rehash for the most part. As soon as you start up the game... Whoa, hold on there. Okay, alright, I was horrified for a second, because I thought this is what Sonic 2 looked like without all that blast processing. Turns out, though, the emulator just had frame skip turned up to 7 for some reason. Like, who out there is having that much trouble running Sonic Pocket Adventure in 2020? As I was saying, though, this game doesn't really have a lot to call its own, and funny enough, even though we're playing Sonic 2 on the Neo Geo Pocket Color, they didn't even give us Sonic 2's Green Hill. We get Sonic 1 Green Hill. Or Neo South Island, as they call it. Change the name as much as you want, we all still know what it is. And also the music is wrong for some reason. They just stole Angel Island Act 1's theme. I mean, I guess it fits though. We've been here and done this a million times at this point, but there is one standout thing about this Green Hill, and that's that there are these weird diamonds all over the place that I first had thought had something to do with the special stages, but eventually I learned they were actually puzzle pieces. See, this game includes a side mode where you can build puzzles and then look at them. It's a cool side collectible, I guess, but I also don't care at all. Taking a shot in the dark, I collected 50 rings, hit the end of the stage, and found a special stage ring. Another point for my big beefy boy brain. And then my brain went silent as I saw the half pipe from Sonic 2 load in. I really was never a fan of these, and in this game they're even worse, because as you are going to collect those rings that you need to complete the stage, they load in pretty quickly as you're approaching them, so it's almost really hard sometimes to get to where they are or avoid mines when they pop in. So much like how I feel about the actual Sonic 2 special stages, it feels like you already need to know where these rings are laid out, or else you're not going to complete the stage in your first try, and if you don't, in this version, you just don't get all the emeralds. Please cry and then restart the game in that order. I didn't end up getting them all this time, actually, for that reason, because I was too busy crying. So, whoops, too bad, no special ending for me. The second zone is another Sonic 2 classic, Secret Plant Zone. Is the secret that this is just Chemical Plant Zone? Don't worry, your secret is safe with me, I won't tell anyone. Music here is out of whack again, Angel Island 2 doesn't exactly fit Chemical Plant at all, but then Hydro City is actually a pretty decent choice. But all this really just kind of gets me thinking, like, why the confusion? Like, it's like Sonic Team handed SNK a box of unlabeled Sonic assets and told them to roll with it.
Okay!
To give some credit for originality though, the bosses are mostly unique here. Neo South Island hammered that point in pretty well, and Secret Plant has this fun platform boss, since what would a platform game be without platforms? Cosmic Casino comes next, and as much as I like that name, yada yada, it's casino night complete with the same janky pinball gimmicks we've all come to know and... know. Personally, this one is my favorite looking stage in the entire pack because anything is better than the disgusting yellow background of Urine Plant Zone. But also, you know, pinball gimmicks and stuff, I just don't like them. Thankfully though, the boss fight, you know, you have a pinball paddle there, but you don't really need to use it because you can just kind of stand here and then Eggman will basically grant you free entry into the next stage. And now actually I'm wondering if that was a trap because this game is pretty good until it isn't. Welcome to Aquatic Relic Zone, or as I like to call it, the beginning of the end. I don't have a problem with the zone itself, like I really don't, but it's here the biggest problem I have with this game springs up, no pun intended. Like certain fan games I've played in the past, this game seems to keep enemies and obstacles active for longer than it should, even if they're off screen. This goes from behind the player and in front of the player, and maybe even sometimes above the player. But that also meant that I was taking damage from all sides that I really could never see coming until it was too late, which meant it was basically a pipe dream that I would ever reach the goal with 50 rings. And so that's where my Chaos Emerald adventure ended. I could've just kept restarting until I did it or used save states, but I just didn't wanna. Didn't think it was worth it. If you're just zooming through the game, not worrying about 100%, I'm sure this is pretty fun. Like, I was having a good time, even with collecting the emeralds so far, but at this point, going for the emeralds kinda left a sour taste in my mouth. And I guess at least the Knuckles boss fight in this area is pretty cool. It seems pretty identical to the one from Sonic 3, but it's fun to see Sonic slap this man into unconsciousness then pose over his body like he doesn't care what just happened. But don't worry, after the posing, Sonic is a good sport and he returns the emerald to Knuckles, which is then promptly stolen by Eggman while Knuckles has an asthma attack, I guess. Hey, look at that! It's my other favorite thing that Sonic 2 cursed us with. It's Sky Chase! Guys, I'm so happy to be playing this auto-scroller that limits my speed in a game where your reward for playing well is going fast! What a great idea! Also, if you're still going for all emeralds at this point, make sure you don't skimp out on the rings here because this stage counts as well for that. After that snooze fest ends, Tails lets Sonic down for a good old-fashioned real level in the form of Arrow-based Zone. This is like a huge collection of just vertical platforming, and you know what that means, don't you fall. Oh boy. Truth be told, every single time I fell back down after making a ton of progress, I would just jump into a pit or an enemy to get back to my previous checkpoint, because, that stuff's annoying. I don't like having to redo everything just because these platforms are really inconsistent. I know this comes with its fair share of frustrations if it's not done right. Sonic 1 8-bit had something like this, but I really wish they just raised the death plane as you were climbing this thing. That way it was a little bit less irritating. I mean, hell, they should have called this looking at your phone while waiting for platforms to reappear zone. And then, surprise, surprise, you fight Silver Sonic. You fight him the same way you do in Sonic 2, because this game is Sonic 2. Oh, and speaking of Sonic 2, because I haven't said that enough today, do you remember that thing that had people looking like this? Well, they're back. Gigantic Angel Zone, home to everything you'd see in Metropolis Zone, which, means slicers, and asterons, and... oh! I hate this level. I hate it a lot. Every single gimmick, every single enemy, every single situation, every single part of it is really tedious and it takes forever to finish. And would you look at that? I didn't realize I was playing Sonic Mania. That's so weird. One positive I can grant this level, however, is that it seems like there are a ton of pathways you can take, but it kinda ends up being more of a pick your poison kind of thing because all of them are chaotic as hell. After scaring the daylights out of Dr. Eggman, Sonic proves he's far too strong to be killed by standing on top of miniature mushroom clouds. What a power move. Truth be told, the only thing that could really beat him is... yeah, honestly, that is pretty cathartic. This fight is like almost Big Arm, but instead of being a climactic final encounter, it's pretty lackluster. It's just kind of chilling, and the only positive to it is that it just smacks you around like the Hulk when you get caught. I like it. I'm willing to give it a pass. I also like that you need to hit the Chaos Emerald a few times for it to pop out of the machine before actually beating it. That felt pretty unique. I don't feel like they've done that any other time in the series. But really, that's it. Like, that and like the other bosses are pretty much the only unique things about this entire game. Everything else just feels like the same stuff, except not as good. I don't know, am I wrong? I mean, to me, even if the level designs were different, it was still rehashing all the same stuff, and that's what people complain about these days, right? Or is it okay for this game to have done that, because it hadn't happened a ton at this point, except with Green Hill? Really gives you something to think about. With Eggman meeting a particularly gruesome 8-bit death at the hands of his long-term rivals, Sonic and Tails fly away into the endless blue sky. Thank you for playing. I think Knuckles died. Again, I did not end up getting all the emeralds because I'd rather not sour my opinion of this game any further because I did enjoy it at the end of the day, but you know, I'm just gonna throw up a visual here on screen of what I think the Supersonic boss fight probably looks like. I feel really bad for not wanting to play this game at first because not only did it make me enjoy a Metroidvania style game, but I was also enjoying my time playing a Sonic game, which if you've been following the marathon, that's kind of a rarity these days. This game really reminded me of Shantae Half Genie Hero, where it's not quite like a giant open Metroidvania game, but more so one where you can return to levels once you've got new powers, and you can find new things in those levels. That's probably why I enjoyed it a little bit more than most Metroidvanias, because like those gigantic open maps, those sure do rev up my anxiety engines, let me tell you. Tails doesn't control exactly the way you might think he does. For example, this is one of those slower Sonic games like Sonic Labyrinth, but there's a good reason for that, because if he ran at normal speed, he'd be deader than my hope for Sonic news. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, right now that's pretty dead. There is an item you get later on in the game that lets you speed up a bit, but again, I'd rather take it at Tails' natural pace, because living is what I'd like to continue doing. Plus, at that speed, it might be really easy to gloss over the little collectibles that are sprinkled throughout the stage, and you don't want to miss certain things like the Chaos Emeralds that increase Tails' flight time, because flight is a godsend in this game. Let's say you're having trouble arcing your bombs to hit your enemies, all you gotta do is fly over those little idiots and then let it rip! Tails also has a partner in this game in the form of T-Pup, a little robot dog fox thing that can walk through small tunnels and fly around and collect items for you. Where did T-Pup go, Sega? Give Tails his friend back. For real, just give him T-Pup back, and then let him control it with like the little Miles Electric iPad thing, so instead of FaceTiming Sonic and just talking to him, he could have T-Pup flying around, helping Sonic like the RC things in Lost World, except maybe you could make them better than that. Just a thought, Tails would be halfway useful again? I mean, look at him in this game compared to the modern Tails. He takes on an entire army with nothing but his brain and his robot dog, and now he cries when he gets attacked by a bucket of water, like... character development in reverse. This game is good, but it's one of those games where, like, if you play it like a Sonic game, sort of like Sonic Labyrinth, you are not going to enjoy it. If you're able to put yourself into a different mindset and enjoy this game as a game and not just what you are trying to put on it, then there's definitely something enjoyable for everybody, and I want to play it more. Sonic Labyrinth is a game I always knew about but never touched because the general consensus is that it's really bad, but did that stop me from playing other critically panned entries in the series? Gosh, I really wish it had. Going into this one, I was expecting something even more awkward and monotonous than Sonic Boom, but I, actually kinda liked it. Please don't leave, let me explain myself. I don't think by any means this is a good Sonic game. Heck, I mean, it's about as much of a Sonic game as Tails and the Music Maker, but it's not a bad game, per se. There's a lot about this game that offered me some legitimate entertainment, but that doesn't mean it was an amazing experience the entire way through. But I'll bring up those grievances when they're relevant. And oh boy, did they become relevant really fast and right at the beginning of the video. Now, for the purpose of this video, I didn't emulate the game since I found out I could play it really easily on real hardware. Yep, for the first time in a very long time, I dug up my 3DS and downloaded the game off the eShop. For $5. What? I wasn't about to play on a Game Gear. Look at that thing. The screen's shittier than the flip phone I had in middle school. Plus, I don't really know if I could even record off that thing, so 3DS it is. I believe you can also play it in Sonic Adventure DX on GameCube and then on the Steam release if you have better SADX. But I wasn't about to boot up Sonic Adventure and take the chance that I start playing the superior game instead of the game I'm trying to talk about. God, I really love this capture card though. I really need more excuses to use it. From my understanding, this game does have a story, but you wouldn't know that if you didn't read the manual. Apparently, Eggman found a way to negate Sonic's speed, so he somehow switches out Sonic's regular shoes with a pair that aren't quite as cool, and bam, Eggman can take over the world. That intro wasn't a joke, by the way. I don't think this game controls very well, and that's bound to be the first thing you notice about the game, so let's get out of the way. You move pitifully slow in this game. Imagine Silver from 06, except slower. Your spin dash, on the other hand, yeah, this is your main method of traversing stages, and it's not really a good thing. You either go way too far or not far enough, but either way, you usually end up hitting an enemy. Most of the time that's off screen, because how could you know it was there if you've never played the game before, you know? It's kind of a weird system. Instead of just reaching the goal and patting yourself on the back for a job well done, you've got to locate 3 keys in each stage before you're allowed to leave. And since your hands are full of keys, forget patting yourself on the back. though you are incredibly lucky if you make it to the goal without colliding with an enemy, which, as I mentioned earlier, is pretty damn easy to do. And as soon as you take damage, those keys are gone and you lose time off your timer. So not only do you have less time to get to the goal, but you also need to scramble like a fool and pick up all of the keys you were carrying before they disappear and reset back to their original locations. Dear God, that's so much worse than rings. It's usually pretty simple to pick them up after you drop them, but I've had like 1 or 2 instances in this game where there are like multiple levels to a level, and I got hit, and one of the keys just fell down to one of the other levels that I could not get to in time before it vanished, so I just had to go all the way back to where the key was. And then I lost, because I didn't have enough time. Though this did only happen once or twice, so it's not a huge issue in my opinion, it's just a little annoyance that kind of adds on top of other little annoying things. Once you take the time to get used to the controls and you realize you can cancel your spin dash, the game becomes a lot less of, oh god, where am I going? Am I going too fast? Should I call my family and tell them I love them? To, oh man, I uncurled too early and I still got hit. Nice. So I want you to think of some first levels from the best games ever made. When booting these things up, it might be the first time you've ever played a platformer, or hell, for Mario's case, maybe it was even the first time you played a video game in general. The first level serves as an excellent way to teach the player what and what not to do without explicitly telling them. Sonic Labyrinth does this with its first level, but the second level does it a lot better in my opinion. The first level throws a ton of stage elements at you, but it's so flat and boring that it feels like a test level you'd see buried in a 3D Mario game. Sure, it's pretty innocuous, but the second level does all of that, and it's fun. It did a much better job teaching me essential game mechanics than the first, and it was a lot easier to find the keys, but it still made it a challenge. And it also introduced slopes, which are very prominent in the game, so it would have been nice to be acquainted with those as soon as possible. There are also power-ups in this game. One of them gives you time, one of them gives you invincibility, there's another one that I have no idea what it does, and then there's one that makes you a little bit faster, and it's not even like a game-breaking fast. So it kind of makes me wonder why they didn't just make that the default speed. I mean, I don't think it would have hurt anything, that's for sure. Oh god, this is kind of hard on the eyes. Now that I think about it though, the entire game is sort of hard to look at. Not saying the graphics aren't good, on the contrary, I actually think this game looks pretty good for an 8-bit handheld title, but it's more when things are moving really fast, like in this bonus section, I almost want to look away and save my eyes the trouble. As I kept playing, my eyes adapted to the regular gameplay pretty well, but these ramps are still kind of a no-go. And on the subject of graphics, this game is giving me some serious flashbacks to a series I hold very close to my heart, and I'm honestly kind of shocked. But, this game radiates huge Mega Man Battle Network energy. Not sure whether to be disturbed or happy about that. Finally we're here, the culmination of our adventure through the Labyrinth of the Sky, and... all of the bosses are like this. If you can manage to just wedge yourself into a snug spot and fly back and forth, they just kind of melt. Aside from the last one, that one's actually a little bit more frustrating because its hitbox is really bad. I kept getting killed almost randomly by doing the exact same thing over and over, and while it was working, sometimes... Look, I gotta level with you. I enjoyed my time with this game, but this was one of a few frustrating instances that almost made me put it down. Others include this dumb shit. I must have sped past this area 4 or 5 times looking for a way to get the last key, but what you need to do is sit here and be a patient little piggy until Mr. Platform pops into existence fashionably late. I don't know if this doesn't spawn unless you wait there, but in a game like this where it's easy to bounce around with almost no control of where you stop, that kinda sucks. Then there was the final level before the end of the game. It's a real labyrinth. Makes sense. I mean, I guess I'm glad every single level wasn't like that, but it took forever to figure out where to go and what doors led where and where the keys were, especially because you were still on a time limit. Jeez, anxiety the level. But it's just something about the simplistic nature and short runtime of the levels, aside from 4-3, that just won me over. Even when I managed to die, which was pretty hard to do, it didn't take long before I was back up to speed, or lack of speed, rather. I don't know, Sonic doesn't move fast, it was a figure of speech. It's sort of funny though, I always see people criticizing Labyrinth for being a slow Sonic game, but in my opinion it's actually pretty dang fast if you give it a chance. It only took around an hour to finish and it didn't overstay its welcome at all, which makes it worthy of replaying in my book. Upon beating the last boss and collecting your 3 Chaos Emeralds and 2 diamonds, Sonic chases Eggman out of his own facility and he hits the road. Yeah, what the game said. This game certainly isn't a masterpiece by any stretch of the term, but there is something here that you might enjoy if you think of it as just a game and not a Sonic game. This reminds me of, and god, I really hate talking about this game, but Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts? Now, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I like that game, because I'm guilty of exactly what I just mentioned. I swore that game off because it wasn't Banjo. But deep down, I don't think it's a bad game. It just didn't sit right with me that a game of such a vastly different genre was hailed as the third canon entry in the Banjo franchise, or fourth if you count Grunty's Revenge, which you should. It's a great game. Slightly different situation, sure, but if this game had starred motherfucking Tip-Top the Turtle from Diddy Kong Racing, then maybe it wouldn't be as hated as it is now. Moral of the story, maybe sometime we just gotta swallow the biases we hold and enjoy games for what they are instead of comparing them to other things. Unless we're talking about Paper Mario Sticker Star, I'll hate that game till the day I die. A quick apology to Sonic Pocket Adventure, which I called the worst version of Sonic 2. It's still not, like, super incredible or anything, but I think that title will now go to a new game. And that game is Sonic Jam for the Tiger Gamescom. What is a Gamescom? I don't care. I don't want to know. I just want it to be in a fireplace, on fire. Just take a look at what I experienced for this video. I'm gonna go away for a second. I'm gonna let this do all the talking. Loop. Loop. Yeah, baby! Whoa, that was close, dude. Wait, is that music in the background supposed to be Emerald Hill? Is that what that is? I just noticed. I thought it was just vomit. I think I'm gonna cry. There's more? Absolutely shocked that this game has, like, some form of physics at all. Like, I'm shocked that this actually, like, I can't walk up this because there's, like, momentum stopping me from doing that, because the rest of this game, I mean, like, it's almost like an illusion, because I can still cheat it. This game does actually function somewhat. Like, I'm shocked to say that, but it somehow does function at least part of the way that they expected it to. What? Boss fight. What's going— oh, please, please, sweet embrace of death, yeah, let's go! This is making me so happy you survived that. You were like a cockroach. I wish you were dead. I've never had as much anti-fun playing a video game than I did when I played Sonic Jam. I played this game for 6 minutes, and it felt like I aged 40 years by the time the recording ended. Do I ever need to say anything else about this game at this point? Like, the frame rate is abysmal, the sound effects hurt to listen to, the game controls like putrid 2-week-old garbage. Sonic Jam, more like Sonic Jam my thumbs into my eyes so I don't have to play this anymore. I'm done, we're done with this. Following Sonic Pocket Adventure's example, Sega decided it was time for the Hedgehog to return to his roots, but in his current form, since, you know, they hadn't caught classic Sonic fever yet. The Hog's 10th anniversary was rolling around, so of course, they knew they had to do something special. Enter Dimps, a company that, as far as I'm aware, had never made a game before entering the ring with Sega's first ever foray onto Nintendo hardware, Sonic Advance. Now, I hated this game when I was a kid. The only Sonic game I played before Advance was Sonic Adventure DX, so when I got my hands on Advance, I was not interested because I found it inferior. I was also really, really bad at it, so that probably contributed to the disdain a little bit. Fast forward to last week when I was waiting for my class break to be over, I got a strange hankering to dive back into the game, and I was pleasantly surprised with what I experienced. Well, for the most part. Since the early 2000s, I've had a bit more experience with 2D Sonic, and I was able to squeeze a little bit more fun out of something I previously wrote off as mediocre. Don't get your hopes up. Sonic Advance, in essence, is a successor to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. What we have here is 7 actual zones with 2 final boss zones, as opposed to Sonic 3 and Knuckles' 14 zones, but technically, that was 2 games Frankenstein together, so I don't really see a huge problem with that. An upside to Advance, though, is that it includes 4 playable characters instead of the 3 found in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. We've got our classic trio back in action, of course, and for the first time in a 2D game, we've got Amy Rose, complete with a totally unique and somewhat frustrating moveset. I guess you could say they were really trying to advance the formula. Because of all that, some people actually adamantly refer to this game as the true Sonic 4, and I can see why. It predates the actual Sonic 4 by 8 or 9 years and does just about everything better in the grand scheme of things. But then again, I think that's a bit of blasphemy. Sega labeled these games like this on purpose. You don't see people going around calling the New Testament the Old Testament too, now do ya? So we have a little bit of a story going on here, and thankfully, unlike some games that have released since, this one doesn't require any 30-minute recap videos to help you figure out what's going on. Dr. Eggman is up to no good. Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy don't like that one little bit, so they head off to stop him, and maybe find some shiny rocks along the way. That's it. Sonic Advance does not waste your time. Our 4 friends here have their word cut out for them, though, as throughout Sonic Advance they'll have to traverse through some treacherous facilities, glaciers, and casinos, all before they arrive at their dastardly foe's doorstep to put an end to his scheme. First on our itinerary, we've got Neo Green Hill Zone. Though I never really understood why they called it that because it's more beach than Green Hill for the first act, at least. We do delve more into the Green Hill-like aesthetics here and there, but I think Dimps and Sonic Team were just feeling a little nostalgic on this one. There's not too much here that'll trip you up on your first run, though. Just standard Sonic fare. You'll find yourself some badniks, some monitors, rings, springs, and that's pretty much it. There's also this really neat wall running section towards the end of Act 1, and aside from being a really nice set piece, you might just want to store this area in your brain for later. Trust me. Much like Sonic 2 and 3, at the end of Act 2 you come across a boss fight, typically with one of Dr. Eggman's crazy contraptions. The first of which is this hammer device that Eggman tries to flatten you with. Eggman doesn't really seem that into it though, because he swings the hammer really daintily and doesn't get serious about it until he's already dead. Alright, raise your hands if that scared you a heck of a lot more than MC Hammer over here. Zone 2 brings the gang to Secret Base. Well, I guess the secret's out then. This area spices things up a bit with pulleys and tight spaces. I was worried at first that this whole stage is going to be dimly lit like the starting bit, but thankfully that wasn't the case. It is a nice set piece though. This stage introduces some new movement options for the gang, including these wires you can spin across and either launch yourself up or down to grab monitors or reach new areas. We also have these blocks that rotate your character a good 360 degrees, and I absolutely love how Sonic keeps that snarky look on his face the whole time as if it ain't no thing. And there are also other various pulley-like contraptions that hoist you up to different pathways if you grab them. Less frequently, you'll also see these hooks swinging from the ceiling that are sometimes necessary for you to continue progressing down the path you're on, and sometimes they just lead to extra little goodies or alternate routes. Suffice to say, this stage is going to throw you around a lot, and it can be a little confusing since the stage doesn't really have many areas that distinguish themselves when it comes to appearance. Act 2 introduces these little steam vents that shoot platforms into the air, but if you've played Oil Ocean before, you should understand how these work. Act 2 is a bit more of the same until you reach our dedicated boss encounter with Dr. Eggman. This time he comes at you with this pogo stick mech that, again, feels about as threatening as the first boss of Sonic CD, meaning not at all. And after a few hits, Eggman launches himself into the air in an effort to crush you, which isn't an insta-kill, thankfully, and then the fight ends. Alright, why is it that these capsules are better at harming Sonic than Eggman is? Casino Paradise is up next, because of course it is. Can't have a Sonic game without a casino level, right? Thanks, Sonic 2. No, seriously, thanks. These things are fantastic, I love them. Casino Paradise is home to many of the gimmicks that you've come to know and love. Bumpers all over the place, pinball, balloons, weird gizmos that transport you from one place to the other, and of course Sonic's name plastered everywhere, because I think deep down Eggman really just wants to impress his nemesis. In terms of level design though, this one isn't as claustrophobic as Secret Base, but it isn't as open as Neo Green Hill. But coming from Secret Base, this one does feel a bit like Paradise. The second act shows off these cool neon letters where Eggman decided that advertising for Sega might net him some brownie points, and cold hard cash of course, and we also get these strange warp holes. Never really seen anything like that in a real casino, since they typically want you to sit in one spot and never move, as opposed to traversing dimensions and possibly finding an exit. So then you just keep on losing rings to rigged games until Eggman shows himself once again, but look! He made a friend! Isn't that sweet? Eggman and his new BFF will randomly enter and exit these tubes, so you have to be careful not to get poked in the eye by this one, but you also have to get ready to give Eggman the good old 1-2. Eventually they do go a little bit faster, but it's really no big deal. It kind of reminds me of the final boss of Sonic 1 since there's a bit of a guessing element involved, but thankfully it's not nearly as insta-killy as that one. Ha! I was ready for you that time! Oh boy, okay. Now this stage here is the one that gives me the most terrifying flashbacks when I think about this game. Ice Mountain Zone is a combination ice and water level. What an unfortunate tag team. I feel like pretzels and cyanide are a better mix than that, and that would definitely be less painful. This is your typical Sonic Ice level, though. There are some snow drifts here and there that make you move a little bit slower, but you can jump out of them. There are also some ice cap references, but what'd you expect? It's an anniversary game. The Penguinator also appears in this level, which makes me pretty happy, but honestly that's where my positive feelings towards this level end. You are going to be spending a lot of time underwater, and you know what that means. Bubbles aren't too hard to come by, thankfully, but I guarantee you're going to end up dying at least a few times because of the underwater platforming and stupid junk like that. Act 2 dials things up a bit and adds in yet more underwater sections, and this really scary bit where you need to jump on these Oil Ocean gimmicks while you're underwater. Also, do me a favor and don't jump over this spring. Somehow I fall for this, no pun intended, every single time at least once. But that is not the scariest thing about this level. The thing that has haunted my nightmares since I was a little kid is right up ahead. Eggman wisened up. He took all our greatest fears and made them a reality. Welcome to Ice Mountain's boss, Underwater Spider Eggman. This is actually where I stopped as a kid. I never made it past this. When I rolled into this area the other day, I let out an audible "oh no" when I realized what I just gotten myself into, and it still sucks, but I was able to do it this time. This thing has some serious layers to it though, let me tell you. On one hand, you might be compelled to try and attack Eggman as fast as possible to end your suffering sooner, but if you skimp out on too many chances to breathe, you're not going to be in good health for much longer. If you take it slow, though, you risk being bullied by Eggman and losing your rings, and also the fight going on for far longer than it needs to. You need to split your interests between violence and breathing if you ever want to escape here. It's sort of a struggle. Well, as Sonic at least, Tails makes this boss fight look like a total joke, and that just goes to show that sometimes the kid ain't so bad. Now on to Inferior Island Zone. Not inferior in terms of how easy it can kill you, of course, but easily the lesser of the two zones that share the same name. But how could you possibly top something as iconic as Green Hill version 3? Angel Island Zone is not very fun most of the time. There are a million pathways to take, which is nice, but they're all wrought with dangerous obstacles and things that make you wish you were back in Ice Mountain. And that's saying a lot, considering I mentioned how it caused me lifelong trauma. Act 1 isn't the worst thing in the world, I guess. We get introduced to some of the gimmicks, such as fans that blow you around, clouds you bounce off like in Sky Sanctuary, and numerous irritating spike pits and regular pits. There are also these really fun platforms you have to run on to elevate or lower yourself, and by fun, I mean slow and boring. We also get sand waterfalls that act like the ones from Sandopolis, but those are pretty innocent. None of this can compare to Act 2, though, as it shows you it means business almost immediately by incorporating a bottomless pit at the very start of the level. The only thing standing between you and imminent death is mastery of these dingy little clouds, and honestly, I don't trust them. Other than that, Act 2 is just a careful trek to the end where we come face to face with... Knuckles? Come on, dude, Eggman tricked you again? What is this, like the 5th time now? Wait a second. Something seems fishy here. Wait, I got it. Knuckles doesn't wear yellow gloves. Also, I'm Knuckles. Go ahead and smack this faker around a little bit until his true form is revealed. This boss's name is Mecha Knuckles, and yes, I googled that because the robotic doppelgangers in this series tend to have very specific names for each of their incarnations, and it turns into a war zone in the comments if one is ever misidentified as another. He starts off the fight by doing a fairly decent Knuckles impression, defying physics and all that, but once he sheds his skin, yeah, I think this is where the whole fake Knuckles charade kind of falls apart. Look, we all know echidnas are weird, but I don't think they're this weird. Dispatch the faker and he blows up horrifically into a million pieces. Good night, Mecha Knuckles. Now, I fear that I'm getting into a bit of a routine by starting these level introductions with negativity, but Egg Rocket Zone is upsetting. The level is pretty unique, as it reminds me a lot of the Super Mario Bros. 3 levels that had an emphasis on vertical movement instead of the traditional horizontal movement, but does that work for Sonic? Yes and no. Since Sonic moves pretty quickly, forcing him into a variety of tight spaces with really annoying obstacles and routes that intentionally throw you back downwards and force you to redo things you've already done do not come across as fun, especially the first time through. There's no way you would know that this booster here would throw you back down a couple levels and just give you one invincibility power-up to make up for it. That's just rude. And on top of that, you're on a stricter time limit for the stage as well. When you reach certain areas, the game stops you and you see a segment that you were just platforming on break away as the rocket is flying higher and higher. This means that if you can't reach the next checkpoint area within the allotted time, Sonic is going skydiving through the atmosphere. The time limits are generous enough, but if you dawdle too much, you are definitely going to have issues. Thankfully, when you hit the next segment, you do get time added back onto the timer. Dimps aren't totally heartless, but honestly, every obstacle thrown into the stage gives me anxiety, and you'll see what I mean if you play through it yourself. All in all, it's a pretty interesting idea for a level, but it's just annoying. That's how I describe it, annoying. Once you reach the top of this beast, you enter a rocket exhaust port, and then you end up in Cosmic Angel Zone, which technically means that Egg Rocket and this only have one act each, but I kinda saw them as one zone. Now, after the test of patience that was Egg Rocket, I was expecting Cosmic Angel to be a slog as well, but thankfully it's really quick by comparison. Though we do have to deal with some gravity gimmicks here, which you know how fun those are. They're honestly not really that bad when they pop up, and I don't find them to be excessive. So other than that, it's just standard Sonic stuff, nothing really to write home about, or to write in the script either. Also, unrelated to level design, but this stage is beautiful. This whole game looks so dang good, dude. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I think the Advanced Series art style is my favorite 2D look in the entire series. Yes, including Mania. The GBA housed a lot of my favorite art styles, to be honest, and I don't know if that's more of a nostalgia thing talking, but I mean, I'm definitely not nostalgic for Advance, so maybe not? Now, Eggman's newest device is actually sort of brilliant. He hides his weak spot underneath the stage, and he lets Sonic crash into spikes over and over again until he dies. But unfortunately for Eggman, Sonic weighs enough to tip things into his favor. Literally, in fact. Though the boss fight is still a bit of a struggle. If you get hit here, your rings don't stay on the platform, they just peace out. You better have some quick reflexes or else this fight is going to be even harder. Eggman also does these little speed boosts toward the end of the fight, and they can be maddening if you've got no rings left to spare. But once you've fought through it, the jig is up and you're on your way to the mysterious X Zone. Now, X Zone isn't a traditional zone, but more like a small boss rush with some familiar faces. Again, just like to point out, Sonic Advance did it before Sonic 4. First up, we've got Eggman's Gutsman, the Wrecking Ball. He loves this thing to death, even though he knows it's never gonna get the job done. Afterwards, he breaks out the drill car from Sonic 2. That's fun, right? We even get some nice Sonic Advance-styled remixes for their respective boss themes, and I am a sucker for that, let me tell you. After Eggman's finally done cashing in his nostalgia bucks, he brings out the big guns. Or whatever you want to call this, because this thing is definitely not that big, or a gun, most of the time. Eggman is totally protected of this thing, except for when he's attacking you, so you either need to wait like the patient little hedgehog you are, or you can be stupid like me and die. Don't be like me, kids. This fight can definitely drag on for a little bit, but it's not that difficult, and that's the end of Eggman for now. Assuming you don't have all the Chaos Emeralds, that is, and I don't expect you to, because where the hell are they? Back in time again, when I was a little kid, I didn't even know this game had Chaos Emeralds. Even playing it through again this time, I knew they were there, but they're hidden so well in the levels that I didn't come across even one of them on my own, despite the fact that I searched high and low for these things. Unlike Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Dimps took a step backwards when it comes to special stages. Instead of hiding several special rings around the stages, they instead elected to hide one special spring in a certain act of each zone. Want my advice when it comes to these things? Either use Tails or don't bother. As Sonic or Amy, if you even mess up a slight bit while trying to take the path to one of these things, you're usually totally out of luck and you have to reset the stage. Thankfully, I don't think it matters who you collect the emeralds with as long as you go and reconquer X Zone with Sonic afterwards. So, fly, my son. Fly. When you finally find one of these darn things, probably after looking at some guide on YouTube, you get launched into space where you're free falling down this tube area. And wouldn't you know it, surprise, surprise, you're supposed to collect the amount of rings they show at the top of the screen. And it's not awesome. The GBA makes it a little bit hard to tell where exactly you're supposed to position yourself so that you actually collide with these things, so I found myself missing little clumps of them here and there, and I didn't even really feel like it was my fault. There are also these little zones that if you pull off a trick while passing through, you get bonus rings, and they'd probably save you from failure. Not that I got to experience that, though. Go through that 7 times and you've got all your emeralds. Don't bother trying to turn into Super Sonic during normal gameplay, though. We're not exactly at the point yet where Sega cared about that. Flashing back to X Zone, Sonic transitions into Moon Zone, where Eggman has built a big ol' mech and he's just floating through space. Can't have that now, can we? As Super Sonic, you gain a little air dash move, but it doesn't really get you that far. Also, you're not flying, more so just running along the ground like normal, and you jump up to hit him right in his stupid idiot face. This doesn't really feel like a Super Sonic fight, until you remember that you're relying on rings to stay alive, and then you die. And die. And die. You can rebuild your stash by hitting these robots, but unlike the underwater fight, it's really in your best interest to just ignore them entirely and bash Eggman as fast as possible to finish things up. Sonic firmly tells Eggman that his midnight spacewalks aren't okay and gives him a slap on the wrist, and then he ventures out into the great unknown, allowing his friends to believe that he probably died in the scuffle. A few days then pass, and Tails just so happens to see something shiny in the distance, so like the weak-minded bird he is, he flocks towards it, and wouldn't you know it, it's Super Sonic. Looks like he just forgot to call home and say he'd be out late. The end. Ooh boy, you know what, whatever dude, you can keep your insta-shield, spin dash, rail grinding, and weird hard-to-use air boost to yourself. I'm gonna go hang out with the rest of the gang. When playing as Tails, you do exactly what you'd expect him to do coming from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. He can fly around and find secrets for you, but he can also do this neat little tail whip thing, which probably isn't useful for many things now that I think about it. Knuckles can do little punch attacks and an uppercut combo, but again, probably not super useful for a lot of things. But he also carries over his gliding and climbing, which could be used to help find secrets, but really it's just better to go with Tails. Now, Amy being the newcomer, you'd expect they'd make her really fun to play. I'm really up in the air on that one, because on one hand, her playstyle is really interesting, but it's basically hard mode, whether you like it or not. Amy never curls into a ball like the other characters, so she's literally vulnerable all the time. If you jump, you better follow it up with a hammer spin, because if not, you're getting Simon Belmonted backwards into God knows what. She can use her hammer when she's on the ground as well. Much like Sonic Adventure, she can do like a little hammer swing along the ground, or she can hold the down button, press the B button, and launch into the air a little bit. She also lacks a spin dash for whatever reason, so instead she does these dumb little hops, and if you press the B button again while you're doing the hops, you do like this little slide move, and it's just a big letdown. I don't know, that's kind of one of the worst things about her in my opinion, aside from the not curling into a ball thing. I guess the really only saving grace I could see here is that if she uses the hammer attack in the air, it's a little bit more of a reach than the insta-shield Sonic has, but maybe in the Ice Mountain boss to be pretty useful. Other than that, I don't really see why she's anything more than a hindrance to play as. And I guess Dimps thought so too, since she was changed a lot in Sonic Advance 2. If you actually managed to unlock her, that is. And once you're done with the main game, wouldn't you know it, there's also a side mode featuring one of Sega's greatest creations, the Chow. If you access the tiny Chow Garden from the main menu, you can take care of a little virtual pet from within your Game Boy Advance, sorta like a $30 Tamagotchi. You can buy your Chow's toys to play with, or just fruit to eat to increase their stats, and you can also play minigames with them to earn more rings. Understandably though, it was a little lackluster compared to the Chow Gardens of the adventure games, but wouldn't you know it, Sega came around and did something really cool. When Sonic Adventure 2 Battle launched for the Nintendo GameCube, you were able to use the Game Boy Advance GameCube connector cord to transfer your Chow from Sonic Advance to Sonic Adventure 2, or vice versa. This allowed you to take your favorite Chow on road trips and also allowed you to lose them when you misplaced your game cartridge. There were also specific eggs you could only get from the tiny Chow Garden, I believe, so if you were able to build up enough rings to get those by playing memory games, then all the power to you. So yeah, that's Sonic Advanced. It spawned 2 sequels, which both improved and detracted from the groundwork Dimps laid out here. It's pretty widely accepted that most sequels tend to not be as good as the games that came before them, though there are some exceptions to that rule. Sonic Advance 2 also seems to fit that bill, since I've seen tons of people say that it's the best game in the entire Advance series. Why is that, though? I thought Advance 1 was pretty great. Sure, it was a little rough around the edges and it caused some mild childhood trauma, but what more could they do, right? Well, for one thing, the presentation in this game is a lot flashier. The story also has more of a presence in this game, which is a nice thing, because I do enjoy me a good story. As far as typical Sonic stories go, it is pretty basic, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Why don't we start off with level talk instead? Alright guys, I'm gonna level with you. I think the things that people enjoy most about this game are the levels, because it sure isn't some of the other things that are in this game. Compared to Advance 1, it's like night and day. Whereas in the first game, the platforming elements of Sonic took the reins, Sonic Advance 2 was all about speed. Whether that's a good thing or not is really up to you, but when you play these levels, they will fly by, even if you're not using a flight-capable character. Aside from the level design favoring speed more, they also improved how the characters move through the levels. Every character now has the ability to press the R button and hold a certain direction on the D-pad to launch in that direction, and in most cases, it's extremely satisfying to launch forwards through the levels and keep your momentum even after hitting a spring or running off a ramp. These moves can also be used to reach higher pathways in the levels, or grab hard-to-reach collectibles, but again, we'll talk about those later. Just like Advance 1, Advance 2 has 7 new zones for you to explore, except this time, they all have 2 acts. The 7 zones are then followed by a small boss rush and final boss, and then a unique supersonic fight to top things off. First off, we've got Leaf Forest Zone. It's your typical green Sonic level, except they actually made some kind of effort to make it stand apart from the rest of them. Sure, you can still see some checkerboards here and there, but it's a nice change of pace. Here you'll be running through loops and corkscrews and learning all about the game's new mechanics, like these little rotating things and the ramps. Believe me, you're gonna want to figure these out if you have any desire of reaching the supersonic fight. This might be a good time to talk about the intros and outros to the levels, though. At the start of every level that isn't a boss encounter, your character gets yeeted into action by these things. Yeah, you don't see that at the Olympics. If you press right on the control pad with the right timing, you get a speed boost that'll only occasionally get you killed or damaged. Then, at the end of the stage, you'll speed by these goal poles, and depending on your speed, you'll get more points and your ending animation will look a tad different. I told ya, this ain't your grandpa's Sonic Advance. This is all about speed. Even though Act 2 doesn't really change things up that much, the end is where things are switched up a bit. Unlike Sonic Advance 2 doesn't house a boss at the end of its Act 2s, but instead, after you complete Act 2, your character is sent to a boss act. And this is where my problems with this game begin. Every boss in this game, with the exception of one of them, is fought while chasing them down. When I said this game was all about speed, I was not exaggerating. First up, we've got a sequel, The Egg Hammer Tank 2. Yeah, because that worked so well the last time, right? They say this guy has an IQ of 300, but he must have got that from one of those online tests. Look, I've had one of those things tell me I'm a genius too, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case, because I once fell for a Google April Fool's Day prank that had to do with smelling things through your phone or computer. Google knows. Look it up. To give him some credit though, this boss is actually a little bit more threatening than the last one, though not because of the hammer itself. Since you're constantly running in these encounters, the game plays totally different than the main stages. You better find your sea legs quick, because momentum will be your worst enemy here. Once you strike the boss, you get thrown backwards thanks to physics, and if you don't catch yourself using some kind of momentum-saving move, you gotta take the time to sprint all the way back up to the contraption before you're allowed to hit it again. If you're playing as Sonic, this is where his new and improved air dash comes in handy though. I briefly mentioned it in the last video, but by double tapping the direction Sonic is facing, he flips through the air and gains some speed. Though in this game, it's been buffed a ludicrous amount. Oh, and it's not like he's not attacking you either, because he is. And after this boss, the combination of his attacks and the annoying change of controls will probably leave you seeing red by the end of the game. For this boss though, you'll be lulled into a false sense of security, because it isn't all that bad. All you have to do is avoid Eggman's hammer swings, and eventually you'll ruin the Doctor's day and set free the bunny that's been screaming your head off the entire fight. What's this? A new character? That's exciting! And what's more exciting is that we get a small story scene to introduce her as well. This is Cream the Rabbit and her god of destruction, Cheese. We learn that she wasn't just minding her own business when Eggman kidnapped her, but she was actually searching for her mother, who Eggman also kidnapped. Yeah, it really do be like that sometimes, don't it? With that motivation, Cream sets off with Sonic to try and get her back, and teach some bosses the true meaning of fear along the way. So basically, this game operates on Sonic Adventure logic. Once you meet the characters in-game, you're able to head back out to the menu and select them to take on the game as that character instead. When I was a kid, I actually liked this a lot more than Advance, just handing you all the characters on a silver platter, since it felt like I really earned the right to play as the others. Plus, it is really funny to see these guys being whipped around during the boss encounters. I promise you I'm not a bad person. It's not like I ever finished the game though, because like I've said plenty of times in the last review, I was awful at this game. Zone 2 trades in the lush greenery of Leaf Forest for the skin-singeing terror of Hot Crater. What I like about this stage is that in any other game, this stage would have been about going slow and taking your time, sort of like Marble Zone from Sonic 1. But instead, the game stays consistent and speed prevails overall. I know I've mentioned that a lot already, and even though the levels are geared more towards speed, it doesn't really mean this game is a hold right to win type deal. You still need to have the reflexes to take certain paths, and most of the time you're using your special moves to help reach those areas. It is immensely satisfying to maintain your speed for as long as you can and just blow through huge chunks of the stage without stopping. But don't get me wrong, you can play the stages at whatever speed you want. It'll just be more fun if you're barreling through things at a breakneck pace. Not that Sonic has a neck, but you know what I mean. The zone feels a lot like Secret Base from the first game, but less enclosed. Like for example, you can't do stuff like this in Secret Base. And here comes the Egg Bomber Tank. Very creative, Doctor. This time, Eggman is toting around a giant gun, which is unsurprisingly more effective at beating woodland creatures than a wrecking ball. This boss's sweet spot is a little finicky sometimes. When I went to hit it, occasionally I'd take damage as well, which wasn't super comforting. Its initial pattern is easy enough to work with, but once you enter phase 2 and the cannon bit is gone, it almost feels like there's no pattern anymore and he just shoots when it's the most inconvenient for you. Ain't that the story of my life? After he takes off, you'll notice there's no new character this time. Bummer. And here we are with Zone 3, or should I say the best zone of them all? It's Music Plant Zone. This entire stage is music to my ears. The music is great, the visuals are vibrant and fun, and Sonic and the gang even get to have a little more fun here, bouncing off cymbals and xylophone blocks. This stage is just oozing with charm, and that's something I think the Sonic series has been seriously lacking in lately. When they made this level, they clearly just let loose and threw in a bunch of ideas they thought would be fun, and I can respect that. One thing I wanted to point out too, is that if you look at the level list, you'll notice that the obligatory casino stage isn't here. So Music Plant is the closest thing we get, and I am totally on board with that. Music Plant is also really reminiscent of Rayman's Bandland for me, except it's nowhere near as frustrating, which is great. This stage, man, it's just magical. That's the best way I could describe it. Sure, there's some frustrating enemy placement here and there, but I'm more than willing to forgive that because of how much fun the rest of the stage is. Once you reach the end of it though, you come face to face with the Egg Totem. This weird paddy wagon looking contraption shoots its spiked segments at Sonic, and when they're fully extended, a little turret pops out on either the top or the bottom. You can destroy the turrets with a good few bops, or you can ignore them entirely if you're careful. By using the segments, you can throw yourself at the cockpit, and eventually the segments will start getting quicker because Eggman is getting scared now. Eggman will also start rearranging the segments in an effort to throw you off, but a few more hits and Eggman retreats with his tail between his legs. Tails is then set free from what looks like a super unpleasant ride-along, and now you've got the ability to play as him as well. Tails thanks Sonic for the save as Sonic muses as to what Eggman is up to this time. Gee, Sonic, I don't know, maybe it's the whole turn fuzzy things into metal again. He seems to do that a lot. Sonic being Sonic wastes no time and rushes off, and Tails being Tails follows closely behind. Alright, so for those who have been around for a bit, you might know my policy on ice levels. Ice levels aren't ice levels. Though I do have to break that rule a bit here because surprisingly it's a lot more tolerable than the pure hell that was Ice Mountain Zone. Overall, this zone is another fun one. I really don't have as many problems with the levels as I did last time, but in case you're missing my complaining, don't you worry, I'll be doing plenty of that later. Ice Paradise, great name by the way, has these neat little ice slides, and again, the unique animations found here are a nice touch. Once you're on these things though, you can't control your character anymore aside from jumping, so you'd better be ready to disengage if ever necessary. Arrow Egg? Doctor, you've broken your typical naming scheme. I'm disappointed. Now this thing can either be a bit annoying or pathetically easy. The machine flies ahead of you and drops bombs which explode and threaten to damage you if you don't jump over them. You can strike this boss by jumping at the disc floating behind the machine when it's horizontal. You'll then bounce up and be able to strike the cockpit, or get lodged in there like I did and basically end the fight in a few seconds. No big whoop. If you don't end it quickly though, there is a bit of a big whoop. The bombs start dropping super fast and the disc changes back and forth pretty rapidly, so it's a lot harder to get an opportunity to attack. No character encounter here either. If you hadn't realized by now, we get a new character every other zone, so who will we be seeing next? Alright, so much like Ice Mountain from Sonic Advance, Sky Canyon was the run killer for me as a kid. Only difference between this and Ice Mountain though is that I never beat this one when I was a kid. Yeah, this is where my adventure ended, and not really upset about that because they went crazy with the bottomless pits in the stage. Look at this footage. This is the start of Act 2, and they give zero funnel cakes about my feelings. Also, I died here like 3 times because I find it hard to learn from my mistakes for whatever reason. And it wouldn't be a sky level without a constant reminder that you're in the sky, right? Oh wait, sure it would be. We really didn't need this ridiculous layer of clouds to follow us through the entire zone. The amount of times I thought I was about to fall into a pit and then didn't and had to shelve my last will and testament for later use is honestly more than I'm willing to admit. Just no. This entire zone is just no. This should be a textbook example of how to not design a stage. And this isn't even the final level. This is harder than the final level. How did that happen? And it's pretty fitting for a stage that drives me up the wall would also have a boss that does the same. This is the Egg Saucer, and oh man, is this thing a doozy. And by that, I mean it is not a doozy. Like usual, you're giving chase to this thing, and you know, that's whatever, but this thing has an insta-kill attack. Yeah, so not the final level, and it's the hardest, and not the final boss, and it can just kill you. Aside from the legendary smack of death, it can also give you a regular old smack, and this laser cannon fires an incredibly quick and hard to see beam attack. Frustration, thy name is Egg Saucer. Also, Knuckles here is protected by some spikes on the bottom of the cockpit, so you need to strike the top of it, which is almost always certainly guarded by this dang hand. I gotta hand it to Eggman. This is a pretty smart design. Also, yeah, I did say Knuckles, because as you can see, he's not being held captive. The only thing that's being held captive is my suspension of disbelief. When you beat this machine to a bloody pulp, Sonic figures out that Eggman tricked Knuckles. Again! Bro, how many games have we been through together? Like 8? It hurts that you can't just find it in your heart to trust me. I know trust is hard to earn and it's very easily broken, but what have I done to deserve this treatment? Whatever, trust me or don't. Sonic will just keep on running away from what matters most. Knuckles, on the other hand, vows vengeance against the Doctor and follows close behind. Also, Knuckles' eyes are blue in this scene instead of purple. I guess someone really blew it there, huh? Techno bass? More like, tech no thank you, I'd rather not be here bass. Zing! Nah, just kidding, this one isn't that bad compared to the last one. Where I praised Music Plant for being bright and colorful, this stage is actually a bit too colorful. It just kinda looks like a mess to me, but the circuit board in the background is sorta neat, I guess. Here the rails, spikes, and bumpers are all stylized to fit the level, which is kinda neat. Nothing, however, could possibly prepare you for the frustration that follows this stage. Here we have the Egg Go-Round. I really like the names of some of these. They're very creative. Too bad I don't like anything else about them. This boss was forged in the fires of hell, made from the scrap metal of every frustrating boss this series has ever seen since its inception back in 1991. At first glimpse, it doesn't look that bad, just jump on the platforms to hit Eggman where it hurts. But gosh darn, they had to go and make it as frustrating as Fire Truck. The silver platforms rotate. The gold platforms have spikes that pop in and out of existence. And let's not forget that you're constantly moving towards the thing, which screws up your precise jumping. And there are tiny little projectiles being fired at you that half the time You can hardly see because you're focused on keeping up your speed and not landing on the spikes or being thrown into them after damaging the thing. Just, oh boy. This one really wound me up while I was playing. I just flat out did not have a good time, and it got me wondering again, why put something in a game if it's not fun? I've always wondered that, like, do they just not know when they're making it? Wasn't there anyone playtesting this that said, hey, maybe, you know, instead of doing that with this boss, you could make it, I don't know, fun? Were they all task bots or something? Whatever, shake it off. It's time for Egg Utopia Zone. We're on the home stretch, y'all. Here we come across cannons that shoot Sonic all over the place, spike balls that you couldn't possibly be able to avoid unless you knew the level layout already, and gravity mechanics. Hooray! Getting some serious Cosmic Angel vibes from this one. We also have these poles that you need to jump off of, boosters that throw you forwards, and one thing my eagle eyes noticed here was that there are actually some really nice pixel art recreations of the spinners from Sonic Adventure. So that's neato, burrito. Pretty harmless stage all around. Not sure if I liked it that much, especially because of some of the really rude enemy placement, but at this point, I'm just really glad that I'm not fighting a boss. You just couldn't let me have this one, could you? The egg? Frog? Yeah, okay, whatever. You're the genius. Ugh, guys, I don't like this one either. This time it's all about gravity manipulation, though I didn't figure that out for a solid 10 minutes. Eggman pilots his frog all around the stage, dropping bombs on you, and you need to flip the gravity to avoid the attacks and then play with it to land some hits on the guy. As you hit him, he goes faster and faster, and it's just so not fun. I'm sorry. As a first-time player to most of these fights, they're just so infuriating. Like, maybe after you've played them 10 times a piece, it's a little better, but just, bleh. That's the last thing I'm gonna say on the matter, though. Or, you know, maybe I lied, because before the final boss, how's about we refight every single boss in a boss rush? Yeah! That sounds like something I want to do! Why? I was okay with the boss rush in X Zone back in the original game because it was 2 throwback bosses and then the final battle. But here we gotta go through 7 bosses. Again! Including the Egg Frog, which we just got finished fighting. Sure, they make things a little bit easier on you by making each boss and their subsequent breakable parts take less hits, but still, I didn't like 90% of these things the first time. So after suffering through all those again, we finally reached the final boss, the Super Egg Robo Z. Weird considering we're in XX Zone, you think it'd be the Super Egg Robo X, but let's be real, Eggman isn't good at naming things. You might notice that Sonic finally gets a chance to rest his whittle legs here, since this boss doesn't actually move. Thank goodness. All you need to do here is avoid his rocket fist attacks, don't get pressed into the spiked ceiling too many times, yep, no crush death here, it has that on Mania at least, and then bash this thing's skull in several times until finally, the quest is over. Kind of. Sonic falls from space as the Egg Utopia causes a massive nuclear disaster in the distance. Sonic lands back in Leaf Forest and chooses to not mourn the losses from the catastrophe in the distance, but instead pose next to some stupid little birds. Out of sight, out of mind, I guess? Oh, but of course that isn't it because we forgot the Chaos Emeralds. Dang, I was looking for those special springs this whole time, but I didn't see any. I did see a lot of these weird rings, though. But I'm sure those don't have anything to do with the special stages. Right? Dimps, when I said I liked special rings in my Sonic games, I meant like this. Not this. If you're wondering about the Chaos Emeralds like I was, there are these little rings in each of the stages that'll lead you to your Chaos Emerald. But the kicker is, there's 7 of them. And you need to collect all of them in one life. So you basically need to have memorized the entire level and take the perfect pathway through to even have a chance to see the special stage. Remember how I mentioned things that weren't fun? Well, this is one of them. Do you know how eager I was to collect 7 special rings in Sky Canyon and not die once? I was over the moon zone excited I was. God, I hate everything. Not only is this asking way too much of the player, but it's also really irritating, even if you have a guide. I wasn't about to play Leaf Forest 90 times to solidify the best route through the place, but imagine way back when this game released, there probably weren't any really accessible guides. I couldn't even get through Sky Canyon when I was a kid, let alone search through the entire thing with a metal detector. Honestly, when you're zipping through these levels on a normal playthrough, you might not even realize you're collecting these things, you go by them so quickly. I never thought I'd say this, but at least in Sonic Unleashed, where collecting stupid arbitrary medals is also necessary to finish the game, you have the Werehog segments that are slowed the heck down, so you can actually see these things coming. This is like trying to collect every medal in the daytime stages, except worse, because you can't die, and there's 7 of them. And that's precisely the last time I'll ever give Unleashed any sort of compliment. So you get yourself your 7 special rings, you beat the stage, and bam bam, anger and ham, you find yourself in a special stage. I'd be confident in saying that these are probably the easiest special stages in the entire series, though I can't say that for sure because I only really played the first one. It's not a half pipe, and it's not a rotating maze, it's just a giant flat playground full of rings, and Zero from Sonic Adventure. Just pick up the amount of rings it tells you to at the top while fighting against the super awkward controls, and you get your shiny rock. They needlessly overcomplicated these things this time, and never having played Sonic Advance 3, I'm really hoping that they figured it out. 3rd time's the charm, right? Once you've got all 7 of your emeralds as Sonic, and rebeat the XX zone, you're treated to a nice scene of some invisible force using the power of Suck to nab yet more animals, and Cream's mom again. The squad rallies up, and seeing Cream cry in front of him, Sonic decides that enough is enough, and he transforms into Super Sonic and flies off. And finally, it's the true conclusion. True Area 53. What does that even mean? What is that name? I bet Eggman named this place. And speaking of Eggman, he then rides up in his brand spanking new True Area 53 boss, or as I like to call it, the Egg Chameleon, and the fight begins. It's definitely more of a supersonic fight than the last game had, at least. Supersonic actually flies around this time, and the goal is to smack these rockets into Eggman's noggin. Eggman will attack you with an ice beam and a suck attack. Just be careful though, because if you get hit by the ice beam, I'm not convinced there's a way to get out. Sonic shimmies a little bit, but no amount of button mashing I did ever spared him the suck. Oh, and if you get caught by the suck attack, it sucks away your rings, and then spits Sonic out squeaky clean, but usually a lot less alive than he was before. Once you're done humoring Eggman, he drops a capsule and it falls down to the earth below. Sonic desperately tries to stop it, but disaster strikes as he reverts back into regular Sonic right as Vanilla and all the flickies are released. Thankfully, there were no land animals in the capsule, or else Sonic would have had to choose who lived and died, and I really don't think that's his call to make. Sonic grabs Vanilla in the nick of time, spins around, landing on his feet like the cat he is, and that's game. What's that? Amy Rose is playable too? Oh, I guess she didn't get the memo about the dang world ending, so she just stayed home. She does decide to show herself, though, after you collect all 7 emeralds with all 4 characters, and you know what, Amy, I like you, but I'm sorry, you ain't worth it. Speaking of characters, though, I figured I'd at least go over a few things before we wrap up. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles are pretty much the same as they were in Advance, with the exception of the new trick moves and Sonic's buffed air dash. Cream, being a totally new character, comes with a totally new moveset. Using her friend Cheese, she can quite literally cheese the game. Look at my time in Sonic's XX Zone, compared to Cream's. 2 minutes! And that's because all you gotta do when fighting these bosses is mash the B button like there's no tomorrow, and even the mightiest warriors will crumble before you. Cream can also fly, and do the flight cancel that Tails lacks. Sure, she can't fly for as long as Tails, but honestly, all her other benefits far exceed anything Tails can do, so just play as Cream. And then there is Amy, if you can manage to unlock her, or just use a 100% save file like I did. And she's totally different from her previous appearance in Sonic Advance, which is nice. She still uses her hammer for a variety of different attacks, but now she has a spin dash and can curl into a ball, which is a welcomed addition, especially if they're gonna make you suffer when trying to unlock her. And we have one last unlockable in the form of the Tiny Chow Garden, this time not available from the start for whatever reason. To unlock it, you need to grab yourself the 7 emeralds as just one character and finish the game. Still not worth it. Just play Advance 1 if you want the Chow stuff. One year after Advance 2, we didn't actually get Sonic Advance 3 like people were probably expecting. We instead got Sonic Battle, which is exactly what it sounds like, a Sonic fighting game for the GBA. This game takes on a weird isometric point of view, and the characters are able to run around a variety of 3D battlefields while they're duking it out. Since it's on the GBA, you also have the ability to take the fight to your friends if you've got link cables, which in this day and age, I don't, so I won't be experiencing that. Or any of the weird minigames that are included. Not like I care though, because this game boasts quite the beefy story mode. Right off the bat, we've got a generous selection of characters. We've got Sonic, and Sonic, and Sonic, and Sonic, and Sonic. Yeah, the choice is pretty hard, but let's just go with good old Sonic the Hedgehog. But before we do that though, can I just compliment the art style? Like, holy heck, dude, I don't know what it is about all these sharp edges, but this is a very aesthetically pleasing game. We begin the tale with Eggman slapping his new TV remote and then dumping it on Emerald Beach for being a hunk of junk. Sonic then shows up and notices a robot that he assumes to be one of Eggman's and doesn't immediately destroy it, which is kinda strange, but this leads to the robot asking Sonic to
show me what you got!
Sonic, his best friend the mouse cursor, and the robot then head off to find Tails to see if he can figure out what makes the robot tick. I wonder if this is Tails' house. Nah. Now this looks more like where Tails would live. But really, is Tails seriously as narcissistic as the protagonists from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Outside of Tails' house, Sonic runs into his old friend Shadow and they play a good old game of let's beat each other up for old time's sake. This is your first taste of how the battles in this game work. Upon starting a battle or respawning, you're able to select an attack for the ground and an attack for the air. Depending on which you select, your special moves will be slightly different. These specials can be used with the R button, but your main source of violence will come from the B button. B is your basic punch attack, and repeatedly pressing it will bring out your standard combo. You can also hold the direction towards your foe and press the B button for a heavy attack. Good luck lining those up, though. On the other hand, holding the direction away from your foes and pressing the B button launches them into the air, which you can then deliver a swift air attack by pressing the B button after jumping. If you tap the D-pad in any direction twice, you get a quick little dash move that can get you across the stage pretty quickly, and pressing B during this gives you another little quick attack. After jumping, if you hit the A button again, you can use an alternate jumping action, so Sonic, for example, has his little air dash, Tails can fly, stuff like that. When you're on the ground again, if you hold the L button, you first get a block, and then you begin to heal. Keep in mind, every single character has a different healing rate, and it also fills up this bar on top of the health bar, which I don't know if it's like a focus meter, but once that's completely filled up, oh baby, the next special move you send out is an insta-kill. Just make sure to make use of those things, because they can be really, really useful in this game for things I'll mention in just a minute. Back to the story though, Shadow pieces out and Tails emerges from his house. Gee, thanks a lot for the assist, buddy, I really appreciate it. And you wonder why I believe you belong in the doghouse. Sonic then heads down to the beach because he swears he saw a fan-favorite character chilling out, and lo and behold, it's Rouge the Bat. Sonic automatically believes that Rouge is there because she's looking for a date. Shippers use that in any way you see fit. We then learn that Rouge would really hate Disneyland, and then the two get into a fight. If you can even call it that. Rouge doesn't give up quite that easily, though, and she challenges Sonic once again. And here lies my problem with this game. You see, in Sonic Battle, their idea of making the game longer is forcing you to redo almost every single fight twice. Basically, it goes like this. Alright, Sonic. I think you're a big dumb idiot and that robot should be hanging out with me, not you. Ha! You wish, Shadow! They fight and then Shadow dusts himself off. Not bad, Sonic. But could you do that again, except now I have 5 lives instead of 3? Haha, yeah, bring it wait, what? Then they fight again, and then the story progresses. And I'm not even over-exaggerating here. This is the game. Each of these stories lasts like an hour-ish, and that's because of all this dang padding. Guys, this is a handheld game. I didn't need it to be on par with the length of a console title. Just give me the harder versions of the fight right off the bat and leave it at that. Well, anyway, Sonic trounces Rouge twice, and then heads back to Tails, where the Fox has learned more about their new metal friend. Tails gets Sonic to assault the robot a little bit, and we finally see the robot's true potential. This robot is able to copy moves and abilities from people it fights. Yeah, only someone with a pretty high IQ could pull that one off. Oh, and the kicker is, if they feed this thing enough Chaos Emeralds, it can increase its overall functionality. Oh yeah, because that was such a great idea the first time a Chaos-powered creature rolled around, right? Sonic and Tails then beat the shit out of the robot, which Sonic now calls Emerald, for, you know, training purposes. And then when they're done with that, they go over to the beach and do the exact same thing. I mean, hey, maybe they forgot about the first time on their way over, who knows? And it's at this point we learn of the other vital mechanic to this game, equipping Emerald with new abilities. So basically on the overworld, if you hit the R button, you'll see this menu where you can find all the moves he's copied. You can equip the moves if you have enough skill points for them, which you also gain from fighting battles or receiving Chaos Emeralds. Now in the beginning, Emerald starts off as a pretty garbage character. He mimics Sonic's moves except 10 times slower, and his specials hardly do anything. It's honestly pretty pathetic. But with enough time, your Emerald can go from this to this. Yeah, it's pretty great, especially if you use cheat codes to unlock everything and give yourself 999 skill points. The trio then sets off to see Knuckles, but before they reach him, oh my god, look! It's Gamma! He's back! Let's beat the shit out of him! Honestly, that's really just what this game boils down to. See friend, beat them senseless. Doesn't matter who it is. Oh, hey Cream! How's your mother? But back to the important characters, this isn't the real Gamma, of course, because he's long dead. Afterwards, they come across Knuckles, who decides to punch first and ask questions later. Big surprise. Next up is the Fox's story. Tails wants to learn why Sonic likes Emerald a lot more than him, so he takes him to the lab where they learn that Emerald is a lot more competent than your average fox. Tails also learns that Emerald is an ancient robot called a Gizoid, and our old buddy Gerald Robotnik was actually doing experiments on our good fellow here, and then he mysteriously went missing, leading us to believe that Emerald might have unalived him. So that's like mostly good news, right? Tails also then stumbles upon Gamma again, and he desperately tries to talk to him, which just tugs on the old heartstrings. And speaking of the old heartstrings, after giving Emerald the Chaos Emerald back in Sonic's story, he ends up repeating words that people say, kinda like a parrot. I gotta tell you, this guy's really growing on me. I sure hope nothing bad happens to him. Our friendly neighborhood Batgirl takes the spotlight next. Rouge, doing some government snooping as usual, learns about the Gizoid. She confronts Eggman about it, and he's already yeeted that thing out of his base for being useless. I'm sorry, could someone please draw the purest robot lad making friends with crabs? This is of the utmost importance, I assure you. Later on that day, we get some weird fanfiction stuff. Tails makes the mistake of calling Emerald Sonic's baby, and Amy takes this way too literally. She thinks Sonic is getting ready to settle down or something like that, and she proclaims herself as Emerald's mother. Yeah, okay, whatever. Rouge then steps in, tells Amy to
get some help.
And then she takes off with Emerald. Emerald receives another Emerald from Rouge, and then Sonic returns to pick up his son from daycare. Moving on, Knuckles wants nothing more than just to train Emerald to be the best he can be. Quite the wholesome mission, my friend. Knuckles and Emerald go on a hunt for the fake emeralds that Eggman created, and Knuckles accidentally teaches the youngin' how to trash talk. This game, man, if it wasn't tedious as hell, it'd be one of my favorite Sonic games for the writing alone. Now for the most frightening character in battle, we've got Amy Rose. Never attempt to separate a mother from her child, let's just say that. Should we be worried about that? Amy just really wants to take care of this robot because she really cares about him, and that's what her story boils down to. Eventually, they find Cream and Cheese, and she spouts the biggest lie I've ever heard. Now, Cream trains the robot. Sure. I mean, she is one of the most powerful beings alive thanks to her little blue demon. But I mean, hey, I guess she was actually telling the truth because she did retire from her life of vigilantism since she's truly a pacifist now. She stands by and lets Emerald do all the work, and she even reacts negatively to Emerald beating the tar out of all the fakes. Emerald stops fighting so he doesn't upset Cream anymore and he almost dies, but this propels Cream out of retirement and she lays the smackdown on fake Gamma. So not only do we see Emerald grow here, but so does Cream. Ain't it funny how these things work out? And finally, it's time for everyone's favorite Edgy Hedgy because he's feeling a little left out. So now he goes on to have his own fun adventure with Emerald. In his story, he finds out that Emerald was also associated with Gerald Robotnik, except he's way older. In my mind, this effectively makes Emerald Shadow's big brother. How sweet. Shadow doesn't see it my way though, because he's prepared to destroy Emerald to prevent catastrophe. It's one living weapon versus another in his eyes. Shadow's purpose is to protect the world, and Emerald's primary function is to rain down destruction unlike the world has ever seen. According to Rouge though, this can be changed. Sonic urges Emerald to go with Shadow to find out who he truly is, and with that, Emerald and Shadow head off to parts unknown. Or the same places you've already gone several times throughout the game, whatever, I'm not counting. Rouge, Shadow, and Emerald discover the special phrase that will free Emerald from his destiny, and after he absorbs the last Emerald, Shadow gives him one last command. Gizoid, bring hope to humanity. Emerald snaps right out of his funk and goes back to his cheery self. Our boy is free from the threat of Eggman, and he's now his own bot. The two duke it out one last time, and then Emerald delivers a heartfelt thank you to everyone who helped him along the way. Shadow scoffs at this and takes off, clearly not willing to show how happy he is over how this whole situation played out. I don't know, I can't take much more of this, guys. This writing has the ability to leave me in stitches, or rip out the stitches of wounds barely healed from the past. There is no in-between. And now Emerald gets his own story too! Oh my god, I'm so proud of him, you guys! We start off with Eggman plotting something, which leaves me with a bad feeling. A very bad feeling. Knuckles alerts everyone that chaos has appeared, and that's an even worse sign, though you are able to fight him and get some pretty rad moves for Emerald, so I guess it's not all that bad. The gang then decides that Emerald should be the one to head up and take on Eggman once and for all, so he teleports to the Death Egg and sees Eggman, who might have glued himself to the floor or something. Eggman is eager to fight Emerald, but once he gets his butt kicked, twice, as usual, he pleads for forgiveness. Emerald, being the nice guy he is, thanks Eggman for waking him up so that he was able to live the life he's been living with all his friends. Oh my god, Sega, please don't do this. Eggman then blows up some stars, forcing Emerald to absorb so much energy that his original programming takes over. Emerald cries out in pain to Sonic, Shadow, and Amy as Eggman attempts to form a link with him. Unfortunately for everyone, Emerald doesn't listen and takes control of the final Egg Blaster and aims it at the Earth. Sonic and the gang attempt to use the Master Emerald to stop him, but it shatters and the only choice they have is to fight. Tails warns Sonic that with this much energy coursing through him, if he sustains enough damage, he might be destroyed. But with no choice left, Sonic and Emerald launch into the final battle. After a very tough match, Emerald regains control over himself, just in time to feel the pain again. As he comes to, he sees Sonic and barely is able to choke out the question that single-handedly destroyed my heart far more than any final Egg Blaster ever could. Sonic does what anyone trying to comfort a dying man would do and give them hope, but Emerald knows. Sonic, not being used to all this doom and gloom, desperately tries to tell him that this isn't the end, and he tells them that they'll go back to the Earth where everyone is waiting for them. They'll all play and fight and just enjoy life like before, as Emerald slowly vanishes from sight. So small recap here. Sonic Team had us find the robot equivalent of a baby. The entire cast gets to know him and love this robot. They teach him about friendship and family and love, and he even manages to shake off his programming, the veritable blood in his veins, to become his own unique person. And after all that, they make us stare into our perfect robotic son's terrified eyes as he asks Sonic, his closest friend and father figure, if he's going to die. I'm just gonna say it right now, guys. This might be one of my all-time saddest video game deaths, and it comes from a Sonic the Hedgehog spin-off game. Who was the evil man that thought this was okay? Shadow recalls that that's part of Gerald's programming. Should a weapon go out of control, it will terminate itself. And he actually seems pretty broken up about it. In fact, everyone is really broken up about this. But Sonic reminds them all that Emerald will still be with them, as a single Chaos Shard floats down towards them. And then Tails, with the last heartfelt speech of the game, pipes up. Someday, if this world finally knows true peace, if this world no longer needs weapons or wars, if we can make this world a truly peaceful place when we're older, if we can make a world where there's only laughter, do you think we'll be able to play with Emerald again? Sonic thinks so. And that's where Sonic Battle ends off. Jeez. Quite the downer, but wow, was the writing something. Like, the writing is better in this spin-off than it has any right to be, but I'm completely okay with that. And I just gotta say, I love Eggman as a villain and as a character, but this game makes me remember why I can't ever forgive him for the things he's done. This is the closest thing I can think of to pure evil that we've gotten from this man. Sure, he's done some bad things, he's resurrected ancient deities, he's blown the planet apart, he's kidnapped people, whatever. But his interactions with Emerald and Gemerald in Sonic Advance 3 and Sonic Battle, they're just unforgivable, I'm sorry. Now, the game might be a slog sometimes, and I don't exactly know if I can recommend it, even if the battles can be sort of fun on occasion, but the thing I recommend at least is that you find some way to experience the entire story. You won't regret getting to know this amazing character that really deserves a chance to come back someday. Let's talk about pinball! The Sonic and Pinball are lifelong friends at this point, but they're the kind of lifelong friends that you want to separate during group projects, because when they're together, they cause natural disasters. Sonic Spinball for the Game Gear did offer a unique spin on pinball, but I wasn't really a huge fan of it back when I tried it in that other video. So now, you know, there's a bunch of people that have been commenting about this for a while now. We're gonna be looking at Sonic Pinball Party for the GBA, and, I like it. If you were out here looking for a Sonic Spinball sequel, one, why would you be doing that? And two, this ain't it. From my experience, this game's a lot more like Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire, which is a game I actually enjoyed a lot as a kid, so Pinball Party was looking less and less abysmal and boring by the second. I actually played this one for half an hour, and that doesn't sound like a long time, but that's actually pretty impressive for my tiny lizard attention span. No offense to any lizards that have large attention spans. I think the main reason this occupied my time for so long was because I would look through things it had to offer, and it kept surprising me. Like, for instance, I had no idea this game had a tiny Chow Garden, and it even has a nice little new minigame that I think is more fun than any of the other minigames in the series. And also, this isn't just a Sonic game, apparently it is also a Knights game, and the Saba de Amigo game. And, I don't know, it feels more like a Sega Pinball Party to me, but I guess Sega had to put Sonic's name up front to sell copies. Sort of like I have to do with every single video I upload. This game also has a story mode, and I kid you not, my first thought was, is this game gonna have a better plot than Sonic Forces? And while the answer is no, I still did get a lot of laughs out of the dialogue here. I mean, like, we are playing pinball, it's not an MMA match. This is what took up a majority of my playtime for the game, because I was really interested to see what would happen, even if it was some real bare-bones stuff. I really wanted to see some Knights characters pop up, but as soon as I lost a match to Tails, which was very insulting to my intelligence and overall abilities, I decided that I would move on. What this boils down to is just pinball with some extra bells and whistles, but those bells and whistles were enough to appeal to my little smooth brain. For example, the Sonic boards have a whole bunch of things that you can interact with, such as little Chow eggs that you can hatch and evolve as you keep landing in their spots. You can get into boss fights with Dr. Robotnik, and then once you beat Dr. Robotnik, it transitions to the next stage of the game. So, like, you go from Neo South Island to the next one that I don't remember the name of because I don't care enough. My personal favorite would have to be the Knights board. I don't know why I have such a fascination with Knights after only playing the game like one time, but like seeing it again, except in like GBA style and hearing the music, it is something special. And much like the Sonic Advance board, you have a whole bunch of little things to do, including, in this one, you need to free the 5 idea orbs from the idea capture, just like in the actual Nights into Dreams. And once you do that, you're transported to a boss arena where you have to perform paraloops with your pinball around Gilwing. I bet you can't say paraloops, pinball, whatever the hell I just said 5 times fast. There's no way. The last board I saw when I was playing was the Samba de Amigo board, which is based off of a game that I have played one time. And let me tell you, it is interesting. Like, there's no boss fight, but there is this rhythm game that went on for a lot longer than I was expecting. And while it did yield a lot of points, I kind of would have preferred to just, like, I don't know, throw maracas at, like, a giant banana that was trying to kill me or something. That would have been more fun. Yeah, don't ever let me be in control of any Sega franchise, because I will just resort to making giant things try to kill other things. The music was pretty good, though, on, like, all 3 boards. Like, I love the Sonic Advance sound font, and, I mean, hearing Knights music in Sonic Advance style? Like, yeah, I'd die for more of that. And, of course, there's also a Supersonic Racing remix, and I had to turn the game off, because I was like, holy moly, they're going to try and get me to love pinball by using things that aren't pinball. I gotta get out of here. It sure has been a long time in the making, but here it is, Sonic Advance 3 hot off the presses. Or should I say, red hot off the presses.
Every second of this is going to be painful, isn't it?
Man, I don't know. Maybe now's not the right time for the Sonic Advance 3 video. I could always probably push it off a little bit longer.
Oh no you don't. We've been planning this collab for over a year now. I am not going to let you torture these people any longer.
But it is so fun.
How's that for torture?
Alright, fine. I assume you're ready to go then. Hello everybody, I'm Garrulous64.
And I'm Red Hot Sonic.
Coming off of Advance 2, some things in this game might confuse you, since much like a certain other series, if you only play the numbered entries, it's only the tip of the iceberg. In the interim between Sonic Advance 2 and Advance 3, a little game called Sonic Battle happened, and if you caught my review of that, you'd know that the story is the main reason to play it in the first place. I won't go too in-depth about it here, but the gist is Sonic and Co. meet a wonderful, perfect robotic angel, they raise him, teach him how to be his own person, and he basically becomes best friends with everyone, including Shadow and Rouge. And then, Dr. Eggman forces his base programming back to the surface, and Sonic has to fight Emerald to the death, lest the world be put in peril, the likes of which it had never seen before. So after building up this wonderful character and having him form unbreakable bonds with the cast, he's gone. And at least in my eyes, it's one of the saddest moments this series has to offer. And then, just like in Adventure 2, where Eggman flaunts the corpse of Gamma around like it ain't no thing, the good doctor shows up to the party with this new robot, Gemerald, who, if you didn't notice, bears a striking resemblance to our dearly departed friend. Eggman went and built a new robot using the data that Emerald acquired during his brief life, and now he's using that against all the people he cared about, aside from Shadow and Rouge, since they decided to conveniently not show up for this outing. Kind of a missed opportunity, in my opinion. So yeah, it's times like these where I'm reminded that Eggman is a heinous psychopath that has no problem ripping out the hearts of his foes and dancing on them as they watch.
Meh, don't worry, because except for the mini battles with the cyborg, he doesn't pose too much of a threat in the main story. And when I say story, I mean there really isn't much of a plot. Eggman has an emerald, Sonic and Tails do not like that one bit, the duo runs into action while showing a bit too much of their behind, and stops the madman from acquiring the ultimate power. Done. So, how does the adventure begin? Well, with the introduction to a hub world, of course. Now, I'm not a fan of hub worlds. I rather just get straight to the point as it does in prior advanced games, but it's not too hard to navigate the locations of the acts. These areas exist because you can find portals to mini-games, or if you're lucky, a missing Chow, but we'll get to that later. The mini-games consist of destroying badniks or opening egg prisons as fast as you can. It's just an opportunity to possess more lives for your main journey. There's a big ring located at the entrance of each hub world, which gives you the freedom to check your progress, such as how many chows or emeralds you've collected. You also get to change your characters here. Note, I said characters, as this game introduces a tag team feature. Firstly, pick the protagonist you want to control, and then a sidekick to aid you in multiple ways. And this isn't simply a follower like the classic days, each partner has their unique uses.
If you pair up Sonic and Tails, Sonic plays exactly like he should, and the opposite is also true for Tails. The problems arise when you pair up Sonic with literally anyone else. Instead of just changing the special action like they should have done, the main character's moveset changes in its entirety. If you pair up Sonic and Amy, Sonic looks all upset on the character select screen, but it's not because he has to hang out with Amy, it's actually because he becomes just as terrible as Amy was in Sonic Advance 1. And on the flip side, Amy actually gets better if she's the primary character in the pair, so honestly, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Not gonna mince words here, the only pair worth playing as is Sonic and Tails, and everyone else is either terrible or unnecessary.
I have a feeling you're going to get some comments about that one.
Another great example of this is if Red and I were selected as a pair, he might be able to make more puns than normal, but he also might lose 90% of his attention span.
What?
Hey, don't worry about it.
Depending on your sidekick, your main player can do different techniques while airborne by tapping the R button. They can perform a swirl boost, a slam attack, or a desperate grab for more airtime. You can perform these off of springs, from launchers, and you can even do this in multiplayer.
Red, wait, think about the repercussions of
Whoa! Did that actually work?
Do you have any idea how expensive a plane ticket home is going to be? Speaking of the multiplayer, this game joins the rank of the Sonic games that allow a second player to join in on the action. More impressive than that though, this is the only title I know of that actually gives player 2 their own screen, much like Sonic 4 Episode 2 should have done, since what's the point of having official online multiplayer and 2 screens if you don't use both screens? questionable decisions, thy name is Sega.
And now that you know how the game plays, what do you say we discuss the stages we'll be attempting within Sonic Advance 3?
Alright, cool, great idea. Why don't you go ahead and start us off?
Oh, great, thanks. Trust you to give me the... Wait, this isn't a Green Hill lookalike. We've been honoured with a totally original level? It's a miracle! We've been thrown into a city which appears to be under construction given the amount of girders, corkscrews, pulleys and hazardous blocks about. Even the grind rail appeals to the aesthetics, which while we're here, you can now start to scrape along these bars from any point along its path, rather than being forced to start from the beginning. While there are definitely plenty of chances for platforming, a lot of speed can be picked up within this stage, giving you the feeling that this is a Sonic game indeed. This zone has a lot of wide open areas too, to demonstrate that the physics have been tweaked since its precursor. Compared to that, air resistance has been dramatically decreased, which at first, it did throw me off, but I got used to it pretty quickly, and I actually ended up appreciating it. I was speeding along these acts without much issue, and then I got to the boss act, which consists of a very easy battle with Jamal, as he hasn't learned a damn thing yet. And then you get to the main event, Dr. Eggman. Pretty easy stuff. He tries to slam you, you move as he's about to attack, slap him a few times, he's toast.
Wow, Red, your footage looks really good. What emulator are you using?
Emulator? This is real hardware, mate. Well, technically, using the Game Boy player with Extreme's interface, captured 6 times its native resolution at an integer scale, while using my Game Boy Advance as the controller, this is the ultimate way to enjoy any Game Boy Advance game. How about you, Garrulous?
MGBA? Dips must have really gotten an earful about their lack of fulfilling the Green Hill quota in Sonic Advance 2, so here we are in Sunset Hill Zone. Not sure if it's Green Hill when the sun's getting ready for a snooze, or a totally different location that perpetually exists at sunset, but we do get a bumpin' remix of the original Green Hill theme that only gets better as the acts go on. It's in this stage that the signature Dimp's Bottomless Pit obsession returns in full force.
There's a lot of pits here, so
Oh good.
beware. What did I just
I
say?
found one!
What did I just say?
I hate this!
That's one for the bloopers.
God. And I think my thoughts while playing the game sum up my feelings towards this pretty well. Like, after playing Mania, like a really solid 2D Sonic game, like, seeing so many bottomless pits in older Sonic games is just real sad. There are plenty ways to punish the player for messing up aside from straight up killing them.
Again, that's your own fault.
Why is there a pit there, though? After all, wasn't that the point of the lower paths in the classic Sonic games? Other than the pits, this stage reinforces the, for lack of a better term, weird level design. After playing this whole thing, it sort of feels like a fusion of Advance 1 and Advance 2, which makes it really hard for it to stand on its own, and it ends up feeling awkward as a result. At the end of Act 3, Gemerald squares up again, and the battle is almost exactly the same, aside from it getting a little bit harder. Get used to this setup since you'll be refighting this guy a ton. Not sure why he's in Act 3 this time though, since usually he's in the boss act. After taking out your frustrations on that faker, Knuckles drops down from the nest he no doubt built himself in the palm trees right above the battlefield and decides that now it's time to help. Thanks for stepping in when we needed you most, pal. Now the real boss of this zone seems like it wouldn't be too much trouble. Tails, did you get that ring? No? Okay, we're dead.
Nope, you're dead.
Yeah, we're dead.
I mean, go Garrulous, I have complete faith in you. You're dead.
I was like,
Nice
he's gonna
one.
come charging down any second now. Here
I
he
saw
comes.
that coming.
Unless, of course, you're me, in which case, you got no chance. In actuality, though, it's easy to bully the heck out of this boss, and it poses virtually no threat whatsoever. Alright, Red, tag back in. I really think we're on a roll with this one.
Well, I'm not sure how we managed to roll into Eggman's ocean base, but I don't appreciate being unfairly squished within 30 seconds of playtime. Then we have the Sandopolis Sandfalls to climb. I'm not going to lie, I'm not fond of this stage. There are too many chances of getting flattened, and a fair few waiting games to play on these scripted platforms. While I admit there are some locations to have a good run, the pace has conclusively dropped from here. It's all touch and go. With the slides and even water being present, this place is just too dreary for me. I know, that's the point within Eggman Space, and I have no complaints at the graphical presentation, but I just wanted to get out of here. When you do get to the scientist, I don't get his plan here. He hovers over you and then drops down to say hi, where you get to hit him. That's it. On the odd occasion, he'll close his claws and produce a hurtful wave along the floor, but he didn't do that once when I went against him. I guess the RNG was on my side. If I can give one positive note, the music to this level is bumping, especially Act 2. I could listen to that with my earphones all day.
Yeah, hi, this is what it's like for a first-time player. Just gonna drop this right here real quick. Oh. Jesus, Dip, stop! Come on! I can only take so much of this stuff!
You were just begging to
God,
get
are you
squished.
fucking kidding me, dude? I can't believe what just happened! That was like 3 close calls in a row! I don't know what my thought process was, but they sure do toy with you in this game, and oh, actually, that's a really great segue. Toy Kingdom feels like they wanted to do Music Plant again, except they forgot to make it fun. It's a mess of weird gimmicks, bottomless pits, blocks that'll crush your dreams, and tails, and these elephant slides. Wait, so if I just let it go, it just does it?
Yeah.
Dude, this is
Good boy,
fucking
good
stupid!
boy. Good boy.
They really liked these elephant slides. Visually, of course, it's a great change of pace from the last 2 zones, but gameplay is the thing that matters most to me, and it was slow and boring with only occasional glimpses of fun buried behind confusing level design and gimmick overload. I think that sentence actually describes how I feel about a majority of the game now that I think about it. The boss of this zone is one of those things that I won't soon forget, but not because it was a good time. Please stop. Are you? Why is there a pit there? You've gotta be fucking kidding me.
Get to the boss. Nice.
Look at him looking at me. He's like, oh, it worked. I might make a save state here so I don't have to get the game over again.
Oh no!
I don't want...
Yeah, make save states. Do yourself a favor. Make save states.
I'm gonna cry. On the contrary, the Jack-in-the-Box boss is at least unique, if you think recycling the Ghost Pot boss from Yoshi's Island is unique, that is. Every time you hit it, it gets pushed backwards until it falls into the pit on the other side of the arena. The problem I had with this one was more of a personal issue. It was just taking too long, so I'd get impatient and then end up getting myself killed in stupid ways. I hope so.
You absolute plonker.
I thought I had a lot more space than that. This is one of those instances where it's definitely not a bad boss fight, I'm just a bad player. That's not to say that the game doesn't have some questionable design choices though, specifically with badnik placement. I'm sure Red Hot Sonic has something to say about that.
Chill out, G. Let's cool things down as we talk about, good lord, what is happening here? It's Twinkle Snow, of course, with the Northern Lights putting on a show. While the foreground has more crystallized stones and ice blocks about more than snow, I didn't find this stage to be all that bad. It relieves all the frustration I've had up until now with its calming yet upbeat music. Though momentum has also picked up here, while still balancing the number of rails, dash hoops and platforms. Oh, and there's water. Again. I really did not enjoy that badnik placement while I was trying to gasp for air. Thanks for that! I don't ever remember these bad enemy placements 16 years ago. And then there's the boss. Now, the premise is very simple. Climb the tower and make the platforms bonk Eggman on the noggin, all while very occasionally avoiding the good old spike ball on a chain move. Classic. There's just one tiny issue here. Make one mistake and you're dead. The bottomless pit is always under you.
This boss cost me 20 minutes of my life, and then I watched Red beat it first try in less than 30 seconds. I know we previously established that I'm bad at this game, but this boss still sucks, and I am not budging on that one. No, Sonic, please! I was so close! And another thing, I love it when Sonic Team brings in these cyber aesthetic levels, but this has to be one of the worst looking ones by far. The foreground is passable, it just really looks like a generic techno level, but the background doesn't even look finished. Or actually, it looks like if I scanned it with a barcode reader. Huh, who would have thought? Not me, I totally love this game. As a first-time player, this stage was the only instance where I actually changed my character combination. Using Tails and Sonic, I tried to make the stage as easy as I could for myself, but thanks to its slow gimmicks and confusing design, yet again, it still took forever to get through. You just get thrown around the stage using these futuristic Donkey Kong Country barrels so often that none of the level leaves an impact, and it's always hard to tell where you're supposed to go next. Also, there's a bit here with these moving platforms that you need to activate and keep track of, and all I could think of was that one level from Super Mario World, and it wasn't even a good level in that game, so not an awesome place to draw inspiration from. And the boss? Oh my god, the boss. It reminds me a little bit of the first boss of the old and inferior Crash Bandicoot 4, where you had to hit the stones so they'd attack Crunch. Except in this fight, you only need to reflect one back at the Mad Doctor to deal damage. The problem with that is, he moves just fast enough so that you have to dance revolution around the entire platform like an idiot hoping to get a hit on him. These platforms on the sides might also get you killed because of your partner too, since if you stand on them for a second, they plunge you into the pit below, and your partner can also trigger them. I had a heart attack because of this when I finally beat the boss, since I landed on one of the platforms, and I'll just let this clip speak for itself. No, please, don't, please don't, please don't, please do not die, please, Ugh. The amount of stress this game gave me during my playthrough is ludicrous. But as we've seen, this game can either be your angle or your devil, but in this case, I guess it'd be your chaotic angle. God, I'm so tired of it. Red, just talk about this so it can be done. I'm sick of this game's bullshit.
Ah, my favourite zone. Why, you ask? I don't know actually, but I loved it back in the day that I even put it in my own ROM hack, Sonic 2 Recreation. I even mimicked the Act 3 travel platform, which I still love that idea to this day. As long as you know when to jump, you'll be alright.
Yet another Mario-y gimmick tossed into the game. I'm pretty sure they used this trope at least one time in every single new Super Mario Bros. Game.
Nonetheless, it's a welcome relief over Act 1 and 2 to be honest. Oh goodness, Act 1 and 2. Prepare to go up, down and all around with plenty of hazards, stupid badnik regions, multiple crushing walls, collapsing platforms, death pits, it's all here folks. And you'll be experiencing this for around 5 minutes on both acts. Joyful. These ancient ruins will give newcomers nightmares for weeks. But yet again, all is forgiven for its kick-ass melody, especially Act 3 with its tempo and bass. It's serious stuff. The boss here has changed its hitbox and is the only boss where you actually have to hit Jamerl to cause damage. Doing so will fling Eggman to the spikes hidden off screen. It took me a while to figure that out, but otherwise it's pretty easy. Right, Garrulous?
Yeah, I totally didn't have trouble with this one too. I'm at least glad that they ditched the constantly moving bosses from SA2 for these stationary ones, but damn, first time through, they are less than a doozy. Watching Red play this game makes it very clear he's played it dozens of times before, because every issue I'm seeing as a new player is almost non-existent. But my stance on that is if I didn't enjoy it the first time, I'm not going to waste more time playing it so that I can get good. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. The game should have just been designed better, like, you feel it? And that's all the levels, and I wish we were done, but we're not because Chaos Emeralds. But Dylan, I hear you say, I haven't seen a single special spring, medal, or anything. How do you access the special stages this time? Well, dear viewer, I am so sorry to have to deliver the bad news, so I won't, and instead I'll let Red Hot Sonic from the past do it. Can't blame me now.
You gotta find all the chow. There's 3 in each act. Act 3 and 1, 3 and 2, 3 and 3. And then there's 1 in the warp room. Once you get all 10, then you got to do any other act again, find the key. Then once you grab the key, you go into the warp room and you find the spring, which unlocks the spring, and then you try the special stages. It's the shittest way I've ever done it. You thought Sonic Fans 2 was bad for getting the special stages, they just made it even worse. Didn't they?
I can't believe what you just said just now. That sounds
I hope you
bonkers.
recorded my voice. Just put that in there as it is.
Now, I don't think I need to tell you why that's stupid, but I will anyway. First off, if you don't find the levels enjoyable, you're not going to want to look high and low for these little lost smurfs. Second of all, there are way too many chow to find on top of having to find the key afterwards. Third, the game doesn't tell you how to do this, and I know the classic games don't fill you in on this either, but with this many steps, there should definitely have been something in-game to explain it to you without having to check the manual. And finally, the only thing you get for this is access to the final boss and this little pointless Chow Garden-like area where you can see all the Chow you found. It's not worth it. This game is just a giant medley of terrible decisions, and I'm sorry if you don't like hearing that, but I don't understand how they could have been this obtuse while designing this game.
Well, if I can say one positive, is that once you found a Chow, he's yours for good. You don't have to find them all in one go, and you can even turn off the handheld and find the rest another day if you like, which means, in a way, it adds more playability to the game. This also applies to the keys. Once you have it, it's yours until you use it. And when you do unlock the spring, you get sent inside some dome arena or something. I don't know. I assume the floor is made of lava also, as your partner will pilot the tornado, while you avoid bombs and collect the specified ring quota to obtain the gem. You know, your typical rule set for Sonic special stages. Find all 7 Chaos Emeralds, and you get to become super annoyed that you still can't be Supersonic in the levels. Was it really worth that effort? Well, if you want the true ending, then that's what you're going to need to do. Jamal learns a thing or two from Knuckles and knocks all of the emeralds out of Sonic's pocket to become Dispenser Jamal. Seriously, I'm not sure what he's meant to be. Sonic then magically tells the emeralds to come back and obtains their positive power to become super, and then he and Eggman form an alliance to give chase. Non-aggression. Quite a suitable name actually, I'll give him that. While Jamal tries to zap and slap you, Sonic charges Eggman's pod with an energy punch to wake up the boss. With his eye wide open, just dash into him with Sonic, and after several hits, Jamal goes down like a bag of sugar.
The fight really wasn't that bad. I always like me a good hero and villain team-up, and this is no exception. Honestly, I hope Eggman was really embarrassed having to work with Sonic like this. Serves him right for flaunting Emerald's doppelganger around like that. After Sonic and Eggman defeat Gemerald, he falls back down to Earth, and something mysterious happens to Sonic. Suddenly, he's back on the planet's surface, totally unconscious, surrounded by his friends. As he wakes up and everyone celebrates, Eggman can be seen flying away in the background. They don't flat out explain what happened, but my theory is that Sonic might have reverted back from his super form early, and being regrettably thankful for Sonic's help in defeating his rogue robot, Eggman delivered him back down to the surface safely before making tracks for his base. I'd say maybe he isn't such a bad guy after all, but he's still responsible for Emerald's death, so I cannot give him a pass.
You're really hung up on that, aren't you?
He was a perfect metal cinnamon roll that did not deserve what he got. At least Gemerald ends up getting reprogrammed by Tails in the end. He's not the same robot he used to be, but perhaps someday Emerald will find his way back. After all, Sega hasn't forgotten about him. He's made appearances in both Archie Sonic and IDW Sonic, and I can already see some of his old self shining through. Now, before we discuss Sonic Jump, let me introduce you to Sonic Jump. If you lived in Japan between the years of 2001 to 2007, you might be familiar with Sega's Sonic Cafe, a phone service that allowed you to access a number of Sonic titles from the comfort of your cell phone. As you might expect, playing anything on a T-Mobile flip phone probably isn't that fun. I can actually vouch a little bit for that, because I had this Spyro game on mine, and while it could have been a lot worse, just try playing a platformer with buttons made for baby ants, I dare you. But that brings us to today's focus. Sonic Jump released in 2005 on Sega Cafe, and 2007 everywhere else under the Sega Mobile brand. To be honest, we got ripped off over here, because Sega Mobile only had like 5 games over the course of 4 years, whereas Sonic Cafe got 37 over 7 years. We may never know the joys found within games like Shadow Shoot, Amy's American Page 1, or Tails Flying Get. Or actually, maybe we will, since you can still emulate all these puppies in glorious 240p, a handful of frames per second. Only the lowest of definitions will do this justice. Back on topic, sorry. There's a lot of history associated with this thing, and it's honestly pretty fun. So Sonic Jump 2005, or Java Jump as I'm going to keep calling it because you play it on Java devices, if you've played the 2012 version, it won't look all that different, gameplay-wise at least. To those with functioning eyeballs, however, you'll notice a striking visual difference. My eyeballs, in particular, jumped for joy when I found out the entire game is styled after Sonic Advance. The arguably greatest sprite style in the entire series. Look, I love the classics, but come on. Where would early Newgrounds Flash animation be without these perfect pixels? Your main goal in this game is still to guide Sonic to the top of the level while racking up points and dodging enemies, but this game also has the added challenge of attempting to reach the goal with at least 50 rings, which nets you a Chaos Emerald Shard. Yeah, imagine that. Java Jump did Chaos Emerald Shards before Sonic Battle. I guess you're called a copy robot for a reason, my friend. Each world contains 3 Chaos Emerald Shards, 1 for each level, and I believe getting all of them unlocks this final world here, but for reasons I'll mention in a bit, I decided to forego that trial. To my utter bewilderment, this game actually has somewhat of a story to it, unlike the 2012 version that just has a few, granted very visually appealing, story scenes. It's about as basic as stories come. Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles realize Eggman is doing a bad thing, so they chase him to the ends of the Earth and then to space just to make him feel bad. There's also something about South America in there. It's kind of weird since they don't ever name drop any other real locations, but I mean, whatever, I can roll with it. The story also shows off these really nice character portraits that, to my knowledge, have never been used in anything else. My favorite thing about these is almost every single one makes the characters look fairly upset and or constipated. It's honestly a shame these are locked in 240p hell for the rest of eternity because they'd make some really great reaction images. When jumping through the stages, you'll encounter self-explanatory things such as springs, rings, and badniks, but you'll also come across these hoops. Some simply grant you extra points, but others, if entered from below, will shoot Sonic upwards, greatly reducing the chances that the controls will mess up and throw Sonic into the unforgiving depths below. You're gonna want to figure these things out because later on in the game, they are absolutely mandatory. That's gotta be my one gripe with this game, though. I don't really know if it was an issue with the emulator or just the game, but every so often my controls would lock up, I'd die, and then I'd have to go all the way back to my last checkpoint. And this game has a live system, so getting a game over because of that stuff? Not exactly my favorite thing in the world. Other than that trivial problem, this game is actually really enjoyable, and I sat down and played through the entire thing while recording footage for this. In fact, I was originally only going to reference this version and then go on with the show, so to speak, but after experiencing it, I felt the need to share the good word of Java Jump while I was at it. It's not really that long, and it's not that challenging until the very end. It's just a very fun little time with some bumpin' tunes and fun level aesthetics. Now, after all that praise, how excited would you be if I said this game got a sequel? And how disappointed would you be if I said that sequel was not worth anything? Aww. Sonic Jump 2 came out in 2008 on the Sega mobile service. Weird tidbit though, never came to Sonic Cafe. Not sure if that shut down before it was made, or if maybe they just rebranded to Sega Mobile over there as well, but y'all didn't miss out on much if you didn't get it. Sonic Jump 2 is Sonic Jump, except they took the story out of it. Not gonna lie to you guys, I played this for 6 minutes and then gave up on it. And also, psych, you've been looking at Sonic Jump 1 footage again, and I bet you didn't even notice. The only thing that would have tipped me off is that the only version I could find was entirely in Portuguese, but it's not like it matters since we ain't seen Constipated Eggman today. And the absolute best part about this copy and paste game was that IGN rated the original Jump a 5 and Jump 2 a 7. And frankly, that concerns me, because 5 is only 0.2 points away from Sonic 06, and 7 is the exact same rating they gave Sonic Mania. So, since they're pretty much the same, do we add both scores up? Is this actually the highest rated game in both recorded and unrecorded history? Gonna go with yes on that one, because imagine the fallout of Ocarina of Time getting dethroned by a cell phone game from 2005. And a Sonic game, no less. I, for one, welcome Total Anarchy. Jumping ahead to 2012, see what I did there? The version you're most likely familiar with hit virtual shelves, and I'm not surprised it did, since everyone and their grandma was hopping onto that mobile market bandwagon. This wasn't the first Sonic game to hit iOS and Android, but it was one of the first totally original ones, as most of the others were ports or altered versions of the console games. For example, Sonic 4 Episode 1 was actually pretty different from its console counterpart, but that didn't save it from being horrible regardless. Sorry, Sonic 4 fans, Mania retconned this train wreck for a reason. I played this game religiously back when it came out. Despite the gameplay being rather simple, there was enough packed into this thing with its 5 zones, level-up system complete with missions that ranged from fun to impossible, and of course, my favorite part of the entire ordeal, the multiple playable characters you could unlock. Unlike the original version, Sonic ain't romping around in his moon shoes alone this time. The likes of Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Rouge, Blaze, and even Silver get in on the action as well. all with their own unique playstyles, which I'll touch on in just a minute, because oh boy do I have a lot to say about that. So there actually is another reason I went more in depth with the original game aside from just enjoying it. Jump 2012 is actually a pseudo-remake of its Java brother. Each zone, aside from Cosmic Zone, has been lovingly recreated at a much higher res, and even the accompanying music has had a facelift. That being said, the levels are totally different, and the original story was replaced with some very basic dialogue-less scenes featuring some very nicely stylized art of our heroes basically watching Eggman fly around as if they were flying a kite at the park. There are 10 levels this time around instead of just 3, and on the 5th and 10th level of every zone, you'll fight Eggman to the death, and depending on what character you're playing as, that isn't actually a joke. The boss fights in Java Jump weren't anything special, but they at least channeled the spirit of the main series games by sticking Eggman in a crazy contraption that does next to nothing to stop the onslaught brought about by every woodland creature this side of the Mississippi. But in Jump 2012, we're treated to some very boring bosses that all look the same and are fought the exact same way. All you gotta do is wait until he's done attacking, dodge him when he flies upwards, and then you hit him, rinse and repeat 2 more times, and then Eggman goes home crying, wondering where he went wrong. Now these either can be incredibly easy, or you can make them so unnecessarily challenging that upon victory, nothing outside of strangling the life out of your phone could ever make you happy for the foreseeable future. This self-imposed challenge can be activated by simply picking someone that isn't Sonic or Blaze. Can't speak for Knuckles or Tails since I wasn't about to pay to unlock all of them. You can unlock them with just rings, but I wasn't going to spend weeks leveling up to be able to do that. But Rouge, Amy, and Silver? Definitely not worth spending money on. I figured that one out for you. Don't worry about it. Don't try it. Sonic's main ability is a double jump, which in a game like this is a godsend. It'll allow you to correct a bad jump, or take the fight to Eggman faster than people will run to defend Sonic Unleashed after someone says even something slightly negative about it. And from personal experience, I can tell you that is very fast. The other characters also have a double jump, but how they're executed and what happens afterwards is what makes them worse. For example, Amy flies upwards, swinging her hammer around for extra reach, but this comes at the cost of her being so slow. It's almost a guaranteed death sentence in boss fights. Meanwhile, Silver isn't quite as slow as Amy, but instead of landing as soon as his double jump concludes, he hovers in place for a moment so that you can further correct your jumps, or alternatively, allow Eggman to hit you for the 10th time, resulting in your immediate demise. Sure, working to unlock these guys is a reward in itself, but I just don't enjoy the handicaps that come from playing as them. There were also actually a couple unused things found within the game's code that never saw the light of day, including a couple fan-favorite characters, and Cosmic Zone, yet another returning location from Java Jump. Shadow, Cream, and Vector unfortunately had to take the bench for this one, but they most likely would have functioned somewhat similarly to Sonic and Tails, and I'm sure Vector would have had some dumb gimmick that made him unplayable. Probably would have had to collect a certain amount of crabs to finish levels that everyone else could have just jumped through normally. Yeah, surprise, I'm still salty about that. So all in all, Sonic Jump 2012 is a game that I had fond memories of, and still had a good time playing when I came to revisit it for this video. I even got something out of a game that I thought I'd never play in the form of Java Jump, and then was almost immediately let down by its sequel. Hold on, Jump 2012 had a sequel too, didn't it? Sonic Jump Fever, a 2014 iOS Android game, and follow-up to the pretty decent Sonic Jump, is a huge disappointment, for me at least. Isn't it weird that the sequels to both good Jump games turned out to be lazier cash grabs instead of legit follow-ups? Instead of being a one-time purchase like its predecessor, this is indeed a free-to-play game, and you know what that means. An energy system, random drops, mandatory waiting that can be bypassed by spending this radical in-game currency. It's the whole shebang. They also removed dedicated levels in favor of making the entire game solely about beating your friend's scores, removed a level that was available in the previous game, Rouge is gone, and Cream and Vector are still nowhere to be seen. But hey, at least we finally got the Chow Garden back, right? Yeah, it's water under the bridge, don't you worry about it.
There is no bridge left. The water has run dry. Sega is the word mercy even in your vocabulary.
Yeah, so the Chow Garden, that's the biggest addition, I'd say, besides Shadow, who I didn't even get to play as, since I only played this for like 20 minutes before getting bored. Compare that to the over 2 hours of footage I have for Sonic Jump 2012, and even the 50 minutes I have for Java Jump. The file sizes do not lie, folks. The worst part is I remember being so excited about this feature when the game released, but I quickly learned that it was weaponized nostalgia for the sake of microtransactions. Basically, if you spend some rings, you'll find a Chow Egg, which will then hatch into a wonderful friend, and would you look at that face? He doesn't know he's being used for evil, it's not his fault. And then comes the skeevy part. You can equip the Chow and use it to get some bonuses during gameplay, but it will leave you forever after a certain amount of time, unless You play with it enough that it takes a liking to you, thus remaining by your side for all of eternity. Probably, I don't know, you probably shut the game off by now. The rarer the chow, the harder this is to do, and if you're finding it a little bit too difficult to get that specific chow to stick around, just buy their friendship with some red rings. That's a great lesson to teach the kids, Sega. This game actually has some of the most evil tactics I've seen in one of these games, aside from that whole wheel thing in Sonic Runners. They hook you in with some adorable chow art and a useful ability here and there, and then they force you to spend every waking moment to try and fill their loyalty meter before they leave. But you yourself are restricted by an energy meter, so if you really, really want that chow to stay, maybe you'll just have to pay to have your energy refilled, and Sega will dump another Monster Energy drink down the Blue Blur's throat so we can keep going for a while longer. This one just hits me a bit harder than Jump 2, since I do remember making the jump from Jump 2012 to Jump Fever and playing Fever for a few days before calling it quits forever, or at least until a couple days ago when I started planning this. It could have been great, but they removed so much of what made the original game fun in favor of maximizing profit. At least the original's still up on the app stores, both Android and Apple, so you can just play that one and have a great time. Sure, Tails is brilliant, but I really don't think even he would be able to survive this next game, because when I heard there was math involved, I almost straight up didn't want to cover it. I'm not what the kids would really call, like, a mathematician. I'm more of what, like, I guess in layman's terms, you would call a moron. Sonic X! Yeah, the one with everyone's favorite character. I kind of go back and forth on whether or not I like this show. I mean, there are certainly some really creative ideas, and how could you not like adaptations of the Sonic Adventure games? Look, they're so cool! But, you know, there also is this video game for the show that I didn't get to play because it would have cost me $80, and even for the meme, I don't really think it was worth that.
You're going down, Eggman!
Not so fast. You'll have to get by my greatest inventions ever. My wonderful math robot.
Oh man, this is how I die, huh? So it is indeed a math game, like I said before, but the thing I didn't know about it was what kind of math we'd be dealing with.
What number comes just after 8?
This is almost too much pressure. I'm gonna be strong though, for the sake of the video. This game looks like Sonic 3 and Knuckles for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why they went with that, but it is the second best Sonic sprite style right behind Sonic Advance, so I'm not gonna question it. There's also some completely new sprites for this style here and there, and, you know, if I gotta do some math to see this new Sonic 3 goodness, sign me up. Just call me Math Man. That's not a very good name, but I was like, it'll come to me in the moment, it'll be really funny. It didn't work out. Aside from answering simple math questions, this is also a platforming game, so if you're not poking numbers with the stylus, you're jumping over them. Make sure you don't hit the wrong ones. The game also has some Sonic X-style cutscenes, albeit a little bit crunchier than you might remember, but I feel like they have some awkward charm to them, and all the voice actors come back to reprise their respective roles, which is always a plus in my opinion, and that was a joke. That was a math joke. Because I said plus. It's like addition. But really, I don't think there's a lot to say about this game since it's made for literal toddlers, but I can at least draw attention to this.
It's Eggman's Super Sucky Machine!
Super sucky machine.
Eggman kind of a freak, though. I know I sound a bit pessimistic, but with Sonic Colors Ultimate 3 months away from launch at the time of this video, and it's still looking, a bit less colorful, I guess you could say, it's kind of got me thinking about older Sonic remakes and ports that also had a significant upgrade in the jank department. One of the most famous examples of this, I would have to say, would be Sonic Genesis for the Game Boy Advance, otherwise known as one of the saddest things I have ever seen. And yes, I have seen sad dog videos before, and no, this is still way more sad. Basically, they tried to remake Sonic 1 for the GBA, and I don't even really understand what happened here. Like, I can understand creating an all-new game from scratch and having it be one of the worst things that everyone has ever seen, but like, this should have been simple, right? I mean, the game was 15 years old at that point, so like, from my perspective, if Nintendo can get Yoshi's Island up and running on the GBA and have it be arguably better than its original counterpart, I don't really see why Sonic the Hedgehog 1 suffered so much when they're kind of from the same console generation. The first thing you'll notice about Sonic Genesis is that they added this subscribe graphic to the game, which is a pretty brave decision, honestly, because YouTube was only a year old at the time. They also predicted the future further by adding the bell icon, which you should totally click, because I'm sure nothing but good things will happen if you do. Alright, you got me. That wasn't really in the game. That was just a thinly veiled attempt at getting you to subscribe because, you know, there's a percentage of people that haven't subscribed or whatever. But anyway, sometimes people tell me I'm a bit too negative, so I decided this time I will start with the positives when discussing this remake. So, the music does not reset when you die. I like that. And now the negatives. The music. I wasn't aware I was playing a Flash game. I'm sure you guys remember Sonic Advance. That game came out 5 years before this one did, and it actually includes at least 2 remixes from Sonic 1 itself. And let me tell you, those songs don't sound like I spent 12 minutes in a free-to-use MIDI maker to make them. And the sound effects, like, geez, they just really give off some bootleg energy when they actually decide to play, because sometimes they just don't. Some of them don't even resemble the original sound effects at all, which makes me feel like they might have been placeholders, and that also leads me to the question of, do you think this game was finished? Because if you told me it wasn't, I would believe you, because that's a running theme with some of these games. Certainly a rough year for Sonic Team, opposed to every other year, which is totally not rough. Now, what's more important than the audio? Well, yeah, the gameplay, you know, the thing that actually makes it a game. I learned pretty recently that I'm not the biggest fan of Sonic 1, but this remake takes that to a whole new level. Upon closer examination of this footage, I'm sure you can see the issue for yourself. Yes, you're right, I'm playing a Sonic game. Second issue, the cameraman didn't realize that he left his camera on 10 times zoom for the entire game, which makes most enemy interactions look like this. Even if you know the layout of this game, you will suffer. Not only is it impossible to see where you're going or where you've been, but the game decides to slow to a crawl whenever there are too many things on screen. Must be the lack of blast processing in the Game Boy Advance. Clearly the hardware's fault. Case closed. Let's look at our friend Robotnik now. He hovers down from the top of the screen in his little smart car, and dang, this screen ain't big enough for the two of us. Fortunately, the boss just won't hit you half the time, even though it looks like he should, so, it's not really that big of a deal. God, I'm so tired. But surely the special stages must be okay, you say to your screen, despite the fact that I can't hear you. No, of course they're not. Why would anything in this be okay? The jump and momentum physics in this stage are so borked that it just felt like Sonic was magnetized to the Death Spheres. But you know, at least they added an easier to access level select and the spin dash if you want it. But you know what also adds the spin dash? Pretty much every Sonic ROM hack and other port in the world. Do not ever play this unless you want to be miserable. Just baffles me, like, how did it turn out this way? Like, was there any possibility of this actually being a good game? How do magnets work? I'll never get any of these answers. Well, anyway, I made it to Marble Zone 2, and then I decided to give up, because I've already tortured myself with Sonic 1 this year, and I'm not the masochistic type, contrary to what my content library might suggest. Whether you like it or not, the boost formula defined, and is still defining an entire era of Sonic. We've seen several attempts at it, some obviously better than others, but I hardly ever see people talk about the one that started it all. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be discussing a game that's far from two-dimensional despite its focus on 2D gameplay, and most importantly, unlike the game that came out soon after it, this was in no way a rush job. Sonic Rush is a strange game for me because it's something I'm really familiar with now, but it's not because I have a lot of nostalgia for it. I did actually own this game back in 2005 on my original DS, but I kinda hated it because, I mean, one thing that stayed constant throughout my entire life is that I am not very good at video games. I remembered frustration and then ambivalence in that order before I sold the game off, never to think about it again. At least that's what I thought then, because I didn't realize years into the future I'd be running a Sonic-centric YouTube channel. Released in 2005, Sonic Rush was the very first Sonic game to ever appear on the Nintendo DS. Much like its advanced siblings before it, the game was made by Dimps and Sonic Team together. Man, what a dream team. Until later on, of course, but we're not here to talk about that yet. This game once again takes Sonic back to his 2D roots, but this time his roots have been injected with gamer fuel and the boy is faster than ever before. Holding down the Y button gives Sonic a burst of speed and immunity to enemies that might cross his path. We would eventually come to know this as the boost, and it hasn't really changed too much since then, aside from adding some airborne action later on. Sonic also has the ability to homing attack and air dash by pressing the R button, which is an essential skill for keeping your speed up during gameplay. The R button also allows you to do these special jumps off ramps and springs like in Sonic Advance 2, but that's not all you can do with ramps and springs. Sonic Rush? More like Son Trick Rush. Your threats don't scare me. So tricks are basically the name of the game if my stupid pun has anything to say about it. If you mash the B button and control pad like you're a speedrunner sitting through the same dialogue for the 4,000th time, Sonic will just style on him. This, aside from raking in the points, fills up your boost meter and makes the game, and this is totally accurate, I promise you, a rush. The amount of footage I have of me just doing tricks like this is obnoxious. It probably drove my editor crazy.
Yeah, cool, alright, yeah, okay, yeah, cool, I got, yeah, alright, yeah, cool, okay, yeah, ow.
Rush starts off by immediately throwing you into the action. This was so abrupt that I actually went to check online to make sure my game wasn't bugging out or something. But this is something that we'd see again in Sonic Colors a few years down the road, and I like it, honestly. As Sonic, you blaze through Leafstorm, and then you're at the first boss already. Eggman's in this big ol' snake thing, and it has 2 different insta-kill attacks for some reason. That's a big no-no in my book. After taking care of him, though, he flies off, leaving a mysterious jewel behind. But before Sonic can pilfer it for himself, a cyclone of fire erupts from the ground. Standing before him is a brand new character, and one that many will end up calling their favorite someday. Blaze takes the emerald and hightails it out of there, and Sonic just lets it happen. He does not do a lot in this game, honestly. But geez, Blaze, why does Sega let you have 2 emeralds? Maybe I should go get some of my own. After all, that one doesn't look chaotic enough for me. The Chaos Emeralds are back for this game, and I'm gonna drop my first of a couple hot takes for this video. I believe this game has the best special stages and special stage entrances in the entire series. When you're boosting through the levels, you might come across something that looks a little bit like one of those rotating things from Sonic Advance 2. If you grab it, it doesn't do anything. But if you happen to hold down the Y button with at least 1 full boost bar, Sonic tears a hole right in the space-time continuum and enters a special stage. Alright, so you know how this is on the DS? Well, one of the major selling points of the console was touch controls, so you know they had to force it in somewhere. Now, before you groan and bellyache about it, if this controlled normally, it would be worse off. The game gives you time to get your stylus ready, and once you're all set, you enter a familiar half-pipe, but this time you control Sonic by poking the touchscreen where you want him to go. Sure, that might sound terrible, but it's actually one of the most responsive uses of the DS's touchscreen that I have ever experienced. Aside from that, all you're doing is collecting rings, dodging mines, and doing some sick tricks by touching these number pop-ups in order. These things range from really easy to pretty dang difficult, but the best part about it is, unlike the games that came before it, you can try these over and over again as long as you've got enough boost energy to re-enter the stage. You can even take a quick walk, build it back up, and then go for it again. The game does limit your ability to fill the meter if you use the same source to do it more than once, so this ends up being a very fair and balanced set of special stages that have not been topped to this day. Next up, Sonic goes to Water Palace, where, you guessed it, there's a lot of water. But it's not one of those bad water levels. I mean, heck, it was good enough to be brought back in Generation 3DS, and the music. I know I haven't mentioned it yet, but Hideki Naganuma knocks it so far out of the park that it loops around the Earth, and then he knocks it out of the park again. If I could only listen to one OST for the rest of my life, this would be very, very high on the list, if not my #1 choice. The Egg Plesiosaur is next, and I can't stop thinking about Plesiosaur from Mega Man Star Force 2. I got hit by a lot of stuff in this fight, but it wasn't hard per se. You're also underwater the entire time, but I didn't hear the drowning music even once, since you get to breathe after every single hit. It's at this point we learn that Dr. Eggman isn't really Dr. Eggman. He's Dr. Eggman with different clothes, or as the game calls him, Dr. Eggman Nega. Who is he? I don't know. He's from another dimension, or the future, or something. Maybe we'll find out later, and Sega will just retcon it. I mean, it's not like it's really important, right? Mirage Road now takes the stage, and it brings with it one of my least favorite things about this game, forced combat. Among the many things that I will never forgive Sonic Heroes for, forced combat is at the top of the list, because it has infected so many of the other games at this point. It makes even less sense in this game because all you end up doing is pressing the Y button to clear the room, waiting, then pressing it again when more enemies fall. It adds nothing to the game, and it really doesn't need to be here. There's also 2 auto-scrolling segments in the zone where you ride this lift, and it can get pretty annoying since they go on for way too long. But the second one randomly flips the game into a beat-em-up looking thing with 3D movement? It's cool, I guess. I just really don't like auto-scrolling levels, especially in Sonic games, because you're supposed to be rewarded by going fast for doing well, but this just stops you in your tracks regardless of how well you're doing. Now, Eggman was always a stinker and never knew how to bug off, so he took his strengths and combined them into one. The Stink Bug boss rolls a giant explosive at you, and you just need to hit it back when he turns around. Sonic then watches as Eggman Nega escapes again, not bothering to stop him. On the way to Carnival Casino Night Park Zone, Vanilla tells Sonic that Cream ran off with some person wearing purple, and they decide that that must be the girl from before, because no one in the main cast wears purple, and no one ever changes their clothes. Night Carnival rocks a familiar, flashy, and colorful aesthetic that even calls back to Carnival Night by having some electricity-based gimmicks where you need to enable the power to use certain rails or pathways. Man, who would have expected that Night Carnival would have throwbacks to Carnival Night? That's honestly so out of left field. This stage is where it starts to become obvious that the people that made Sonic Advance 2 made this game. There are bottomless pits everywhere in this game, and sometimes there's no way to recover from even a tiny mistake like letting go of one of these swinging things too early. I got stuck here and had no choice but to die because they just don't reset. Just saying, they probably could have had a pathway down here that leads back up to the top area, punishing the player by making them take more time to correct their mistake, but no, you pushed the jump button too soon. Your sentence is death. Third boss is some kind of carnival ride. You hit the non-egg side when it blows a fuse, and then you deal damage when Eggman Nega is lowered. After you hit him though, he'll drop this little friend that launches you into the air high enough to hit Eggman again, so this fight goes by really quick. You've probably noticed at this point that I haven't been boosting during boss fights, and that's because you can't. I usually don't like it when devs change up how a game plays for a big part of the game like this. For example, I didn't like Sonic Advance 2's boss fights because they did just that, but I didn't really miss the boost in these fights because the bosses are slow and the arena is small. Boosting would have just gotten me killed more often than would have helped. Sonic and Tails then come across a huge rock and someone whose head is filled with rocks, who informs them that a feline with an attitude recently beat him up. Yep, that's my life, alright. The duo then enters what might be some kind of gun battleship since all the enemies are sprite recreations of the robots from SA2. This one's a lot more enclosed than the others and has a ton of enemy rooms, not to mention there are two parts where if you're running through the stage like any normal person would be, they crush you to death out of nowhere. It happens once in the first act and once in the second, and it feels like a really lazy way to hamper the player's progress. Thankfully, if you get a game over, you don't need to get the Chaos Emerald for that stage again, but you will have to do both acts over unless you've already made it to the boss. Speaking of that, it's Boss 1 again, except this time he realized he could beat me by boring me to death while I wait for him to be done with his dumb missile attack. Sonic and Tails finally find Blaze and Cream, and Sonic can't go 5 seconds without forcing his "friendship is the ultimate power" thing on this person he's never met before. Blaze and Cream get beamed up, and thus begins, I feel like, the most irritating level, but it's only slightly worse than Huge Crisis. Altitude Limit is one giant bottomless pit, but I didn't find myself falling into it as often as the previous levels. It has this gimmick where you pilot these jet platforms upwards through enemies or occasionally Flappy Bird obstacle courses, and I remember them being a lot harder than they were. Then again, the last time I played this I was streaming, so the streamer's curse was in full effect. Boy, did you really just go on and do that? Possibly calling back to Sonic 2 Game Gear, they also have these 3D paragliding sections. As usual, they overstay their welcome, but the second one at least feels quick enough to be fun. Boss 6 is another tedious affair. You gotta wait for him to try and jump on you or rush at you before you can hit him, and his other attacks take forever. He also has another insta-kill move, but if you know how to press A and B, you are not in any real danger. In my notes for this part, I just have Catgirl Blaze makes Amy upsetty, and I don't remember if I had another joke planned for this, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. Deadline is all about gravity, rockets, and anxiety. Every time I was on one of these rockets, I forgot which direction did what, and I was always expecting to die, but to my astonishment, they only kill you with one of these one time, and it's at the very end of the stage. It's actually really good level design, because they teach you how to use it for a long time before they kill you with it. And even when you die, there's a checkpoint right before it, so honestly, it's not even something to complain about. The boss, however, is not Eggman this time. Instead, Blaze gets really upsetty herself that Sonic is trying to help her, and she decides to assault him because who wouldn't want to assault this face? Blaze surprisingly breaks the tradition of character battles in this series being pathetically easy. It fakes you out at first, making you think it's going to be easy, and then it actually provides a little challenge, followed by a really iconic moment where Sonic and Blaze have a good old Dragon Ball Z struggle before Sonic emerges victorious, and then he worries more about Eggman getting away than how he just threw Blaze into the cold vacuum of space. After Cream and Tails arrive, Sonic delivers what I can only assume to be something he read in 2 different fortune cookies, and that's enough for Blaze to begin to trust him. Who needs good writing? I don't. Since Blaze is in no shape to fight, Sonic heads off to fight the final boss, and this robot is massive. You deal damage to it by avoiding its attacks, striking its arm, and then climbing it Shadow of the Colossus style to hit the cockpit. This gets progressively harder and its attacks become more and more savage over time, but this boss fight is really fun and really, really fair. I don't know what it is about this specific game, they just got a lot of stuff right. Like, some of these attacks take forever to dodge, but afterwards they don't make you wait to hit him again, he gives you a chance every single time. By the end of it, I was holding on for dear life with 0 rings, and I just managed to land the final hit, and it was so satisfying. And that's Sonic's story. It ends off with some nice art along the lines of what we saw in the Sonic Advance 2 cutscenes, and then it ends, and you're supposed to play the entire game again as Blaze. You do unlock her right after you beat the first boss, but personally playing them back to back is probably a better option than switching back and forth. Blaze and Sonic explore the exact same levels, but control slightly differently. It's almost not enough to notice, but I believe Blaze is a tiny bit slower than Sonic, and instead of a homing attack, she has a hover move if you hold down the R button. Her extra jumps when pressing the R button are also way stronger than Sonic's, so she can pull off more tricks in the air, and also allows her to reach new alternate pathways that Sonic couldn't reach. For example, there's that area where I got tripped up in Night Carnival before. See? It's a thing of the past. Overall, I think I had less fun playing as Blaze though because of these changes they made to her playstyle, and I never really got used to how she handled. Also, it didn't help that I was searching high and low for the emerald portals in the first level before realizing you just get the soul emeralds from beating bosses. Yeah, Blaze doesn't just stand there like Sonic does when he wins, she busts this guy up to get her stuff back. Her story really isn't anything special either, it's basically Cream not understanding the whole stranger danger thing for a while until Blaze and her form a friendship. The only major change in her story is that of course she fights Sonic instead of herself, and Sonic is out for blood. Do you have any idea how impossible it is to create a tornado in space, yet he does it anyway because he's that serious about beating Blaze? But once you finish that up, you fight the final boss again, and then last story unlocks. It's revealed that the two Eggmen have been trying to acquire both sets of shiny rocks to do bad things. Shocker. Thanks to that, Sonic and Blaze's dimensions are colliding, and this will bring about the destruction of everything. Sonic teaches Blaze how to use the Soul Emeralds properly, and then the two transform for one final attack on their foes. It starts off looking a lot like Doomsday Zone, and then it just turns into every other Supersonic fight for the most part. Wait for Eggman to throw some stuff at you, and then hit it back. After a couple hits, the game switches you to Blaze, who takes on Eggman Nega, but instead of ramming into projectiles, she makes her own projectiles by hitting the A button. Of the two playstyles, I think Blaze offers a much more unique and fun experience, but you end up playing as Sonic more often during this fight, and it gets really chaotic and stressful, but it's not bad. Sonic and Blaze team up for one final attack, and that's game. Before being separated, the two recreate the ending of the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour and vow they'll see each other again. And see each other again they shall in the sequel. I love this game. And I'm willing to stake my entire reputation on that, and that's big because I don't even like steak. I think this is one of the best 2D Sonic games that has ever come out. It has ridiculously fun gameplay, introduces a fan-favorite character who'd become muddled in confusion thanks to the gem released in 2006 we all know about, but regardless of that, this game also paved the way for not only 3 sequels, but also an entire new era of modern Sonic that I hold in very high regard. I'm really psyched you're here, man. Like, I've been really fortunate to have so many people on for these Handheld Sonic videos.
I know, man. I've been so excited to do this. So, what do you want to cover? What about Sonic Classic Collection on DS? It's like one of the only portable ways you can play Sonic 3 and K. Or what about Sonic Pinball Party? Like, no one ever talks about that game.
And people will continue to not talk about that because I was sort of thinking maybe Sonic Rivals for the PSP. Hello everybody, I'm Garrulous64.
And I'm WeDoDay3. So Rivals was developed for the PSP by Backbone Entertainment and released in, oh god, 2006? Wow, this is just the year that keeps living on in infamy. Well, it was also the first fully 3D rendered Sonic game on a handheld. You know, it's got that going for it. Okay, let's just get into the plot. Sonic and Tails fly to investigate the appearance of Onyx Island. Not the one from the Pokemon anime though, where Eggman shows off his newest device, a camera that can turn people and objects into cards. He captures Tails in a card right in front of Sonic. He also captured Amy off screen, but you know, details. But Knuckles makes his entrance and appears to be mad at Eggman for using the device on the Master Emerald, and the two race to fight the Doctor because they can?
Can they though? Because Sonic Team has insisted that the reason there are no on-foot racing games these days, even though it's a great concept for a series where the main gimmick is that they run fast, is because Sonic can't hold back and wouldn't let his friends win because he's a dingus.
Garrulous, you just questioned why any other character in this game would be playable.
Yeah, Sonic. Just Sonic. Only Sonic forever. That's our only playable character. Also, I forgot to mention that I run Sonic Team.
Ah, so now I know where to direct Sonic Twitter to.
And also, Silver is here. Remember Silver from Sonic 06, that game that released, 2 days before this one? Well, you shouldn't, because that entire game was retconned, so welcome to Silver's official first appearance in the Sonic canon. Silver here has returned from the future to prevent a disaster, an event that most should recognize as the sole reason Silver appears in any games these days, unless he's around to win some gold medals. But admittedly, here it works a little bit better than most of those other moments, because he sort of feels like a time cop. He came back in time to track down some contraband future technology and is prepared to bring Eggman down to protect the timeline before he realizes that the camera's creator, Eggman Nega, who is now Eggman's descendant from the future instead of the Soul Dimension counterpart, even though Rush only came out a year ago, continuity isn't real, would never let this camera out of his sight. So bada bing, bada boom, that's not really Eggman. I don't care, Sonic Team didn't care, Backbone probably didn't care. What is happening? And I just remembered during the recording process that Sonic Rush Adventure makes him from the Soul Dimension again? Well, which is it, Sega? Which one? What are we doing here? And more importantly, why did you call your character that? Why did you name him that? You could have called him literally anything else. Why did you do that?
I thought you ran Sonic Team.
I got fired for trying to make a good Sonic game. This also confirms that Eggman indeed reproduces.
Ugh.
Most likely through cell division or something, let's be honest.
Okay, I think I can live with that. And if you thought the plot wasn't dumb enough, strap in, boys and girls. So Onyx Island is actually Angel Island from the future.
Editor, please include that gif of that one guy. You know the one. Thank you.
Not only that, but Eggman Nega took the Master Emerald from the future because it exists in all times at once, which is why it disappeared from Knuckles' grasp. And he used that to bring the island back to the past. So I guess Knuckles breaking the emerald in the adventure games didn't do anything to the flow of time whatsoever. Also, this plan doesn't require bringing back the island at all. So what?
And how does Silver not notice an entire island going missing? In other news, Shadow is also here because Eggman hit Shadow up in his Twitter DMs and he said he was in trouble, so Shadow actually goes to help him for some reason? Shadow's got no reason to want to help someone who manipulated him into almost destroying the world. And how could anyone forget all of those mind games from Shadow the Hedgehog? Is he a robot? Is he not a robot? Eggman knows, but he won't say it. Unless Sega, of course, wants us to forget about those things, because is this still a soft reboot like 06? I'm not really sure. Shadow then meets up with Silver, and they fight over Eggman, as you do, but let's not kid ourselves. The rest of this is just as confusing as everything else, and really doesn't matter in the long run. Shadow ends up saving Rouge, who was also turned into a card, and he drops some touching lines about not living in the past, which is big for his character, but also which story is canon. I'd say Silver's, probably, because his was arguably the most important. He was trying to protect the world from being turned into a giant card or something.
Wait, hold on. In Shadow's story, Eggman Nega is trying to rewrite his family's lineage so that they will have a more successful future. But in Silver's story, he's trying to turn the planet into a card, which would destroy the future.
Okay, whatever. I mean, he loses in the end, so that's the thing that's important, right? That's the story. It's simultaneously the dumbest and most thought-provoking thing I've seen in a long time.
I didn't think a PSP spin-off would have the most insane yet boring Sonic story I've read in a long time. Sadly, I wish the soundtrack was that memorable. There is such an emphasis on rock that it makes every song sound similar. Like, here's the start of Forest Falls. And here's the start of Crystal Mountain. I would have a hard time telling that these were two different tracks.
There's so little connection between track and, well, track that I told my friend Andrew to just use whatever songs he wanted, and I bet you couldn't even tell which was supposed to go where unless you've already played the game. Which is what I would say if any of the songs were actually memorable in the slightest. Shoutouts to the boss theme and the Sky Park Zone theme for being outliers. Seeing as this is a PSP game, the resolution is at least double of what the DS could offer, but it still came out in 2006, so it looks like dookie. The footage only looks this good because the emulator can upscale it to 5 times its normal resolution and add a 60 FPS patch. I mean, otherwise, how would I get footage? I'm not learning how to capture PSP footage off console for 2 games. This only really had one negative repercussion out of the entire run though, as I believe the 60 FPS patch broke this section, making it so neither I or Shadow could get past it, but it did help me feel some form of camaraderie with my enemy. Once I did escape that Groundhog Day time loop though, I sat back and watched Shadow struggle for a bit, but quickly finished the level when I realized, oh yeah, it doesn't matter how well you're playing the game because the AI rubber bands directly to you if they get too far behind. Hey, I hate that. Thank you.
The rubber band AI in this game is actually insane. If they're in front of you, they only stay a little ahead so you can catch up no problem. However, the instant you get any kind of lead, it's exactly what Garrulous said. It's so unfair. The game has a difficulty select in normal races, but not in story mode. And honestly, we wish that this was properly incorporated. Like, have them beat the course in a certain amount of time for each difficulty, because in this game, being in the lead is an active punishment. I noticed it in Sky Park with this block at the end. You need to push this in order to proceed. This basically means they can catch up to you, homing attack, and win the race based on that one interaction.
And if that wasn't annoying enough, this game, like most Sonic games, features a ton of that pesky automation that people have come to dislike. You know, my favorite part of any video game is the part where I get to sit down and do absolutely nothing when I could be platforming, or hell, even throw a QuickTime event in there or something. Not that I like those, but it's still more gameplay than swinging over a lake of lava for a solid 30 plus seconds. I understand that Sonic Team might have wanted to show off how cool these stanky PSP graphics were, but you know what else is cool? Playing the game! Could I do that again, please? They also included the exact opposite of automation in the form of forced choke points, where the game stops you for the sole purpose of letting the AI catch up, as if they needed help doing that when they rubber band so hard.
Well, look at how fast he rubber banded right there. Oh my god.
And isn't it cool that this happens a lot at the end of the levels, giving the AI the perfect chance to homing attack you and just get by and win at the last second? This game really is the Wendy's 4 for 4 of bad game design.
Normally, this would be the part where we would go over individual levels, but because of how this game is designed, there's not much that each level can call its own. They all just blend together. The only exception would be the final level, Meteor Base Zone, where instead of racing a rival, you race against the clock, and it's okay. I don't know, without the racing element, it just kind of reinforced how basic the level design was for me.
And on my side of things, I actually enjoyed these more than everything else, because it gives a nice break from the uber-aggressive AI, and I was able to appreciate what they tried to do here, more than when I had to flick my eyes down to the progress bar every couple seconds to make sure my opponent wasn't about to teleport behind me and tell me it was nothing personal. As someone who plays primarily platformers, I agree with WeDude in saying that this is a pretty subpar stage, but when you remove the main gimmick of a game and I end up having more fun, that seems like a problem, right?
Well, speaking of your rival AI, it isn't aggressive all the time, like in the boss fights where you need to get a certain amount of hits before the opponent does. All while Eggman has just the most horrifying sprite in his cockpit. What is that?
Yosh.
There is a total disconnect between the races and the bosses. If the AI ever gets more than 2 hits on a boss, it means that you have put your PSP on the ground and walked away. For real, WeDude sat back and watched as Silver actively ejected himself from the fight when the boss was wide open for him to hit. This is yet another place, I think, where difficulty options in the story could have made this a lot more challenging and fun.
And man, every single boss is bad. It's just you running in circles waiting for an opening, with possible bullying of Metal Sonic. Poor guy.
I feel no remorse.
It kind of feels like Rush boss fights, but those were far more engaging than these. They also want you to replay the game 4 times, once per character. But there isn't a final story or anything. The only thing you unlock is Metal Sonic for multiplayer, which wouldn't be so bad if every character weren't the exact same. The only difference that characters have are the special moves that you get from a power-up. Oh yeah, this game has power-ups. They almost all do the exact same thing, so it's not really worth going into in detail. But Silver can reverse controls, Knuckles can stun an opponent, Shadow can slow down time, and Sonic gets a speed boost, which is the only form of extra speed you can get, because spin dashing and rolling are almost worthless. It's better to do a homing attack in the air to gain speed like it was Sonic 4.
Overall, unless you're playing this for the story, which you can easily find online, beating every single campaign is just a waste of time. With very little to make each playthrough stand out, it's nothing even close to the likes of Sonic Heroes, a game that has a similar formula, but at least provides alternate character playstyles, alters the stages a bit to provide a different experience with each team, and even has a completion reward in the form of the final story for 100% completion. Do not interpret that as me saying I enjoyed the Team Chaotix gameplay, or most of Heroes for that matter, but at least it's not the exact same thing throughout its entire runtime.
Look, we realized the point was most likely to race against your friends, but with the likelihood of getting 2 PSPs together in 2020, we gotta look at the single player and it's just not that fun. But if you had a very specific need to play a Sonic racing game from 2006, then yeah, go play Riders. That will lead to a better experience than this.
And you can even play Sonic Riders with your friends online using Dolphin and Parsec, or NetPlay. Heck, even go check out Riders Tournament Edition too. It rebalances the characters and gears, so even if you're familiar with the original, you're sure to be in for a ride. You know how they say too much of a good thing can be bad? Well, this isn't one of those things. Hello everybody, I'm Garrulous64, and Sonic Rush Adventure isn't bad, but it's also not amazing. I don't know what the general consensus on this one is, since I hear even less people talk about this game than the original Rush, but what could possibly be wrong with more of this? If you joined me for the Sonic Rush review, pro tip, it's in the card right up there if you didn't, you'll remember that I praised the hell out of this game. It just showed up back in 2005 and created an entirely new gameplay style for the series, and we're still using that gameplay style today, albeit at the cost of removing 90% of the charm from it, but, you know, it's just a direct downgrade, it's alright, whatever, I don't care. Point is, when you have something that works, it's only natural to start thinking about a sequel, and in 2007, we finally got one. Firstly, I just want to bring on the applause for how nice all the 3D cutscenes are in this game. They run at a great frame rate, and the added bonus of having this over this really makes you feel like you're actually gearing up for a new venture. La la. Yeah, I know, it's the title theme, it's a funny joke, alright, keep going. Being a direct sequel, Sonic Rush Adventure doesn't change up the formula that much. You're once again playing as Sonic and Blaze, and they boost homing attack and hover through a ton of new stages that range from okay to great, let me tell you. And of course, who could forget the tricking mechanic? That is thankfully back again. And much to my delight, you can not only trick off more things than ever before, but you can also activate the legendary Omega Trick! Yeah, honestly, at this point, you can hardly even hear the music because the sound effects get so loud. I don't know if that was the best design choice. I kind of wish you could turn them down in the options menu or something, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. And thankfully, you can just look the songs up on YouTube, of course, and just mute the game, and I actually ended up doing this a bit here and there so I could actually give an opinion on the game's soundtrack, which, unfortunately, that's where my criticisms of the game begin. I'll give it that this game's soundtrack is a lot more varied than Rush's, but honestly, not as many of the songs really got my blood pumping like the original game's OST did. That's not to say that there aren't some straight-up bangers in this game, but not as many that I can call out by name, that's for sure. Now, no adventure would be complete without a story, and a story this game has. Oh boy, does it have a story, with characters and a plot. If my awkward tone of voice isn't really filling you in on what this is getting at, it's not really anything special. It's basically just big bad guys doing something bad, go stop him, but we also have some admittedly very nice character moments, which pretty much makes it up for me. Like, where things are very basic in terms of plot and how it progresses, the characters themselves and their interactions are really well written, and I really enjoy them. But unfortunately, that comes to the cost of having to bear witness to one of the worst things to ever happen to this franchise. Much like in the first Rush title, this game introduces a new character to the series, but we'll get to that in a second. Kicking things off, Sonic and Tails are flying the tornado when they decide to reenact the Titanic, except in a way cooler fashion. The duo then wakes up, stranded on some beach that they don't recognize, and the plane is toast, and even worse than that, there's sand everywhere and they'll never get it out of their socks. But I'd gladly take sand covering everything I own for the rest of my life if I could prevent that fateful meeting that occurs shortly after this. An unnamed orange menace appears from the depths of hell to greet our heroes, and Sonic immediately has the correct reaction to the situation. Call it a premonition, I suppose. This is Marine the Raccoon, the new main character that I alluded to before, and if it wasn't obvious, I don't like her. Like at all. I have a tiny bit in my notes about it, and apparently she was able to exist in front of me for 7 minutes before I got sick of her, and when I say someone is worse than Charmy, yeah, that's a huge problem considering Marine isn't in half as many games as him. One day passes, and Sonic and Tails have had enough, so they decide to craft a nifty little water bike. But, you know, Tails for some reason built enough space on the thing for 3 people, so Marine tags along anyway. Right here, we're introduced to another of this game's main gimmicks. Dimps and Sonic Team saw Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass and must have thought it was pretty cool. The result of that is that they decided to add several sailing minigames instead of just letting us go from stage to stage the easy way. Some might like this, some might not. I can see both sides, since things like the jet ski are pretty fun, but as the game goes on and you have to rely on the less exciting vehicles, that's where my interest drops off. Much like Phantom Hourglass, from your starting position, you plot a course and then sail to your chosen destination. But unlike Phantom Hourglass, you don't get confirmation that you'll actually land where you want to land before you set off. This means that if you're even a pixel out of range of the island or event that you're traveling to, Tails will just go, oh, whoopsie daisy guys, there's no land to land on here, let's go back to the island, instead of just pressing on for like 2 more seconds and reaching the destination. Your expedition can also be put on halt if your path is obscured by a landmass you didn't intend to draw through, but thankfully they thought ahead and made it so you could reroute from that point if you still have fuel to spare. Really, all of this could have been avoided if they just let you know whether you'd end up where you're trying to go before you start the minigame, thus cutting down as much time using this dumb, stupid, boring boat as possible. There are 4 different minigame playstyles in this game. The jet ski, which controls almost identically to the special stages from the first rush, i.e. really well. The boat, which if you couldn't tell by my previous comment, is dumb and stupid. Tails pilots the thing at a snail's pace, and you just fire at enemies, and it's just stupid, it's dumb, I hate it. We also have the hovercraft and the submarine. The hovercraft is actually fairly entertaining, but it amounts to just mashing L and R to spin and firing blasts to clear mines occasionally. And the submarine is almost a rhythm game, but not really. It's kind of the best way to travel by the end of the game since it goes a lot quicker than the other things and it has a very good range. But my preferred way would have been the jet ski since, like I said, it's actually fun, which is usually the reason I play video games. Upon reaching the island, the gang finds a ton of mushrooms, and Marine says she's gonna eat one, and I'm all for it. Heck, might solve one of the game's biggest problems so far. This day just keeps getting worse. The first stage in the game, aside from the tutorial, is Plant Kingdom, a stage full of huge mushrooms, trees that give me sad D&D flashbacks, but that's a story for another time, and of course plenty of places to get your trick on, including the new level intro, where every stage you have the opportunity to get some tricks in and fill your boost meter by jumping off the starting platform. It's here that I also discovered a nice little Easter egg in the form of Sonic's various animations. If you were to hold right and press R when jumping off a spring or any other stage element with spring-like properties, Sonic's windmill kick from Sonic Advance 2 makes a comeback. And that's not all. Something I praised Dimps for in that game as well, the unique bouncing animations from Music Plant are also featured in this game when Sonic bounces off the giant mushrooms. And here's a small fun fact about that, Red Hot Sonic told me that they're a reference to Rystar, a game that I still really want to play but haven't gotten around to yet. Not sure where these sprites appear, but man, in a game where I have a handful of complaints in terms of gameplay, little things like this really brighten up the mood a little bit. Sonic then notices that he's somehow stumbled onto Jurassic Park and squares off with a giant robot T-Rex, which is incredibly easy to destroy, but long neck mode really saves the entire thing. Look at him, he's so tall, I have no choice but to respect him. Sonic returns to the group after casually putting that T-Rex back in the ground and says nothing about it to anyone. I don't know if it's a random moment of bad writing or if Sonic just really didn't think it was a big deal. Marine and her crew then take a trip to an island made entirely of metal, and they find a ton of robots just chilling out, and Sonic slaughters all of them because all he knows is war. Machine Labyrinth looks really confusing at first, but after replaying it a ton, I can say that the levels in Sonic Rush Adventure are a lot easier than the ones in Rush, and they don't attempt to kill you with the new player traps quite as much. Boss 2 is a huge pendulum, and while I think it's a fun idea, hitting its variously sized balls back and forth is only entertaining for so long. Yep, I really wrote that in the script, I guess. At this point, the game reveals 2 new tidbits for you. One great, and one really, really bad. If you haven't been paying attention up to this point, every time you finish a level, you receive materials, and you get more of each depending on your ranking. The purpose of these is to pad out the game's length, almost a full 2 hours more than the original. You see, you need to build all your vehicles, which means you need to collect enough materials to do so. If you don't have enough, guess what you gotta do? If you guess turn off the game and do something else, that's a valid idea, but it won't help you build the Sea Beyblade, now will it? What you need to do is replay the levels over and over until you're able to build what you need. While I do like the gameplay, there was one point in my playthrough where I just had to play the final act of the final level 4 times in a row so that I could finish the game, and at that point makes washing the dishes that have been piling up in my sink look more fun than continuing to play this. Once the boat is built, the crew and Marine set off towards another island, and thankfully you're able to set sail from any major location you found on the map, which is the good tidbit I brought up a second ago. Thankfully they had enough common sense to let you do that, or else I probably wouldn't have finished this thing. On the way, we run into a cocky green character that asserts that he's faster than Sonic could ever be on his chosen form of transportation, and challenges us to a race. Sorry, Johnny, we already have someone who fits that description back home. We're gonna have to vote you off the island. This scripted event is how you come across the special stages of this game for the first time. Using the jet ski, thankfully, you race Johnny as he does what Sonic NPCs do best and repeats the same 3 voice lines over and over until you whoop them and take the Chaos Emerald for yourself. Also, no one reacts to the fact that you just randomly found a Chaos Emerald, which I find weird, but regardless, you better get ready to bring your A game on these things because they get hard. Like, so hard that you can't beat them. Like, literally, you cannot finish some of them until you upgrade your jet ski, and you know what that means. And it gets worse because you also can't just choose to upgrade the vehicle you want, you need to upgrade them in the order you got them, which means you need to upgrade everything once before you can get the second bike upgrade. You could have just dropped a menu in there, pick which one you want to upgrade, I don't know, there's a lot of tediousness in this game that could have been avoided. I just don't like the system at all. I feel like if they wanted to lock these races behind upgrades, Johnny should have said something like, "You think he could beat me with that thing? As if," and then rejected your race. Just be upfront about it instead of having him rubber band on you right at the end of a race just because you don't have the upgrade you needed. The only saving grace to these Johnny races is that his location isn't randomized on the map every time you play. All you need to do is wander into his neck of the woods to challenge him. Your first time through, you could use a guide, or if you like aimlessly boating around, be my guest. As the story continues to progress, the gang discovers a cave, and this is where things really get rolling. Coral Caves is a beautiful submerged cavern that apparently holds something incredible. That being Blaze the cat. She's here. Hooray! But that's kind of weird because she went back to her own dimension last game. We're in Blaze's dimension? Man, Sonic and Tails ain't in Kansas no more. That could be catastrophically bad considering the Chaos Emeralds are here too. Remember all that stuff about imbalances from the first game? Yeah, me neither. Let's pretend that's not real. The cave also hides a new villain that's looking for a powerful artifact, and he doesn't look like anyone we've ever seen in the Sonic series before. He's totally working alone. Sonic and Blaze take down the Ghost Kraken, another battle that submerges you in water, but like the Egg Turtle in the first game, they're very lenient with the drowning, so don't stress out over it. From this point on, the game falls back on the whole, "Hey, there's an island over there, so maybe we should check it out" thing, and then you either go there or you go build a new vehicle to reach it. Blaze is available from this point on to play in whatever level you want, whether it be a main course or a side level, of which there are several, and some even reference the original Sonic Rush, borrowing gimmicks from them or even recreating the entirety of Leafstorm Act 1. A couple of these hidden islands also have this weird cutscene at the end that shows the gang finding something and then just walking away. Maybe just remember that for later. Around this time is when the Soul Emerald missions start popping up as well. Unlike the last game, you need to collect both sets of emeralds, which I am all for, but the way they did this confuses the heck out of me. At first, this koala here will tell you that he's located one of the emeralds and that Blaze should go get it or whatever, and you gotta talk to Marine to start the mission. Maybe it's best if you just let him be lost, because I don't really want to talk to her. These missions start out as being rematches against the bosses, except this time you play as Blaze. So you might be thinking, you just refight all the bosses, right? That's how I remembered it. But no, they decided to make it complicated and stupid. Some of the Soul Emeralds are found after refighting bosses, but the others are found by exploring hidden islands. That doesn't sound so bad, right? Well, it gets better, just wait. You find an island, complete it, and then you get a message saying you unlocked a new mission. You go to the Marine, but she doesn't have the Soul Emerald mission. So you go talk to the koala, and he unlocks the mission for you, so you can select it from Marine's menu, and then you play the same level again, except it's slightly different, or maybe not at all, because I didn't even notice. And the best part is, I played one of these with Blaze the first time through, and they just made me do it a second time? Like, okay, whatever guys, I would have been totally fine just refighting bosses, but you know, who doesn't love confusing nonsense and wasting time? Oh, most people? That's kind of weird, maybe Dimps thought the opposite. And that, I think, is the last dumb thing I need to talk about regarding this game. From here on out, it's all smooth sailing, if you can call this smooth. The haunted ship houses some cannons that shoot you through the air, and some weird chess gimmick that's really not fun, but the music is a bop, so I'm all for it. Also, I refer to this stage as Pirate Storm the entire time I talked about it in my notes, because apparently I was thinking about secret rings, and I guess it's also because haunted ship is a really boring name. This is also the only place in the game where having a boss be called the Ghost Anything makes sense. Speaking of which, the Ghost Pirate feels like something right out of Peter Pan. You duel a pirate robot on both the deck and the mast of a ship, and it is super fun. I played Blizzard Peaks next. I think you have the option of choosing between it and Sky Babylon, or at least that's how the game frames it. Kind of a nice switch up, as you have to go through every other level in a predetermined order. There are more callbacks in this level, including a snowboarding section that harkens back to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, except they do way more with it, and it actually gets sorta hard when they bring it back for one of the secret levels. The boss fight of this one's actually really unique too. They call it the Ghost Whale, despite the fact that it's obviously a robot, and you run around in the thing's insides to get to the weak point before the timer runs out, and it feels almost like Race to the Finish from Smash Bros. Sky Babylon is a level that takes place in the sky, 20 points to whoever was able to figure that one out. Since Babylon is in the name, I have to again mention the comparison between Johnny and Jet. This definitely wasn't a coincidence, and I'm pretty sure Sky Babylon is Blaze's version of Angel Island and Babylon Gardens put together. Also, hot take maybe, and no pun intended since it's about Blaze, but Blaze is just the Soul Dimension counterpart of Sonic. Like, I'm not the only one who thinks this, right? Like, they wear practically the same shoes, they have very similar powers, they both fight an Eggman. I'm not gonna budge on this, fight me. Sky Babylon was probably my favorite level, I think. The platforming felt really great, and I really spiced my way through the entire thing, and when I finished it, my heart and brain just felt really good. The boss for this one takes place in a 3-dimensional space as you wait for it to attack, and then when it does, you get thrown onto the top screen to launch a counterattack. Feels awkward for a bit, but once you get used to it, it's really imaginative and entertaining, and plus, even though the gameplay style looks like it changes drastically, it doesn't actually play very different from what you're used to. Once you've taken care of the Ghost Condor, the team finds their way to Pirates Island, again a very creative name, but they aren't able to enter it thanks to a snazzy puzzle lock. Captain Whisker ingeniously tells the gang that they need to go find clues to rotate the pieces in a certain way, and this is actually the last negative thing I have about the game for real this time. Remember those seemingly meaningless Hidden Island cutscenes? Well, you gotta go play those levels again now that you know that you're looking for clues. Sure, the levels aren't that long, but I don't really see any reason why Tails couldn't have just gone, hey, this looks important, maybe we should take a note of this symbol. But after everything we've seen with this game so far, I guess convenience wasn't really the first thing on Dimp's mind when they made this. Once you've gone back and gotten all those, quite possibly my favorite section of the story takes place. The gang is about to shove off from Pirates Island again when they decide that enough is enough and they kick Marine off the squad. Not exactly kicking her off the moving boat like I would have done, but this is probably just as painful to her as that. Blaze is literally my hero. Pirates Island reminds me of Water Palace from the first game because of its bright visuals and architectural design. There are some catapults here that launch cannonballs to break pathways open for you, and you'll also be aided by some friendly dolphins from time to time, which in true Sonic Rush fashion will get you killed at some point if you're not careful, but thankfully they're not as annoying to pilot as the rockets from Deadline. And finally, after 400 million hours of sailing, the gang closes in on Captain Whisker and Johnny, who just decided he's a villain, not a rival. I love team-up fights like this, but watching this play out is embarrassing for them. Johnny and Whisker desperately jump around trying their best to send me to Davy Jones, according to the captain, but no matter what they do, the buzzsaws that show up halfway through the fight are the real boss. This dope actually tries throwing Johnny at you every so often, and he ricochets around the arena like a torpedo, and while that's awesome, it's hardly effective, and you trash them all the same. Johnny dips, favoring self-preservation over his mission, and Whisker seems worried that someone's gonna be mad with him for losing to Sonic and Blaze. Gosh, I wonder who that could be. There's some weird bit next with Whisker threatening to tickle Marine or something. I don't want anything to do with this, but then apparently behind this boring text conversation, Marine is being attacked by this thing. Ain't that swell? Or big swell, rather. Here's our end of story boss, folks. This giant thing really radiates Bomber Barbara energy, except this fight overall is a lot less intense. You're primarily trying to get the bot to target the shields protecting the cannons on either side of the arena so they shatter. Then you'll be able to launch yourself at the boss to land a few hits. It may not be as challenging as the last game's fight, but it's still a nice cap to the adventure. And make sure you're listening closely to the battle theme, because you can actually hear a little bit of Wrapped in Black in there. God, I live for these little references. Sonic and Blaze take out the trash and look amazing doing it, and that's when the credits roll. No conclusion to the story or anything, that's just it. Well, they also do drop a little teaser for something we already expected since we first saw Whisker, but let's pretend to be surprised for Dimp's sake. Once you're thrown back into the game, you're allowed to start upgrading your vehicles to procure the rest of the emeralds, and that's when disaster strikes. Someone's stolen the Jeweled Scepter and is causing a slew of natural disasters. Oh man, dude, bro, it's those egotistical Eggman twins, bro, that's so crazy, I can't believe they're in this game! With the Scepter, they pretend they're stronger than both sets of emeralds, and then they take off towards the center of the Earth to make sure they're strong enough to build an amusement park. And that is just such a lame ambition to have when you're holding the power of literal gods in your hands. I mean, heck, cure all disease in the world, stop the ice caps from melting, get Dash Pass for free for DoorDash, it's great. You could do that. Sonic and Blaze give chase, have more character moments that make me really admire the writers, and then we bear witness to what could have been the coolest super transformation in the series if it was just a little bit longer. I just loved seeing all 14 of the emeralds swirling around Sonic and Blaze, it's such a cool visual. Finally, final battle time. It's the Egg Wizard. As someone who plays strictly magic-based classes in D&D, I can get behind this. Super Sonic, for once, doesn't spend his time ramming into projectiles, since this time he's got a reflect move that sends attacks flying back at the boss. Burning Blaze comes equipped with her fireball attack yet again, and like the previous game, she is a lot more fun to play as than Super Sonic. And thanks to the fact that you don't need to switch between them at all, there's not really a reason to. If you don't want to, you can just stick with her for the entire 3-phase fight. Have a ball. a fireball. The only oddity here is that they recycled Blaze's voice clip from the last game's final fight, so whenever you switch to her, she just screams, "I know!" And it's like, what do you know that I don't? I would love to know. This boss fight is leagues better than Rush's, and in fact, it might be my favorite super battle in the entire series. It feels really hectic with all the projectiles being launched at you, and it's thrilling to switch to Supersonic for a couple seconds just to bat some fire dragons away before letting Burning Blaze get back to doing her thing. You'll totally see what I mean if you give this game a look. The Docs eventually find themselves at the end of the rope, big surprise when Eggman Nega gets the bright idea to charge up a blast that could just destroy the entire planet, Frieza style. Marine does whatever this is, seriously, did we ever establish that she has laser hands? Because I'm a little bit worried about the trash talking I've been doing if she can interrupt this supposed all-powerful entity with one tiny blast. Then the rest of this encounter goes the same as every other song and dance in this series, and it's finally time for Sonic and Tails to head home using the dimensional travel machine that Tails just casually whips up. He's a smart boy. Straight A's. Good job. Very proud. Blaze initiates the handshake with Sonic this time around, and then the duo speeds off into the sunset as Blaze pushes Marine off the dock, ending Sonic Rush Adventure for real this time. What a happy ending for all parties involved. I have some conflicting feelings about this game, since while I was playing it I had a lot of complaints, which my editor Andrew can attest to, but upon stewing on it for a few weeks and reading back my notes, I feel like I had a great time playing this game, and the ending got me feeling some kind of emotion and everything. I just really love the dynamic between Sonic and Blaze above all else in this game, like if it wasn't obvious, and it's a shame that they haven't explored it again this in-depth to this day. I'm just gonna end this off by saying that if you enjoyed the first Rush, you'll probably enjoy this one as well, since the levels provide more of the same action, that is, if you're able to stomach the in-between sections. Today we're looking at Sonic Rivals 2, which feels a bit like a swing and a miss, and then a swing but the ball hits you in the face so hard that they don't throw a third ball because you are now unconscious. So basically what I'm saying is, Sonic Game Bad, please subscribe. So many of you in the comments of the last video told me that Sonic Rivals 2 improved on the first one a lot, but I just don't see it. And I'm not just saying that because of the concussion I suffered in the intro of the video, mind you. So first off, what does this game do right? That, in my opinion, would be variety and the soundtrack, obviously, because it's a Sonic game. See, in the first game, you tried to go through 4 different campaign modes with stories that didn't line up even a little bit, but in the second game, you get to do that again, except it's 4 teams of characters. You got your Sonic and Tails, that was obvious. You got your Knuckles and Rouge, shippers beware, you're in for a scare. You got Silver and Espio, interesting combination. And then my personal favorite, Shadow and Metal Sonic. I know Silver, you were probably thinking would be my favorite, but Shadow and Metal Sonic, that'd be pretty neat if, you know, the entire game's story was interesting in the slightest. Right, okay, I know. I said I was gonna be positive first. I'm sorry, sometimes it just slips out. But, variety, yeah. So instead of just races and boss fights, this time we have rival battles and minigames. The rival battles range from, wow, that was so easy, I don't think I actually really did anything, to,
oh my god, I'm lost in the Walmart, Mom, come get me, I'm scared.
I also saw a Capture the Flag minigame where you try to throw more Chow into your base's incinerator than your opponent does. The AI is supposed to be trying its best to do this, but I assume it has a greater moral compass than the player and refuses to compete with you for that reason. Or, you know, maybe the AI just isn't programmed very competently, but I'm gonna bite my tongue on that one because there's no way that Sonic Team would ever cut corners when making a Sonic game, right? Oh, hold on, I gotta take this. Hey, could you stop calling me every 20 minutes? I'm trying to run a show here. The boss fights also return, but I'm trying to stay positive right now, so I will save my statements on those until later. You might notice around this point that the OST is actually a bit of a bop. Race to Win is actually really underrated, and I just wish it lasted a bit longer than it took me to realize I didn't like this game. And then the rest of it is just generic rock music, but it's not bad generic rock music. And they also bring the boss theme back from the first game, and that was my favorite track, so I believe by the laws of the universe that makes this a good game, and I am incorrect for disliking it. This game also has full voice acting, to my utter bewilderment. I had no idea that there were all of these Pete Capella silver lines just laying here waiting for me to hear them. Like, the man is standing there acting his heart out right next to Espio, who sounds like his heart's been removed and he's slowly leaving this mortal realm. Yikes!
Chow? Well,
You know where they are, don't you?
well, I mean, I guess I know something, but, well, no, I don't know.
Giving me conflicting messages, man. I don't know about this. Uh-oh, guys. I'm feeling something. I feel like I'm about to get negative. I've held out for as long as I can, but Oh, this game, dude, it does things to you. And not good things. And speaking of not good things, how about that writing? Silver comes back from the future again because it's bad again, and then Chow start to go missing, so Espio hunts down Silver because of a misunderstanding, and then they fight because they don't want to talk it out. I feel like I've seen this episode before. Then Espio and Silver, like, sorta team up, but not really, because they keep, like, disagreeing with each other, even though they're doing the same thing. And then Silver meets Shadow, and he doesn't really remember Shadow, so I don't know if the first game is canon or not. But then Silver remembers Sonic, and Sonic remembers Silver, and they all helped each other in the first game, so why? What's happening here? And, like, also, why did they just go, hey, I'm not gonna tell you what I'm doing, even though we're doing the same thing, and I'm not reading off the script anymore, I'm just really angry. Like, why? Like, why is it that if you could just go, hey, I'm trying to investigate the disappearances of the Chow, and Sonic goes, oh, wow, I'm doing that too. It's easy. You make friends, you accomplish the same goal you're all working towards, and no one has to race anybody unless you're doing it for fun. But this game, the plot is only there so they can explain why the characters are fighting, but the explanation is terrible because it doesn't work at all. It doesn't make any sense. They're all doing the exact same thing, but they refuse to talk about it, thus allowing the game to continue as it's supposed to. I should not be getting this frustrated over Sonic the Hedgehog game plots, but if you've seen this channel very much, you know that I enjoy story, and I feel like they should do more with it because they have a lot of great characters and a lot of great ideas, but they don't. And then when you see laziness in things that could be really cool, like hell, I would have taken a cliche clone plot over this. I would have taken a plot where like Eggman was like, I made clones of all of you, so race. Like that would have been all I needed. It would have been boring, but at least it wouldn't have been like insulting. Because it's like, you're sitting here playing this game and you're like, just talk about it! You're not idiots! Only the blue one's stupid! You guys could you could take care of business so much quicker if you weren't homing attacking each other all over the place! Wow, I got a lot more heated about that than I thought I would. Sonic Rivals 2. This is the game that broke me and reduced me to yelling. I can at least excuse this a little bit because of the Shadow and Metal Sonic plotline. I thought that was kinda neat, because I've always been a fan of the dynamic between Shadow and Metal Sonic since, I think it was Sonic Universe issue #1, where Shadow is all like, Metal, we're both living weapons, we both have souls, why do we have to fight? We can be friends, hug me. But it didn't work or whatever, but I always kind of liked that, because it was like, wow, Shadow's just a cool guy, and Metal Sonic is also pretty cool, and I feel like maybe eventually they could be bros. But I guess that's beside the point, because I don't think it's ever gonna happen, because Sega doesn't like to tell good stories anymore. So I don't know if you can tell that I've completely lost all of my energy since that one impromptu rant a second ago. So how about I tell you about something that I don't like about the game that's not the story? You know, the thing that matters more than the story, the gameplay. I'm having some trouble describing why exactly I think this game controls terribly, but I think I've settled on it feels sorta like you're skating through an ice rink on skates made of butter. I'm not gonna stand here and tell you that the first game controlled super well, because I didn't like it there either, but at least in the first game, the characters controlled on land and in the air as you might expect them to. In this game, though, it's actually kind of gross, because it's like nothing you do has weight to it, like not a single thing. And that really makes it hard to interact with the environment and the different gimmicks they want you to do, because things like trying to jump off this mandatory swinging vine thing doesn't ever feel consistent, and even something as simple, or something that should be as simple, as running up a slope kind of changes every single time you go to do it, and I don't really know how to describe it other than saying those things and then maybe telling you to play it yourself. Like, it was really frustrating because momentum doesn't seem to exist properly in this game. It didn't really in the other one either, but even more so in this one. As weird as this sounds, this game almost feels like it's filled to the brim with, like, RNG stuff, because, like, I wasn't thinking about the race at all when I was playing this game. I was more so focusing on what this thing might do to me if I do it incorrectly. Like, is it going to throw me backwards really far without me thinking it would, or is it going to throw me forward to where I want to go? Is it going to give me speed? Is it going to stop me dead in my tracks? Like, it's supposed to be a racing game, not a guessing game. If I want to play a guessing game, I'd play Guess Who. That's a guessing game, I think. No matter how well I learned these levels, it didn't matter because the controls and just overall game would not accommodate anything, which kinda doesn't feel right to me. Because if you play something over and over again, you think you should get a feel for how it works. But I was still losing that race to Tails over and over again because this game works in mysterious ways. It's like a spiritual force of bullshit. This boss fight, however, was the breaking point for me. You have to jump and attack these badniks that are floating in the air, and they'll drop down and hit the boss. But, you know, I was jumping up and homing attacking them, but they wouldn't fall. I would just get hurt, and I'm like, gee, man, maybe there's just like some invincibility frames here that these things have. But then I would see Sonic do it no problem. And apparently, the idea is all you gotta do is just use your regular, really awkward and stiff, but also somehow slippery jump maneuver, and that knocks them down, unlike literally everything else in the game that you can homing attack. Even, like, you can homing attack Sonic by mistake, and he homing attacks you, and then you fall down, or he falls down, and he gets in front of the boss, and the boss runs away, and it just turns this game into, like, the slowest, most monotonous thing that I've experienced on stream in a very long time. And, that's where I gave up. That's where I stopped. This one right here. I finished this boss fight, and even when I won, I did not feel good about it. I just felt like I had wasted my time. For those that have been waiting for this one for a really long time, I have to apologize. I know the running joke on this channel is, where's the Sonic Advance 3 review, which has already been released several times, but Sonic Chronicles is probably the one you should have been asking about. I've covered every major Sonic handheld game, and Sonic Chronicles seems like a pretty big one, as it's the only Sonic game that can claim to be an RPG, even if that claim is a little bit lackluster. The reason that I didn't make a video about this back during the marathon is because it's not like Sonic Chronicles is equivalent to a game like Sonic Pocket Adventure. That's a game I can turn on, play for 45 minutes, give or take, and I've basically seen everything it has to offer. Sonic Chronicles is about a 15-hour game that I've played twice in the past already and already knew I didn't like. Or I guess it's more complicated than that, because I did like it when I was a kid, and then when I became an adult who could notice when, you know, things are bad, that's when I realized, hey, wait a minute, this game is actually torturous to play through. So it's very surprising to me that I can come to you and tell you that I'm a lot more mixed on this game than I was back then, because I definitely don't love it, but I definitely do not think it is the worst thing in the series by far. There's a lot of good here, it's just, there's a lot more bad. And that's really painful because I really like RPGs that try to do new things. The Mario & Luigi series and Paper Mario are some of my favorite games in the world. So having a Sonic RPG with these established characters that we all like would be really cool, especially if they tried to go down that route and have you be more involved rather than just clicking something in a menu. But BioWare went way too far in the wrong direction with this game, and honestly, I almost didn't even get to play it. So let's start off with how long it took me to actually get this game up and running so I could make this video. Believe it or not, I actually worked on getting this game to run properly for around 6 hours one day, and that is way too much time to be spending on Sonic Chronicles. It is almost half the entire runtime of the game itself. But here's a major problem that I really didn't see coming. Nowadays, we have DS emulators that can upscale games, especially the 3D models, to make them look very smooth and nice instead of all, you know, Nintendo DS-y. But, for some reason, when I used one of the most up-to-date emulators to try and play this game, it would freeze at the same spot during the FMV tutorials every single time. So of course you think, okay, I'll try the other most major emulator, which would be Desmume. And no, it actually crashes at the exact same time again. So my head was like, how do I play this now? I would have used real hardware and recorded it with my 3DS capture card, but that wonderful piece of technology no longer functions properly, so that's $600 down the drain and means that wouldn't help me with this. My next thought was the Wii U, because the Wii U Virtual Console included DS, so I could probably get the Wii U to emulate the game, but think again, that actually just is really difficult and didn't work either. At this point, I was considering talking to someone else on YouTube to try and just use their footage, which would have made this video very easy to make, but I really wanted to make sure my ideals were in the right place for this game, so I wanted to play it myself, which means I went and got a very old version of Desmume that also had these upscaling features, but when you use the upscaling features, sometimes the models just clip out of the textures, and it was giving me some serious annoying brain syndrome, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't put that in the YouTube video because it was too ugly looking. So what we have is this footage here that I recorded that finally works in this older version of the emulator, but it very much still looks like a DS game, and I guess we're just gonna have to live with that. The visuals were never really the draw of this game anyway. I think some of the 2D art looks nice, but it's all covered in these like really bad white choppy outlines, like they like used the wand tool and paint to rip these out of a sprite sheet. And the character models, of course, you know, when they're running around on the map screen might look okay, and you see them from the back during battles the entire time, but when they turn to the front, they must have taken the eyeball model in these things and just like ramped it up by 3 like they did with the Grinch's Heart that one time. The one thing I can give props to though is that I think the environments look pretty nice. They're all like sprite art style, very nice looking. They almost look like drawings, especially on the DS when everything was so much fuzzier that it like, you can't really, it's like when you squint at something and it looks a little better, like squinting at a Christmas tree because it's Christmas season and you kind of like turn your head left and right and it's almost like twinkling stars. That's kind of what looking at Green Hill Zone is like. That's not what listening to it sounds like, though, because, you know, this game's soundtrack is notorious. It's funny because most Sonic games, even if they're terrible, they have a really good soundtrack, but this game has loads of issues everywhere, and the game sounds like this 100% of the time. Alright, maybe not 100%. Like, the intro theme is pretty rockin', and then the battle themes are pretty good. Like, it's only out in the environments you just get this, like, really amateurish chiptune music, and it's really awful. Like, I just ended up turning the sound off halfway through. That and the sound effects come out of a Bugs Bunny cartoon for some reason. Like, no voice acting anywhere either. I know that that's not, like, a staple of the DS, but I feel like they just didn't have very much faith in this game to begin with. Before this gets too negative, why don't I talk about a little bit more of the positives here? Like I said, the entire game is not the worst thing in the world. There are definitely moments where I was having fun, like mainly when battles were going well and, you know, I thought the enemy encounters were balanced. But most of this game is not like that. I actually loved looking around the hub worlds because they're such a giant place to explore. You have a map to show you where you need to go if you really want to get to the next objective, and it was very helpful. And you have this system where each character you have in your party has different specialties, so they can do different actions on the map. That made it really spicy to come back to areas that you've already been to once you get these new powers so you can find more Chow eggs and secrets. I'm also a little bit a fan of the story. Like, I know it's a little bit weak in terms of this series, like it's definitely not as good as something like Sonic Battle's writing, but I think the writing in this game and the general plot are passable to good at certain moments. I mean, there are some low points as well, and some things are very rushed towards the end, but overall, like, I actually was reading the story a lot more than I thought I would. Remember, I've played this before, so I know what happens. I just wanted to read what they were saying. I think some things actually got a genuine laugh out of me. I also really like the idea of the dialogue tree system where you can make Sonic say a different thing if you want more information about what you're talking about versus going through the game as fast as possible, in which case you just pick the first option. I gotta give him props for that, because normally I would want to speed through dialogue as fast as possible if I'm playing a Sonic game, but in this case you have these other options where maybe Sonic can be like a huge sarcastic asshole out of nowhere for no reason. The responses are always, like, really funny, too. Like, most of them are, like, aimed towards Amy for some reason. I mean, like, you can just straight up have Sonic hate Amy and Knuckles in this game for no reason, like, other than you want to see what they say, but it doesn't really change anything. There's no, like, party dynamic system, there's no persona social link type deal with any of them, which is weird because some of them do actually have side quests you can do. Maybe if they had more time to work on the game, that would have been part of it. I don't know. For now, it's just a funny remnant of what could have been. And that's it. The rest of this game, I'm gonna piss all over it, because I'm pissed. I know we're 8 minutes into this and I have not mentioned the biggest elephant ever produced sitting in the room with us. This game is entirely touchscreen controlled. Are you kidding me? This came out in 2008 and we're still pretending that the DS touchscreen was the god of all control schemes? The DS released in 2004, and some of the launch titles of the system, like Mario 64 DS, you don't have to use the touchscreen at all if you don't want. And that's a first-party Nintendo game. I know they were trying to go for a unique control scheme with the touchscreen stuff. I do think, like, tapping some of the patterns in battle are at least a little bit entertaining, but most of them are 10 times too long, and your hand just starts to cramp after a while. Like, Nintendo figured that out with Kid Icarus eventually. I'm just blown away that they really just went full ham on this. If this game just controlled with buttons, I think it would actually be like 50% better, just full stop. And since I just mentioned battles, I might as well say battles are the thing that killed this game for me, and here are the reasons why. The absolute #1 worst thing about this game is that battles can go on forever. Not because they're hard, they're really not. The problem is, enemies frequently do this thing where you just can't hit them or can't do damage to them. You select all your moves, you get ready for your turn order, and then let's say the robot goes right after your first 3 characters and they use evade. Everything else for the rest of that command session, nothing will hit them no matter what you do. There is not a single chance you do 1 point of damage. Alternatively, some armored enemies can just decide, I'm not going to take damage anymore, so that way every single attack you do against them does 1 damage until they take their next turn. Why, in the name of all that is fun and enjoyable, would you ever put something in a game that literally just raises the middle finger to the screen like that? Like, cause I'm like wasting power points and other items and all of this stuff, and then the enemy just goes, yeah, no, not this time, buddy. And that's not the same as them just dodging an attack every so often. This is every single attack, no matter what it is. You could get your little action commands perfect, nothing will change this. That is the most bass-ackwards shit I've ever seen in a video game. Because that's not making the battles any harder, it's just making them longer. And with the amount of health that enemies have later in the game, these battles can go on for 5 or 6 minutes, no matter how strong you are. When I was getting towards the end of the game, I started actively avoiding encounters because I just didn't want to sit there for another 5 minutes doing the same tapping motions on the touchscreen over and over again until I got like a meaningless amount of XP because it's really, really hard to level up in this game. Not to mention, when you're in battles, you're probably going to use power points, and the power point system in this game, I'm convinced they did not program correctly. Here's my evidence for that. Basically, as you level up, you will gain power points. You start with like 8 or 9 on a character, and then you probably get up to 15, 16, whatever. But all of your other stats go so much higher, like they're in the 40s or whatever, but power points are always really low. And by the halfway point of the game, I was finding items that were giving me like 50 power points back per item use, but like no one had eclipsed the 20 mark, or even the 15 mark most of the time. So here's my theory. During the programming of this game, they forgot to make the PP increase with everything else. Yes, I know what I said. I'm getting tired of saying power points. There's no other explanation, because literally they could have had an item in there that restored 20 power points, and that would restore every character I had to max, like, the whole game. So the way a typical battle goes is you get into the battle whether you want to or not, maybe you try and run away and it works and you can get out, but if not, you're using your regular attacks on regular enemies because you don't want to waste the power points because they're so quick to run out. Or you have to use your power points because you're sick of doing the same stuff over and over again, and you have to lay into your healing items, which are very scarce in this game because the money system is also broken. Let's say you use all of your PowerPoint items, and then you go to buy more, but you don't have enough rings. Guess where you get rings? Yeah, they're just laying all over the place like normal, but that's the only place you get them. You don't get them from battles. Rings are a finite resource in this game. I don't get it. The hub worlds have like 150 rings max for you to find, and there are items that are worth double that. So I just didn't end up using the shop system for most of the game because it didn't make any sense to do it. I really needed to conserve that stuff in case I really needed revival items, which I actually ended up having a lot of by the end of the game, because I believe I found a way to tear this game wide open. The only way to increase your power points is to equip certain Chow that will give you those power points. Yeah, the Chow Garden's in this game. But instead of raising them, you find their eggs on the overworld, stand around for a little while, and then they hatch into a completely random Chow. It is all RNG. They can have useful attributes like adding elemental damage to certain attacks you do, increasing your magic, increasing your health. There are other things like one can revive you upon death, or give you more XP, or make enemies more likely to flee from battles. It's a really neat idea that I do like a lot, but the thing is, this idea was kind of cut in half in a very stupid way. When this game came out in 2008, I'm sure this made a lot more sense, but the only way you can level up these Chow is if you trade them with another person who's playing the video game. So, basically, in this day and age, even if I was playing on real hardware, that's just not going to happen unless I have 2 copies of Sonic Chronicles myself and 2 Nintendo DS's. Once I got these Chow that were able to raise the power points of my characters, I actually ended up leaving those on them the whole time, because it actually pushed them up to like the 20-26 mark instead of being at like 15, and I feel like that's probably what they intended you to do. Otherwise, you know, the PP thing is just a mistake. It's a big PP mistake. Thanks to this mechanic just not being available, I decided this is the point where I'm going to start cheating, so I used a code to max out the Chow I had, because I think the game is a lot more enjoyable if you do. Oh, this other MVP we had was this one named Ferox that was actually able to make any POW move you do automatically succeed, which for Cream the Rabbit basically makes her into a character that you should never take off your team. Cream is actually an optional party member. I don't know how you complete the game without her though, unless you really ration your items. Maybe it's just a challenge mode for those who are inclined to do so. But I digress. Cream's attacks are all support moves, so she can restore your health, give you more power points, she can add debuffs to the enemies, which I didn't really end up using very much because it didn't negate any of the bad, annoying shit that was happening. But unlike every other character in the game, if you mess up even one input on her commands, she does the rest of the animation and then a big thing that says failed shows up on screen. Which means you just wasted the power points, which are a very precious commodity, and you get nothing. Dude, every other character in the game, if you mess up a command, it just does less damage. What were they thinking? What were they actually thinking with that? Because that is such a huge punishment for sometimes maybe slip of your finger. Like, my god, it is insane that this game actually exists in this fashion. If you're gonna say skill issue, remember I was playing it on the computer because there was literally no other way for me to do this. It's probably a little bit easier on the DS touchscreen since it's so small, but that's still a really, really harsh penalty. If you do this right though, you also just have infinite power points. So, like, that's also technically bad. Like, that makes it either incredibly too easy or way too unfair. And I guess Cream is related to this next tangent, but when I mentioned that the overworld has certain areas you can only traverse with a certain character, that's also a bad thing too, because if you're running around these massive maps, you get to a place where you don't have, you know, Tails, Cream, or Rouge to do a flight action. You gotta walk all the way back to the nearest safe house, which might not even be on this map you're on. You might have to go to an entirely different quadrant just to get a flying character, go and do the thing they need, and then go all the way back to switch your team member back in. Because let me tell you, having Tails on your team at any point in the game is a penalty in itself. He is a dog shit character in this game. They should have just had you switch things out in the pause menu to balance that out. Like, some people might think it might make the game too easy, maybe switch out your really damaged character for someone who's at full health, but then if you get into one of those 6-minute battles, dude, you're probably gonna end up really low on health anyway, so if you let those dying characters pile up, that would be on you. I think that'd be perfectly fine. That might be a little bit harder in the sections where they make you make 2 teams to split up and do different objectives. I actually do like that idea, and since the XP system works in such a way that your banked characters get every single bit of XP when you pull them off of the retirement bench, it makes it so there's no need to grind with those characters and means that you can actually survive whatever this encounter is going to be. The game really boils down to just having Shadow and Cream on your team though, because Shadow's Chaos Spear attack hits twice and it like passes by all armor, so basically you just buff that guy to hell and back and he kills every single encounter in like a couple turns. You know, unless they're evading or have a ridiculously high speed stat, in which case nothing hits them, ever. I'm just really bummed out that I'm so frustrated about this, because underneath all of the steaming, festering bullshit, there's a real game there. This is like a really solid idea for a game, and it would have worked if they made some better decisions. I know this has been really all over the place, but I really just wanted to get all my thoughts about this out before I started gushing about more things. I do actually have more positives. I wanted to talk about the story. Did anyone want to talk about the story? I know you guys like stories. The game starts out with this cutscene that looks like it came off the back of a cereal box showing Amy, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. I don't know why I named them in that order. Like, killing Dr. Eggman. No, actually, like, they believe that he's dead after this, which is kind of hilarious because he just comes back with no problem in like 10 minutes. But Sonic is flagged down by Tails because Knuckles has apparently been kidnapped by a troop of people called the Marauders, and this seems like a bad thing because they're also after the Chaos Emeralds. And if they can take Knuckles down, that's actually a pretty big deal. Here we meet up with Amy, who's going to be our first party member, and she actually has a boyfriend now, but he goes to a different school, so we're never going to meet the guy. And she just keeps talking about him because I'm 99% sure that he's not real, and she's just trying to make Sonic jealous. So that makes it funny that the designers then went, hey, we're going to have a lot of options where you could be really nice to Amy. Later in the city, we meet up with Tails and Rouge, who takes us to see the gun commander, who I think is supposed to be the same guy from Shadow the Hedgehog, but he doesn't really talk about any of that stuff, probably because he's embarrassed about it. There are also a lot of puzzles in the overworld that I didn't mention before because they just slipped my mind. They're incredibly easy to figure out, but usually you're moving one of your 4 characters around, like, independent of each other to play Simon Says or hit buttons on the floor. It's really not that involved. Since we're the only competent people in the entire world, we end up bumbling around the city helping people for a bit before we go to the Mystic Ruins and meet up with Big the Cat, who is absolutely just a background element, but they wanted to include him, so whatever, we'll put him on the team. More importantly though, we're in the Mystic Ruins to look for Knuckles because his signature's actually coming from these old Eggman bases, so maybe Eggman's involved with the Marauders? We don't know yet. The rescue mission kind of goes a little bit awry here though, because Knuckles ends up just freeing himself and leaving containment, but he kind of gets out at the same time we get there, so technically we still rescued him. This leads to the Marauders getting what they want, and they actually move Angel Island from where it usually is above the Mystic Ruins, and that's pretty concerning. So this is the point where we decide, hey, we're gonna look for Eggman because he's probably behind this. And I think that's a fair assumption. This is where we first run into Shadow, who is being a huge jerk, as per the modern canon likes to assert, and then we eventually do find Eggman, who has turned over a new leaf. He's not evil anymore, guys. Why would you even think he would be? I mean, he almost died before, so he might as well turn over a new leaf, right? Surprisingly, Eggman's actually playable in this game, and he's animated like a cartoon character, which I guess kind of fits because he's a cartoon character. But I really love just watching him run around. The best way I can describe it is like he looks like he's in a silent comedy film. Like he runs like with the most emotion and expressiveness I've ever seen, and that extends to the battles as well. This dude is fucking hilarious. We end up following Shadow to non-unique snow location. We kick the absolute shit out of him because there's 4 people and he is but one ultimate being. And then he joins us and does not leave the team for the rest of the game. Turns out he's not a huge jerk, he's actually worried about his friend Omega, who went missing after looking into the Marauders. So we have a common goal. Shadow wants to kill the Marauders, we want to kill the Marauders, Eggman wants to kill the Marauders, but Knuckles now doesn't want to kill the Marauders because, surprise lawsuit, they're echidnas! We meet Shade the Echidna here, one of the new characters from this game, and we learn that she's a part of the Nocturne tribe, who were banished out of this plane of existence for some reason. I don't remember. I mean, I know how they got banished the second time. We have one individual to thank for that. Knuckles actually gets really introspective about this. Like, there are a lot of conversations you can have with him where he's like, is this right? Like, can we actually fight them for just wanting to come back to the real world? And then Sonic's like, well, yeah, they're trying to, like, kill everybody too, so we kind of have to stop that. I like it. This is kind of like Knuckles at his most interesting for me, because he's got, like, this huge burden on his mind. And this is the point where the Metropolis arc kicks off, and as cool as it is to visit a prior location like Metropolis, that we've never really seen a second time in the games, this is the worst part of the game by far. I feel like so much of my footage is just running around this place, either being lost or trying to dodge enemies in very narrow corridors, and there are so many times where I just go in a circle and I end up pausing the recording to start it again later, because I'm just like, this is gonna be like 40 hours of me running around Metropolis, isn't it? This is where we also have our first splitting the team thing, where you put 4 characters on each squad and they go accomplish different things, but frequently when they do this, they force you to take at least 2 characters. So we get Sonic and Knuckles going out to do most of the fighting and manual labor things, whereas Tails and Eggman take 2 other characters to just go collect things and do science. I do think the team up Tails and Eggman is a really good one, and I do like how blatantly obvious it is that Eggman has not reformed, like he's literally still talking about like killing people and stuff. And Tails is like, no, that's not how we do things, Eggman. We don't kill people. And Eggman goes, oh, but I want to kill people. And then everyone just laughs. The enemies in this place really like doing that fortify thing where you just don't do damage for 3 fucking turns in a row. It is unbearable. That and some of the areas where you need to fly around as Tails, like, the icons should really show from farther back because you have to be, like, pressing right up against the zone where they want you to fly from, and sometimes you just might not even know that there's another direction you can fly, so you end up going in circles again. The one redeeming factor to Metropolis is that you can pick up Omega as an optional party member here, and he also stayed on my team till the very end of the game, so thank you for bringing back the best boy with some of the best lines in the entire game. And I honestly really do like the 2 teams thing. It's a really cool idea to switch between characters, showing that like everyone's actually doing something, it's not just Sonic who can get things done. I'm also a huge fan of how once you get to Angel Island, Sonic's team has to fight off waves of enemies while they're waiting for backup, and then once the backup gets there, we fight the main antagonist of the game, Ix, who just happens to be the football coach of the other Echidna tribe. And we actually lose here. Like, sure, we win the battle, we actually just shit on him completely in this fight, but then he just grabs the Master Emerald, and then I think Angel Island just crashes into Metropolis. But not before he does his, like, evil villain mustache twirl conveniently in front of Shade, who had believed in him all this time, and now is like, wait, I don't want to kill everybody, and Ix goes, oh, but it'd be so much fun, and I'm sure Eggman is probably, like, sweating. You know, because they're so close to the sun on Angel Island, not because he's evil and feeling guilty. That's preposterous. Thankfully, we all survived the crash, and then we do another section in Metropolis, except it's all destroyed now. And Shade joins the team because now she sees that we're in the right, and she tells us all about Ix and all this stuff and backstory and lore, and it's really cool, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because none of it can be canon anymore. Since Ix used the Master Emerald to teleport back to the Twilight Cage so he could pull everything from there back into the current dimension, the team has no choice but to create a vessel that can go into the Twilight Cage so they can track him down. This is codename for, we're going to spend another 3 hours in Metropolis. Finally, we have the Cyclone built, which is able to brave this brave new area that we're going to be exploring, and Eggman says, guys, I can't go with you because someone has to stay here for when you need to come back. Don't worry, the world's under my protection, everything will be fine, I'm not evil anymore. And everyone just, you know, rolls with it. So we go into another dimension, and I don't have footage of this part or the entire first planet we explore because my power went out while I was recording, so I apologize, but he's evil. He's still evil. The next part of this game is a very interesting idea. It kind of reminds me of Sonic X's 3rd season where they go into space and they're looking through all like the Meta-Rex planets and stuff. But here we're in the Twilight Cage exploring these new locations and seeing these new creatures like the first level we end up on with the Kron. They are dreadful to fight because they have a shit ton of defense, but thankfully they're not your enemies for very long. It turns out everyone in the Twilight Cage has been inducted into Ix's forces, but they all hate him. And some of them hate each other, but they all hate Ix more. So we run back and forth between all of these colonies, helping out the Kron, the Zoa, and the Minecraft slimes before finally we're able to take the fight directly to Ix. I would explain more of this, but none of these characters will ever be seen again, and nothing really happens aside from, like, generic problem, please help, and then they help. I do think these places have some of the best landscapes, though. I really dig when people try alien environments and just do things to make them look cool. Like, I think the Zoa colony is my favorite. It's got all these, like, teleporter things all over the place, and while my tiny peanut brain struggled to remember which one went where for, like, 40 minutes, it was still a very nice thing to look at the very least. Oh, and they just dropped this bombshell. Apparently the Nocturne clan actually invented the Gizoids, and they just have a ton of them lying around. So everyone's like, hey, wait, aren't those Gizoids from Sonic Battle, the fighting game we were in? And they don't mention Emerald, and nobody's really sad, but I guess it's been enough time, they've moved on or whatever. I would have liked a passing mention to that, because it's literally the same exact thing as Emerald. There are even unique Gizoids out there, like when you finally get to Nocturne, it's like, I think his name's Cherubides Nuts, and Franklin, something like that. Okay, actually their name is Scylla, or Skilla, I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. They show up and they taunt you with their own unique little personalities, and then they, like, run away, because you're supposed to split into 2 teams again and go fight them. And again, this is a really neat section. I liked exploring Nocturne, and I really felt like I was gearing up for a big fight, and this was a suitable way to kind of ramp up to that. Then that just leaves Ix, and Knuckles' group ends up getting there first and having a chat with him, and then when Sonic sees that happening from up on the balcony, Sonic's like, I knew he was gonna betray us, and I don't know if he's being serious or not because he's in his, like, annoyed pose. I mean, I guess Knuckles does routinely believe Eggman in saying that Sonic is an asshole and, you know, he has to fight him again, but, like, for this, that really matters. You know, I mean, siding with other echidnas, I guess that makes a little bit of sense. He might have had some doubts, but Knuckles ain't like that. He's a cool guy. The story ends with you just kicking the shit out of Ix 3 separate times. Once as Supersonic, and it's not even really that much of an encounter. All you need to do is just get the action commands perfect, and he just dies. Now that Ix is defeated, Sonic and the others can try and find a way to get the echidnas back into their home dimension. And speaking of that dimension, they get back and Eggman has completely conquered literally everything. And I think, not to like break this up or anything, but the funniest theory I saw about Forces before it came out was that Forces was a sequel to Sonic Chronicles. Yeah guys, let's follow up a very mediocre RPG with an incredibly mediocre platformer. That should do it. Obviously, there will never be another sequel or continuation of this, so it is a forever cliffhanger because of Ken Penders and that really shitty, evil, stupid baby lawsuit he did. If that man could sue real echidnas for existing, I'm sure he would. The story's okay. It's nothing amazing, but I do like how weird and, you know, out there it is. I didn't expect people to want to take Sonic into a new dimension of storytelling, no pun intended. But it feels a lot like I feel about Sonic Battle. Like, the story is probably one of the best things about this game. And as sarcastic as I can be, I am completely serious when I say I think this could have been fantastic. Whatever the reasons for all the bad decisions might be, this game is not something I wish to chronicle any further. God, if an elevator ride made me nauseous, maybe coming to a huge space amusement park wasn't such a good idea. I don't even like rides. I want off this crazy train. Alright, in the canon of this video, it makes absolutely no sense to start talking to the screen like this, but hello everyone, I'm Garrulous64, and today I'm nipping this new comment trend in the bud, and we'll be checking out Sonic Colors for the Nintendo DS. To really immerse myself for this one, I went ahead and decided to drop myself into this madhouse to see what all the fuss was about. Kinda surprised that Dr. Eggman went and built this place to atone for his crimes, but whatever, he's a nice guy at heart, I guess. You might be wondering why I called this game something something Sonic Rush 3, I don't know the final title yet, and not just Sonic Colors DS. Well, for one thing, I refuse to let the spirit of Sonic Rush die. Those reviews were some of my absolute favorites I've ever done. And second, Sonic Colors DS is literally just actually Rush 3. I mean, look at it. If you go back and watch either of the last 2 Rush reviews, the gameplay section describes how this game works almost perfectly. We once again have Sonic stuck to a 2D plane, which makes this game almost as much of a 2D game as the console version. What? Just because I made fun of that joke in the intro didn't mean I wasn't going to use it in the video. New to this version, though, is obviously the Wisps, this being their debut game. Almost every one of these critters makes a trip over from the Wii version, aside from the Wisp, which has been replaced with the far superior Wisp, the Wisp, which was replaced with nothing, and the Wisp, which was also replaced with nothing. Might be missing a few things here and there, but at least they didn't skimp out on the cutscenes. Most of the essential cutscenes from the Wii version, including the intro, have been lovingly smashed to 192p for your viewing pleasure? Sort of reminds me of that gif of the entire first Shrek movie, except a little bit more watchable. Any other scenes of dialogue are told using that slightly boring DS brand cutscene method with static portraits that change emotion based on what's being said. I was never a huge fan of this, but a DS game card can only hold so much stuff, and this game is hella nice looking, so I'm glad they didn't sacrifice gameplay for that. And just because I said I didn't like that style doesn't make me a hypocrite because I'm using it in this video. I'm trying to match the theme. It's called being creative. Look it up. Now, one thing you might have noticed is the lack of tricking. Sad to report that in this adventure, Dimps decided that enough was enough and removed it, which also removes one of the ways to build up the boost energy, thus making this game a lot less boost happy than the last 2. The boost bar can now only be filled up by destroying enemies and collecting white wisp capsules, so to my horror, Dimps expects you to use your brain when trying to decide if you should hold down the boost button or not. I just have so little faith in my brain, I don't know if I can do this. Kinda weird that they did that though, considering that you can do tricks in the Wii version, and that's where the iconic bit comes from. Like the Wii version, Sonic can't use the Wisp abilities from the start. He has to unlock them by visiting the theme park's various locales. In this version, Sonic doesn't even begin the game with the boost, which actually gives the spin dash some purpose in life, if only for a few short minutes. It actually makes a lot more sense than the Wii version, because you just begin that one by saving Wisps from capsules and machines and absorbing their power, and Sonic just kinda ignores it. I mean, judging by his reaction to harnessing their energy for the first time in the DS version, it's not exactly a subtle feeling. To be frank, the DS version just handles anything having to do with story a lot better than the Wii version. If you've played one or the other, you know the story. Sonic and Tails roll up to Eggman's newly built theme park thinking he's doing something bad, and wow, crazy, he's actually doing something bad. Turns out, instead of just having one planet chained up this time, he's stolen 5 alien worlds from a race called the Wisps, and he's using them to steal energy to fuel his mind control cannon. The Wii version has a handful of animated cutscenes to get this point across, and also meme really hard with a lot of iconic lines. But the DS takes a simpler approach, which allows it to add more context to a lot of things. There are a handful of scenes where, for instance, Sonic and Tails are introduced to new Wisps by Yacker instead of them just appearing in levels randomly and not being talked about. They don't play off Yacker's leet speech thing as a huge plot point, so they have more time to get to the other important stuff. And perhaps my personal favorite, the amusement park isn't a ghost town, since as you'd expect, something this huge and mysterious appearing suddenly draws some attention. Almost every single member of Sonic's supporting cast has found their way into this game. Even Big the Cat figured out how to use the elevator, and he's once again searching for his frog, who I imagine activated the elevator for himself to try and escape from Big, because that's a hilarious visual. The modern Orbot and Cubot also make their first real appearance here, Orbot having solidified his appearance and personality after appearing as a sort of beta form of himself back in Sonic Unleashed. I wasn't a huge fan of these guys, funny enough, until the Sonic Boom cartoon rolled around. But now I can easily say that they're my favorite Eggman underlings, and they fit in perfectly with the likes of Scratch and Grounder and Deco and Boko. For those who enjoy the Sonic and Tails dynamic, for example from the Wii version, all of that is still going to be in this version, and since the friend stuff is relegated to side missions, you can get as much or as little of it as you want. The last huge difference between the Wii and DS versions comes in the form of the level structure. Instead of the game throwing like 6 acts of his own at you, Colors DS sticks to the classic formula and gives you 2 stages and a boss fight. You might think that this makes it a lot shorter than the Wii version, but according to my own previous playthrough, the DS version only clocked in at around 4 hours and 30 minutes as opposed to 5 hours. Whether that be mostly because of the cutscenes or not, this game still feels like it has plenty going on, and honestly, less acts means the stages don't overstay their welcomes as much as they do in the Wii version. And before you misinterpret that, I'm not saying these stages are bad. I feel the exact opposite about them, in fact. These are some of the coolest stages we've had in the series up to this point. Seriously, when they do stuff like this or like in Sonic Heroes and get crazy colorful with everything, I live for it. Starting out, we've got Tropical Resort, a stunning, vibrant paradise of a level filled with balloons, rails to grind, giant theme park signs, and giant totems that transport Sonic to new areas via questionable methods. I don't want to talk about it. You're really able to take in the sights of this one too, since you don't have the boost the first time you're dropped in here, and I can think of no better level in this game for taking one's time to enjoy the sights. And of course, do I even need to mention the soundtrack to this one? Of course it's good, it's a Sonic game. All the songs they brought over from the Wii version even have this nice little like classic-y feel to them too, because obviously the DS can't do the same kind of sound that the Wii does, so it just ends up sounding awesome. Once you've completed the first act, Sonic and Tails meet Yacker and the White Wisps, which allows Sonic to use the boost ability. From there, you're able to go back into the first level and re-explore if you so desire using your new power. The game does its best to remind you about this every so often because occasionally you'll blow by a red ring that will be totally inaccessible without the Void Wisp, let's say. So of course, if you want 100% the game, you gotta go back, and sometimes maybe you're just forgetful, I don't know. I am. These are optional though, so I opted this time to just have fun instead of torturing myself looking high and low for them. I still actually have flashbacks to my Generations 100% run, and I will never do that again. After all, the red rings have nothing to do with Supersonic in this version of the game, so grabbing all 10 million of them seems like a waste of time. After completing an act, typically a bonus mission will appear, and that's where you find Sonic's friends. Tropical Resort, for instance, includes an encounter with Janjo? You're not Cream the Rabbit.
What a revelation! I'm glad you're able to tell the two of us apart. Now, would you mind going to get me, 20 milkshakes?
That's sort of an arbitrary number, but I'm on it.
Alright, now, what was he talking about? Cream the Rabbit? Cream the Rabbi? Oh, that can't be right. When you meet up with Sonic's friends in the park, they always end up sending him on a random mission due to the influence of Orbot or Cubot, or just to satiate the bloodlust. The levels these missions are focused in are usually the same ones you've already played, and the goals range from collecting 200 rings, destroying a ton of robots, or even trying to finish a stage in an allotted time limit while smashing capsules that will increase your limit. If you enjoyed the stages the first time though, it's a fun challenge to take on all the missions, but if you'd rather just get to the end of the game, there's no harm in skipping some of them.
Alright, I'm back, and I think like half of these things melted on my way here, but mission accomplished. What's my reward?
Ha, nothing, dude.
What? You're not even gonna pay me back for the milkshakes?
That wouldn't really be in the spirit of Sonic Colors DS missions, now would it?
That's really my one gripe with this game. There's a lot of extra content, and while it's nice to have the variety, you don't really get anything for it. I guess if you grind out the red rings, you do get the infinite boost, but other than that, it's just concept art, music, and the cutscenes in which you're either triumphant or humiliated in front of your friends. But to be fair, you can easily look up all of that on YouTube, which makes the side content there purely for the sake of 100% completion. What I assumed they were going to do is tie the Chaos Emeralds to these missions, which might have been a bit better of an idea considering the way they chose to go about it this time.
What do you mean? They don't seem like they're that much trouble. In fact, the game seemed to just let me play each special stage directly after Act 1 of each zone.
Yeah, for 6 of them at least, but Dimps always has trouble keeping consistency with these things for some reason. Just watch.
Turns out, to access each special stage, all you need to do is reach the goal of 50 rings, just like Sonic 1. After that, the game gives you a courtesy screen that lets you get your stylus ready, and before you know it, you're running down a half pipe.
Collect red spheres? No, that is all wrong. How could you expect me to go against the instincts you've been instilling in us since 1994? Ah, okay then. All is right with the world. Carry on.
Now personally, I hate the half-pipe stages in all the Sonic games. I think they're bad with their physics, I think they're bad with just how brutal they can be, but honestly, Sonic Colors DS is one of the better ones. Touch controls definitely help out a lot.
These special stages actually harken back to Sonic Rushes, and when I first reviewed that game, I talked about how much I enjoyed them. The control here is just as precise, so there's no issue collecting every single sphere required of you, and more. Much more. These things are incredibly easy. I only came close to losing one time, and it was in the final special stage, but even so, I still cleared it by a good amount. I sorta missed the challenge that special stages in Rush imposed, but retrying Rush is a lot easier than retrying in this game, so maybe that's for the best. Scratch that, actually. The entire game feels really easy, aside from some annoying isolated patches of weird level design. It's still really fun, though, so I guess I shouldn't complain too much. It's nothing game-breaking, after all.
See? That wasn't so bad. What was all the fuss about before?
Have you counted your rocks there, pal?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Hey, wait. Did they go all Game Gear Sonic on us and only add 6 emeralds? It's less than 7.
Not quite. I told you Dimp's track record with these things is a little weird, but this one certainly takes the cake. Originally, I assumed the final emerald would be gained from terminal velocity, which isn't really a full zone, but it is a stage nonetheless. When I didn't find it there, I had to do some Googling since I was at a loss, and it turns out, all you gotta do is head over to the Sonic Simulator, go to Versus Mode, challenge the CPU to the first stage of Tropical Resort, and finish in first place with 50 rings. Of course, what was I thinking? It was so obvious. I can let Rush Adventure's weird mission-based Chaos Emerald system go, but what was the thought process here? Sonic Simulator is basically your hub for the multiplayer mode, options, and concept art. This is like hiding an Easter egg in a gun safe. It's got no business being there, and why would anyone think to check in the first place?
Well, at least we got them all. We can talk about the other stages now.
Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Sweet Mountain. Sweet Mountain is a level made up of all manners of food, ranging from burgers to bubblegum. Is bubblegum a food? The DS version of the game doesn't do an amazing job at making the stages stick out from each other in terms of actual level design, but the abundance of new wisp powers littering the levels makes up for that. The biggest gimmick here is the Burst Whip, which allows Sonic to float through the air and pop upwards after holding A, B, X, or Y. If the button is held long enough, Sonic performs a screen nuke attack, sort of like Hypersonic used to do back in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And if you want to watch a video about Hypersonic, we made one a little while ago, go check it out. Sweet Mountain also introduces these hot air balloons that slowly drift downwards. Sonic has to move left and right in these sections to avoid danger, unless he enters the balloon with a burst wisp active, in which case the balloon will rocket upwards.
Ugh, that kinda reminds me of the hot air balloon sections in Yoshi's New Island. I'll never look at motion control the same way again after that game. Sweet Mountain also brings us the return of Blaze the Cat, who traversed dimensions to visit a theme park because she heard it was sweet, I guess? Sonic also pretends to care about how Marine's doing, and yeah, I'm sure she's fine. Even better than that, though, Silver makes an appearance, cementing this as the greatest Sonic Rush game out of all of them. He also insinuates that the future is brighter than literal Candyland, and my already terrible eyes are fearing for their lives. Next up, we've got Starlight Carnival, my favorite stage in the Wii version, and here it's just another stage. Sort of a shame that the light bridges seen in the Wii version of this stage are nowhere to be seen, and actually they only ever appear on the title screen of this game. That was like this level's defining characteristic in the Wii version. I thought that was like a big deal. This stage introduces the Rocket Wisp, which is exactly the same as the Wii version. The most interesting thing about this power-up is that if you use it in the boss fight, you can just melt it in a couple seconds, which is good because this one was actually kicking my butt a bit. All the boss fights in this game tend to have fun uses for the abilities you unlock, and it makes each fight pretty varied in terms of tactics, even if a few of them look similar to each other upon first glance. Suffice to say, this is not a, hey, let's fight the Ferris wheel twice type deal.
After Sonic returns from the dark vacuum of space, it's time to visit a green, lush paradise that just so happens to be the Wisp's homeworld, the very creatively named Planet Wisp. Both the industrial and natural side of the level provide fun gimmicks for the player to navigate, and we're introduced to the Drill Wisp. Using its power, Sonic can tunnel through soft ground or water, but if he gets caught underground when the power runs out, it's lights out. Literally. It's pretty dark underground, I hear.
I liked the Drill Wisp a lot in the Wii version, but I can't stand it on the D-pad in this game. The thing is really frustrating to control. I kept bumping into walls all over the place, so I'm really glad outside of Planet Wisp it seems like it's largely optional. For instance, I'd much rather drown in Aquarium Park than be subjected to this any longer. Speaking of that level, Aquarium Park is an actual good water level. I was sort of freaking out when I played it because the chances of finding a good water level is like the equivalent of finding a unicorn, i.e. not very likely. It also helps that in this stage, the Laser Wisp is unlocked, which allows Sonic to access a whole bunch of new pathways that zip him around lightning fast. It's also really satisfying to just blow through tons of robots, taking them out in the blink of an eye with this power-up. And I don't want to spend more time on the music, but yeah, Aquarium Park is one of the best songs in the entire series. But I'm open to suggestions in the comments if you have other favorites that aren't this one.
Now that's what I'm talking about. No amusement park is complete without a roller coaster. Let's go.
No, you go on ahead. I'll stay here and hold the Chaos Emeralds.
Suit yourself. Scaredy cat.
Amusement park. For me, it's more like a bemusement park.
Asteroid Coaster is a diabolical, I love that word, slime pit of a level complete with a roller coaster made out of what I hope aren't real bones. Eggman's looking more and more sadistic by the minute.
Still not quite as bad as digging up people's bones, mixing them with tears, and then selling it back to people as a beverage like the Gluckins did in Oddworld.
How'd you get up here so fast?
I just cut the line, dude. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
You're the real villain here. By this point, Dr. Eggman has been draining energy from Wisps and their planets long enough that some of them have been corrupted. Enter the Nega Wisps. These crazed little critters grant Sonic the Void ability, which transforms him into a chaotic mass of destruction that devours everything in its path, growing larger and larger than before, finally dropping Sonic back to the ground. This Wisp is actually kind of brutal, and weird to think about how much control Sonic really has over it. At the same time, Sonic can't save these worlds without tapping into this power, so Perhaps it's a necessary evil.
In other words, it's the Suck Wisp.
That's a quicker way to describe it.
Oh man, I think that was the bathroom. Am I gonna have to catch the elevator all the way back to Earth to find another one?
Not my fault. Go, go, go!
I think the bathroom is the least of your worries right now. Anyway, I think I'm gonna head out. Thanks for having me. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that. Hope you survive.
Final bosses time. First up, we've got the Nego Wisp armor, which follows immediately after this game's version of Terminal Velocity, which turns out to be a pretty unique top-down chase sequence. Instead of running towards the boss the whole time, like in Colors, Lost World, and Forces, Sonic waits atop a platform for Eggman to attack him with the very powers he's been using to thwart Eggman the entire time. As Sonic strikes the machine, his powers slowly return to him before he's able to do what Cell couldn't do back in Dragon Ball Z. And thus, the worlds are saved. Or so he thinks. I mean, if you don't have the Chaos Emeralds, then the world is totally saved. But if you do, there's more threats. We should really throw these things down a well. They're more trouble than they're worth. Yacker rushes to his friend's side in a panic, begging them to save his mother. The group then sees the titanic, corrupted Wisp wreaking havoc nearby. So, guess what time it is? Excuse me. Hey, you wanna hold these? My arms are getting a little tired. Oof. Yeah, alright, I know how they work. I'm not dyeing my hair blonde though, it's just not gonna happen. Colors DS, unlike its Wii counterpart, actually includes a traditional supersonic fight for collecting all the Chaos Emeralds. Sonic charges at the Mother Wisp and knocks asteroids into it, which allows him to close in and strike her weak point. It's really not that hard, and it's basically just really time-consuming because you move really slowly, but it is not a bad fight, and with that remix of Reach for the Stars blaring in the background, it's pretty cool. The Mother Wisp is then purified, and all's well that ends well. Everyone goes their separate ways, and that's Sonic Colors DS. Don't forget to also rock out to Speak With Your Heart at the end of the game. It is such a good song, and nobody ever talks about it. I didn't even know Colors had an ending song until I beat it on stream a couple years ago. A lot of people out there love this game to death, and I kinda do too. Like a lot of games I've played recently, it's got some weird stuff about it here and there, but most good games do, don't they? I can name a couple things out of my favorite games of all time that I just straight up hate. But just because there are some things you don't like doesn't mean you can't enjoy the thing as a whole. I don't think I'd rank this one above Rush or Rush Adventure in terms of levels, but I'd definitely replay this game before I ever play Rush Adventure again because of how tedious that was. All in all, if you're a fan of the Wii version and you're looking for something that expands upon what it tried to do, I'd say check this one out. Welcome to Sonic Rush 4. That's right, I said it! What are you gonna do about it? I'm gonna be real with you guys. Dimps gets a lot of hate for their work on Sonic, and I'm not sure why. They have a catalog of really strong titles that each might have little things that I can't get behind, but overall, I don't think anyone can say with a straight face, with a lineup like this, that Dimps shouldn't be working on Sonic. Hell, they even made the best version of Sonic Unleashed. I expect nothing but angry comments on this video after that, but I can take it. Bring it on. I mean, they make a duo of underwhelming games, and suddenly that's what people remember them for? I guess Sonic fans operate on a what have you done for me lately as opposed to what have you done for me as a whole type deal. But I'm sure we also totally understand one or two things souring the reputation of an entire thing. You know, the Dark Ages wear thing. Regardless of how against Dimps people are these days, Sonic Generations 3DS is actually a better game, in my opinion, than the console version in some areas. Not the entire thing. Definitely not the entire thing. But please, let me explain that before I make any more ludicrous statements and, you know, you start coming to my house with like an angry mob or something. The biggest 2D elephant in the room is obviously the gameplay. There is no 3D modern Sonic here, it is an entirely 2D adventure just with a classic and modern twist. Or should I say a Rush twist, because aside from the trick system, which is still gone, big RIP in the chat for the trick system please, basically everything from the previous Rush games is back. That's cool, I'm happy. Though one thing I don't like about this is that neither of the characters have a complete move set from the get-go. Both of the Sonics learn a new move throughout the course of the story, and let me tell you, this game is not very long, so some of the earlier stages end up feeling a little bit less enjoyable than they might have been otherwise if you just had the move set from the beginning. Modern Sonic learns the Stomp, which he could definitely already do, and Classic Sonic is taught the homing attack. My theory on this is that Sonic is trying to Marty McFly himself out of existence so he doesn't get burned by any new games in the future, but look around the corner, there's Lost World, here it comes, oh my gosh! Classic Classic's homing attack in the console version is a bonus for collecting all the red rings, but here it just sorta becomes a part of the level design. It also feels slightly different than modern Sonic's homing attack, but it's fine. Like, I mean, I don't think it was really necessary, but it also wasn't necessary for Dimps to nail the feel of the classic Sonic gameplay more than Sonic Team did on the console version. But wouldn't you know it, they went and did it anyway. Thank you, Dimps. For real, this classic Sonic is much closer to how he should feel. Do you guys remember the story in Sonic Generations?
Is it me, or is that place we were just in awfully familiar?
That pink water makes me really nervous for some reason. We're traveling through time and space!
If you answered what story, you are exactly correct. That's the point I'm trying to make. The 3DS version does try to add a little bit more spice on top of things, sort of like Colors DS did, but it doesn't do a ton. But you know what? Even a little bit more is nicer than the bland, mild chicken wing that is the console port. My main complaint with both versions of this game is that they had a gold mine of opportunity with a time travel plot, yet they really didn't do anything unique with it. Sure, they had the levels and the bosses, but this was the moment that they could have returned to so many key places in the series and had like some weird meta commentary on what they were doing before as opposed to what they're doing now. It's sort of like how they wasted the opportunity again in Forces and Mania because they could have done literally anything and the explanation was easy as because Phantom Ruby. Seriously, I would love to talk to the writers of these games because like unless they're under some really strict guidelines, like why aren't we getting fun things? Instead, we get like 2 cutscenes from inside actual levels where they either show Eggman getting kidnapped or make a one-off joke about Tails drowning or whatever, who cares, and then everything else just happens in white space. Boring. Very, very boring. The 3DS version, like I said, has a bit more spice, even if it's just fleeting moments. The characters actually acknowledge the locations they're traveling through at first, but it kind of stops towards the middle. But even so, it's still more thought out than what we have in the other version. Look, they even talk directly about the Bio-Lizard after they beat him up, and it's like, what more could you want? Oh, a real story? Yeah, okay, well, I mean, I got you covered whenever I decide to upload another part of that. Other than that stuff I already mentioned, consider the ball dropped, because they then go to hit like the exact same beats as the console one, and then you know, they're even missing some of that, so whatever. Sonic's friends also seem to be entirely absent from this version, so that leads me to believe they all perished in the destruction of Eggman's Interstellar Amusement Park. Rest in pieces, Charmy. You know, between this and the 8-bit games, I feel like a bit of a broken record when I say, this game begins with a Green Hill level. In fact, it is the Green Hill. As soon as you start a new game, Classic does his thing, gets intercepted by the time meter, proceeds to eat all the time, sending Classic to white space. Meanwhile, Modern Sonic arrives to his party way earlier, before the duo is kidnapped by the time meter and dropped into the opposite of Sonic Colors. Modern Green Hill then goes by in an instant, but it's here where you notice that this switches things up from the console version immensely. None of the level design, gimmicks, or set pieces are copied over from the console version, even though it's the same location. It really makes this feel like a nice, fresh experience, even though it's Green Hill for the 100 millionth time. Instead of Chemical Plant showing up next, we are introduced to this game's other strong suit. Every single level aside from Green Hill has been changed. There's even one special location that I can't wait to talk about later, but talk about going above and beyond. They could have easily just done the exact same stages with new layouts, but nah, we're striving for Game of the Year every year over here. Casino Night is easily more of a favorite of mine than Chemical Plant. In fact, I don't really like that place. It makes me anxious. Classic Sonic stages in the classic era are actually pretty close recreations of the original stages, while modern zooms through a whole new world. But this stops being the case once we get to the Dreamcast and GameCube era. New to this stage, Modern Sonic comes across these gigantic roulette tables that make me wonder if the age rating for this was affected at all, since haha, gambling bad. To be fair though, who cares? I could look at this all day. It's a perfect addition to this level. Next up, it's Mushroom Kingdom Zone. Part of a balanced breakfast. This stage is beautiful and I love it. It's one of my all-time favorites in the entire franchise, and seeing this sort of reminds me of that video by Blob Van Dam that came out like a year before Generations even hit the scene, except this is an actual playable thing, and that one just looks like something I want to play, like really, really badly. Seriously got me feeling like Wile E. Coyote running into a tunnel with this thing. The modern stages continue to be better than the classic stages though, and I guess that's another thing it has in common with the console version. I especially love this 3D rail grinding section. It's times like this I remember how fantastic some of these early 3DS games looked when you'd flip the 3D setting on for a couple moments. That is, if you could get the head tracking to actually keep working. New 3DS XL is where it's at, homies. Now, can I tell you something else I love about this game? You know how this is a celebration of Sonic's history? Well, there was was one special stage that they flat out ignored. That being, why, the special stages, of course. You really should have seen that one coming. Even though Generations 3DS seems to have the easiest special stages in a while, I still appreciate them being here. All you need to do to access them is beat Acts 1 and 2 in a zone, and then select it from the menu. They opted this time to copy and paste Sonic Heroes special stages, complete with a great remix of that familiar track, and thankfully, instead of being ball-bustingly hard, they're cube-repairingly easy. I don't know guys, I'd rather things just be fun than frustrating, you know? Also, them visuals, like dang man. Generations is just really good at taking old things and making them feel fresh and new again. Ring ring, did someone call for Metal Sonic? Because if you didn't, you should've. After the mirror cutscene plays out pretty much like it should, Dr. Robotnik sicks chibi Metal Sonic on us, and instead of a true fight, you just race him through Casino Night Zone. You know, just like you did way back when. There's nothing wrong here at all. And if you're feeling it, ladies and gentlemen, let's all give a big hand for Big Arms. Yeah, the boss fight's actually a little underwhelming. Big Arms felt like a lot more of a threat in the original game, and here it's kind of a cakewalk, but that's what happens when you turn a final boss into a first boss. Yet, somehow the Death Egg robot still felt pretty scary. The Dreamcast era is now upon us, and there are actually only 2 levels. Did I mention that this game clocks in at under 2 hours? But to make up for that, here's goddamn Emerald Coast! When I first played this, I probably got emotional seeing this level pop up. Sonic Adventure is my all-time favorite Sonic game, and Emerald Coast just goes right for the heart with its 1000-degree glowing nostalgia knife. Both acts are now totally unique while referencing parts of the original stage here and there, which means whales, whales, and more whales. Classic Sonic even gets to use the little jump pads towards the end of his section, and it just made my heart swell up all over again. I can almost hear Tikal's disembodied voice telling me how to use them. This stage, unfortunately though, is also where Dimp's brand Bottomless Pits start to pop up again, and they will not be going away. Contrary to this next stage's title, this level is in no way radical. This is the worst level in the entire game, I swear. It's just really claustrophobic, and there are bottomless pits everywhere, and honestly, Radical Highway had a rough transition to 2D. Like, it just wasn't made for this. Like, you know that one section where you jump into, like, the ether, and there's, like, a bunch of wind gusts that blow you up, and then you go to the other side, because you can see the other side of the place, so you know you're safe. Here, you just jump off a platform, and you gotta kind of remember that that's what happens in the level, but it's like, you could be jumping into a pit, and it doesn't really matter. Like, it's just kind of poorly designed. I think 8-Bit Leafeon in my stream chat put it best when they said, "This is the Planet Wisp of Generations 3DS." And let me tell you, that is not a compliment, folks. Dimps must have really known they messed up here, because after a quick rival fight with Shadow, I bet it really hurt to see that, knowing Shadow will never escape being an assist trophy. Dimps graciously gifted us a gigantic confused lizard. Dude, I love this guy. I am so happy to see him again. And when, you know what, this fight is even better than the original fight. For starters, you can't just fall into the chicken soup lake by mistake, and your movement options being different, i.e. the boost and slide, also make this encounter a lot snappier than what SA2 had to offer. Now, this Frankenstein of an era confuses me, because there's no real correlation, it's just Water Palace and Tropical Resort. Wait, Water Palace? Water Palace? Just yes, dude, 1,000 times yes. Like, imagine what we could have had if they had gone all in on Sonic handheld Generations. Like, I can't be the only one thinking that it would have been really cool. Just think about it. Bridge Zone, Gimmick Mountain, Gigalopolis, Meta Junglera, Egg Rocket, Music Plant, Twinkle Snow, Water Palace, Sky Babylon, and Tropical Resort. Man, it could have been amazing. Like, the remixes alone would have made this thing worth doing. If you got a dream roster of zones for Sonic handheld Generations, let's hear it down in the comments. I want to hear what you guys like. Aside from that quick rant, I don't actually have a lot to say about this stage other than I love it. Even though it's a water level, this is the Sonic water level. No others can compare. Finally, the final stop on our journey, we've got Tropical Resort, and this one also harkens back to its handheld iteration. You got them giant questionable totem poles and the Burst Wisp, that handy-dandy DS exclusive formerly found in Sweet Mountain. Look, I didn't even play Sonic Colors DS when it came out, but this is some prime nostalgia bait right here. Oh look, it's my son! No! Sorry, son! Even though Heroes isn't represented by a level this time, it does get a boss fight in the form of Egg Emperor. Once you learn his patterns, this fight is 50,000 leagues better than the original, and I can prove that with science. You see, the original fight isn't fun at all, and this one is. Thank you, I went to college for this. From there, the cookie crumbles as you'd expect it to. The Sonics get beaten up, transform into their golden forms in a very underwhelming sequence compared to the last few games, and we're off to show that creep the real superpower of teamwork. Yeah! If you've heard anything at all about this game, my best bet is that you heard that the final boss fight is better than the original version, and it definitely is. The characters are much more mobile here, and the attacks come at you with a much better pace, so it's a lot easier to kind of fly through this thing and not be bored to tears like in the console version. I'd also say it's a bit harder because the Eggmen really don't want Modern Sonic to catch up, so there's a lot more unique attacks coming your way. Also, did I mention that there is no, hey, look out, there's a homing shot! Yeah, it's another reason I can say that Dimps really outdid themselves here. The evil has been vanquished. With the Time Eater defeated, the gang gets sent back into the real world, and the classics depart soon after, supposedly creating that split timeline that everyone uses to justify Force's terrible writing. But I mean, too bad they don't say that in any of the games, so it's a headcanon and not actual canon. Modern Sonic and Tails, however, then head off to Sonic's surprise party, where I don't know if they find any of Sonic's friends or not, because, I mean, where were they? I mean, just kidding. They're in that one image at the end. Yeah, that totally doesn't count. Make sure to not skip the credits, though, because if you liked the ending medley in the console one, you're gonna like it here too, because it's a whole different grab bag of songs, because, you know, it had all new stages. Well, I mean, all except one, of course. So this game isn't legitimately Rush 4, obviously you know that, but it still kind of continues the spirit of what we've been seeing over the last couple months in these videos I've been making. And unfortunately, after this, the 2D Sonic Boost games would sort of fizzle out of existence, and they haven't been seen since, at least at the point of uploading this video. Maybe in the future we'll see something else, but it's kind of like the end of an era. At least we have the memories locked away in our hearts and minds, and of course, in this review series. It's been a blast reviewing all these games, but now we have to move on to the future, and things are looking a bit rocky. And now, since this is a Handheld Sonic Marathon, and I did talk about Sonic Jump in the past, I think it's only fair that I talk about Sonic Dash and Sonic Runners and all of their respective sequels and spin-offs now, no matter how disappointing they might be. An infinite runner game where you play as a character that is known to run for long distances. What a revolutionary idea. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I was uninterested in this when it came out because things like Temple Run were keeping me pretty occupied back then. You switch out copyright-free Indiana Jones for Sonic the Hedgehog and I'm sold! You can have my entire wallet even though it's free. What do I need it for? Food? Pfft. Sonic Dash was, and still is for that matter, a pretty simple infinite runner where you swipe side to side to avoid obstacles and collect things while you're trying to get as many points as possible. Occasionally you come to a gap in the road where you have to jump up and use the homing attack to cross to the other side. And then you might run into a spring where you can choose your next destination and also bank your rings so you can afford things later on in the game. Since I played this game last, there's been a substantial increase in content that I wasn't aware of, such as new bosses and crossover events that I did not get to take part in. They also added this little building mechanic where you use your rings and gemstones to help out the little critters in each zone, which will reward you with XP, rings, red rings, characters, and also just the ability to see this little champ right here, this fella. I would die for this fella. Look at him. Perfect. Like I mentioned a moment ago, there were a lot of crossover events as well that I wasn't aware of, such as Ye Olde Angry Birds, Movie Sonic and Longclaw, Hello Kitty, Tangle and Whisper, and Pac-Man. Like, that's probably the only one I really would have fought for if I knew this was going on, but alas, I can no longer unlock him, and that means I will have to stick with Silver, which is not the end of the world, but I'm telling you right now, I am going to cry about that later. But as we know, Sonic Forces soon took the spotlight, but, wait, no, not that Sonic Forces, it's the other Sonic. I'm talking about Speed Battle, because you see, in the Play Store and App Store now, it's just called Sonic Forces. They removed the Speed Battle part from it, because I don't know if, like, maybe even Sonic Team doesn't want to talk about Sonic Forces anymore. I honestly think that's kind of hilarious. But you know, I agree with the name change because I think I have more fun playing Sonic Forces Speed Battle than I do the real Sonic Forces. First step in this game is choosing your character from the sea of options at your disposal. At this point, most of the characters are synced between Sonic Dash and Sonic Forces except all of the crossover stuff. But, I mean, even without those things, like, sure, no Pac-Man, but you can still play as, like, all these guys. Once you pick your champion, though, you're thrown into the ring with 3 other people, and your goal is to come in first, any means necessary. Though, I do notice that there are a lot of, like, animal plus adjective usernames in the game, so I'm thinking there's a lot of bots, but, you know, destroying those just means I'm doing my part to quell the robot rebellion. What have you been doing about it lately? Nothing? Just letting it happen? Each character has a set of offensive and defensive items at their disposal, and those get stronger as you level them up. The characters also have individual stats, but I gotta be honest, I just switch between Silver and Omega, and I really never lose a race, and that is not bragging, I'm just saying, please play with whoever you want to, I feel like you'll be fine either way. That being said though, remember this is a mobile game, so it might take a really long time to get enough cards to unlock your favorite characters, or, you know, maybe it just costs some real-world currency, but, you know, I gotta be honest, this is not the most blatant use of microtransactions in a Sonic mobile game. We will get to that in just a second. I love this game. I think it's an amazing time waster, and I'm very glad I picked it up again for this video. I've been playing it since I actually recorded the footage for it, but, like, the one thing I wish it had was some kind of
single player
mode where maybe you could, like, just test all the tracks out, just, like, get more used to how the games and your characters work and the power-ups and stuff. Like, with online games, sometimes I get a little bored of the multiplayer experience because it's the same thing every time, and having a single-player mode would be a very nice addition. And that's actually exactly why I enjoyed this other game that we're about to talk about almost more than this. This next one's not really something that I need to talk about for too long, because odds are we all know about Sonic Runners by now. At the point of this game's release, Sonic Dash and Sonic Jump have been holding down the mobile game for it for a few years now. We have this new 2D runner game to get in the way of the 3D runner game's popularity. And you're gonna say, well, obviously, a 3D game is probably better than the 2D one. Well, now it's probably better, but, like, back then, no way, dude. No way, sir. Sonic Runners was the king. It was an infinite runner game, just like Sonic Dash, but this was the most insane celebration of Sonic's history that I had seen in such a long time. Like, the sheer amount of characters and buddies you could find in this game that referenced not only all of Sonic's history, but also Sega's as a whole. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like, did you ever expect to see Mephiles again? Or what about the same Silver from Sonic 06, except he's, like, grown stronger, and, like, for some reason there was, like, a little, like, plot synopsis. Like, this guy is, like, he's there, look at him. It's the good boy. The game had an adventure mode with its own little story. It had crazy crossover events, and it also had the time attack and score attack modes that a lot of other games like this would have. Like, there it was. This was the perfect Sonic mobile game, except when it wasn't, because there were, you know, these little things in the game called microtransactions, except I wouldn't really call them microtransactions. I would call them, you better fork over some money right now to get more spins on the wheel, or else you're never getting the characters you want transactions. If you played the original Sonic Runners, you might remember the Wheel of Misfortune. Yeah, that's the thing you rolled when you wanted to get characters, but, you know, the character drop rates were so minuscule that, like, you just get buddies, and then you get the same buddies again, and they level up, which is nice, but also, hey, I really want to play as Styx the Badger or something, but I'm never going to get to do that, because that's just how it'd be, I guess. I don't know. I feel like collectively, this thing only brought pain and suffering to the people playing the game, and then the game died because I guess it wasn't making enough money. And then it was revived, you know, not too long ago, and you can play it again, and everything's free, but the wheel is still there, you just can't pay for anything. So, now I feel like it might be even harder to get the characters you want, but at the end of the day, at least it is still alive, and you can still play it. So if you want to, be my guest. It'll be in the description. Okay, I'm not going to mince words for this next part. Sonic Runners was then replaced with Sonic Runners Adventure a while down the road, and it is a downgrade in every single possible way. It's sort of like how Sonic Jump Fever was terrible compared to the regular Sonic Jump. Except in this case, you paid for Sonic Jump and it was better, and you don't pay for Sonic Jump Fever and that was worse. But Sonic Runners Adventure, you pay one quick payment of, like, I don't know, $3.99 or something. I can't remember. I didn't pay for it again because I didn't want to play it. I didn't even record new footage for this because I did not want to pay for it again. But basically, it's Sonic Runners if in, like, a lab they removed every ounce of style and charm it had and put out, like, a store brand version of it. This game lacks the visual style. It lacks, like, 90% of the roster of the last game. I'm not good with fractions, but, like, I mean, literally it went from, like, Big Mac to Little Mac. You can see the pictures right here. It's, like, not even a good comparison. Like, this is pathetic. They also removed a lot of the buddy characters, so there's, like, hardly any that you want to get anymore, and Chip is still there for some reason. I don't know why. But, like, the only thing it really added was now there are some finite levels in addition to the Infinite Runner sections, and you think that would make it more fun, but instead it's just like, wow, I don't care about any of this at all, and I wish this hadn't happened. Just play Runner's Revival. That's the best I can give you.
Hey Mario, you want to go to the Olympic Games?
No!
Are you sure?
Oh yeah!
Oh well, I guess I'll go anyway. It's not actually strange to see the Hedgehog heading off to compete on his own, since there have actually been 2 other solo outings that precede this release by several years. First off, a game that shares its title with this one, we have Sonic at the Olympic Games, but much like what we talked about in the last video, this is a game for Java devices that uses Sonic Advanced sprites in new ways, and oh boy does it use them well. You're able to compete in 5 different events using primarily just one button, and they're fine. It's nothing I would really recommend though. Gotta give bonus points to 1500 meter dash though, because it gives us some huge Kirby air grind energy. We also have Sonic at the Winter Olympic Games for iOS, but Sega got cold feet and pulled it from the App Store. So I don't really have any footage of that, but we can assume it looked a little bit like this, except maybe with some 3D models and, yeah, snow or something. There were also some handheld versions of these games, but the only one that really ever stuck out to me was Winter Olympic Games for DS, because it had a story and a world to explore with NPCs, and it's almost a Mario and Sonic RPG. Please, I'm begging you, if you won't make a crossover platformer, just make an RPG! You have nothing to lose and the entire world to gain! And now we're in 2020, where things are terrible, but also not terrible, since I got Sonic on my phone and a new Paper Mario game just got announced, and I'm not sure if I should be crying tears of joy or sadness, since Paper Mario had a rough transition to 3D a while back and has never really been the same since. And yeah, of course, Sonic on my phone, that's why we're here. A sort of free-to-play game for Android and iOS featuring all your favorite characters, unless your favorites were the Mario characters, in which case, they are once again not here. I assumed in the older ones they took them out because Nintendo wasn't really in the mobile game market back then, but now, maybe it's just because they're not publishing it? I don't know, it kinda bums me out that they're not here because the production value of this game is ridiculously high. This game is no simple minigame collection, by the way. Sonic at the Olympic Games 2020 features quite the lengthy campaign mode. No joke, I've actually got around 2 hours of footage and I've only just reached the 3rd zone. Sure, that comes with replaying some events to win gold medals, but each one only lasts a couple seconds, except badminton. That one lasts too long. There is a story here as well, but much like the game's predecessors, the story is just about Eggman terrorizing the location holding the games, and Sonic traveling around to stop his henchmen. And Rouge and Espio, because they have gold medals. Honestly, it might not even be an evil scheme, they might just have won the games. I don't know, no one can be better than Sonic apparently, he'll rip those things from your cold, dead hands if he has to. Regardless of how in-depth the story goes, this is always my preferred way of playing games like this. Most minigame collections will favor gameplay over narrative, but for someone like me who gets bored playing multiplayer-centric stuff after a short time, the way they frame the content can really make or break the game. Throughout the story, you'll compete in 17 events and 9 special EX events that have small changes, but be warned, these are nowhere even close to the Dream events in terms of wow factor. I mean, do you remember that one time that Mario and Sonic fought perfect chaos while figure skating? This ain't that! I'm not saying the EX events are bad. In fact, I actually prefer some of them to their normal counterparts since they often add little extras that make the games more fun. For example, in shooting, usually you just slide your finger around the screen and release to fire at the flying discs, but in EX shooting, when you charge up your SP meter, the tech guys kick the disc shooters into maximum overdrive, and then you get this crazy multi-lock-on feature and you can hit all the discs on the field at the same time and get some massive points. To be honest, the EX events should have just been the default thing, because there's no real point to play the regular ones if the EX ones are exactly the same, except better. Thanks to these two modes coexisting, it actually makes the game feel a bit tedious, since typically you'll compete in the normal version of the event, and then you'll move on to the EX event. Most move pretty quickly, but again, if it's a certain event like, oh, I don't know, badminton, you're gonna be stuck swatting this dumb shuttlecock back and forth until your finger gets bored and leaves you to pursue greater things in life. Alright, now it's time for a relay race starring just me. I'm gonna run through every single event quickly and describe each one. Let's do it. First up, the dash courses. 100, 200, 300, and 400 meter dash all play the same. You hold the screen for a starting dash, and then mash your finger into the screen to run to the goal as fast as possible. Next, the 400 meter hurdles. It starts like the dashes, but your character will move on their own. Your job is to tap the screen when a hurdle impedes your progress, and know how long to hold it down to maximize your time on the course. This game gains this awesome bonus move where your character basically does a drop dash after jumping over a hurdle, and it creates this whole new challenge because your speed gets so crazy high. This is a serious contender for #1 minigame in my book. EX hurdles is the exact same thing, except they add springs to the mix. If you hit a star spring, it helps you along, but Eggman springs knock you backwards. Archery has you dragging your finger around the screen to aim at the target down the line. The closer to the center, the greater your score, and you'll also be awarded bonus points if you let your reticle shrink to its smallest size. EX Archery adds an SP shot that takes the arch out of archery and allows you to shoot straight where your reticle's pointing. I've got a love-hate relationship with this one. Occasionally it's fun, but when the wind kicks up and the target starts moving around, it just gets tedious. Climbing has you flinging your character up a rock wall that they'll automatically latch onto if they come within range of a peg. You need to watch your stamina bar and refill on special pegs or else you'll fall. EX climbing adds a special super jump that can help you cross huge chunks of the wall quickly, and it's really fun to go back and try to beat your old times. Biking is fun, but also sort of awkward. Any game that requires you to drag your finger to do something, in my opinion, just doesn't feel perfect, but here it's very evident. You drag your finger across the screen to steer yourself, and then you have to go off ramps and do tricks and collect rings to try and be the first one to the goal. Unlike most events, rings in this one are not used for extra points, they're used to fill up your ring gauge so you can do a ring dash and get farther down the course in a shorter amount of time. Biking EX adds SP tricks, which don't really do much, and mud? You don't see me calling my backyard my EX backyard just because the landscaping guys did a bad job recently, do ya? In diving, you angle your jump, and then you try to grab as many rings as possible before swiping downwards to complete the dive. You gain an air jump to help grab more rings, and the EX version is pretty much just the same, only harder. It's in games like this where you can really notice the detail they put into this game. Like, for example, after your first jump, your character looks different than they did when they started because they were in the water, so they're not dry anymore. I think that's just kinda neat. Fencing is almost annoying, but it's just fun enough that it's not. Swiping back and forth lets you do a short hop in either direction, and swiping and holding lets you inch forward or backwards slowly. You're then able to jab at your opponents if you got the stamina for it, or do some sick jump stabs. Sonic is ever fearful that his giant eyeball will be sliced from its socket, so he'll blind everyone else in self-defense before that happens. You can also rack up SP to zip right to your foes and give them a quick jab. Hammer throw is a mixed bag. Of hammers, I guess. You tap the screen really fast to build power and then release it at the perfect moment for it to fly as far as possible. In EX mode, you get multiple hammers with different point modifiers, and you'll get extra points depending on where it lands on the field. So instead of focusing on throwing it perfectly, you might want to change your trajectory a little bit to score the biggest amount of points. Karate is really entertaining. You just beat up your friends, like savagely. Punch, kick, and grab to earn points, and first to 100 is the victor. If you perform an SP attack when your buddy is stunned, you get huge big boy points. And that must have been what Dave did, because how did he get this many? It is simply witchcraft. Shooting is my absolute favorite. Contrary to what I said earlier about dragging the screen feeling awkward, here it works perfectly. All you need to do is shoot the discs that get launched and try not to miss. EX, of course, adds that multi-shot that I mentioned before, and some egg flyers to net you bonuses. Getting to the end now, we've got Trampoline, which is just that interlude from Sonic Dash where you hit the springs and have to slide your finger in different directions to do tricks. It is literally nothing. And finally, we have Badminton, which in my opinion is badminton. I'm sure you all saw that joke coming from a mile away. Thankfully, your character moves to the shuttlecock on their own, but your responsibility is sliding your finger on screen to return it to your opponent. There are a few different shots you can do depending on how you slide your finger, but what it boils down to is waiting for your opponent to mess up so you can spike them with these purple shots. EX mode adds a special you win shot, but that really doesn't stop it from going on for way too long with little enjoyment to be had. Maybe if you didn't have to make it to 7 or 8 points, it would be a little bit better, maybe like 4. It is just a slog every single time. This is really the only game I dread playing in this thing though, so I'd say 1 out of 17 ain't bad at all. There are also 3 other games I haven't played yet, table tennis, javelin throw, and long jump, but they're all self-explanatory and I'll get there eventually. See, this game, in my opinion, is best played in short bursts, so forcing longer playthroughs for the sake of this video is going to make me enjoy it less, and I really don't want that to be the case because I'm having a really good time with this so far. That should be a no-brainer though, right? Mobile game, short bursts, usually that's something built into these games, since they usually have these free-to-play mechanics, like energy meters. Despite this game being free-to-play, none of that is actually in sight, though there is a paywall after the first 11 levels, so it's more like a free-to-start game. When that popped up, I dropped $4.99, and so far I haven't hit anything else that I need to pay for. Also, if you do pay for it, you can give your friends these demo pass things, which lets them bypass that paywall, but I don't know for how long. I've never seen an app do that before, but if you've got friends, spread the love with some Olympic Games, and then crush their scores and hopes in one fell swoop.
You are the best trampoline men, and they shan't soon forget it.
But now that I think about it, shouldn't someone like Tails be better at trampoline than Sonic? You could always just switch to another character and see how that theory plays out. Yep, all alone as usual. Yeah, this is my least favorite part of this game. There are plenty of characters to play as, but the first time you play a story mission, you're required to play as Sonic. Sonic also receives all the SP abilities automatically, so playing as any other character is pretty much detrimental to your success. Sure, you can just use the materials that you get for winning Olympic events to purchase moves for your favorite characters, but what's the point? I already beat these events and got the gold, and with no real multiplayer to speak of, you might as well just use Sonic. It's funny that that was my conclusion for both Sonic Jump and this as well, but I don't know, the games don't lie, man. Sonic can also be used in every single event, whereas we're still restricting the other characters to specific events. Heck, Zavik can only be used in Hammer Throw. Sorry to disappoint you, Zavik fans.
Oh yeah, I forgot there aren't any. Well, I guess there's no one to be disappointed then. Isn't it great how things work out like that?
And now to end on a high note, there are a few little micro games found within the story. I doubt I've seen them all, but there's this memory game that I somehow did in one try, despite the fact that I can't remember what I ate this morning for breakfast. There's a crane game that is surprisingly just as rigged as crane games in the real world, and of course, when I made a Sonic Jump video 2 weeks ago, I swear I had no idea this was coming, but what a nice little tribute. Instead of using gyro controls to control Sonic, you instead swipe on the screen, which I don't like as much, but in essence, it's Sonic Jump. And Sonic is nice enough to just disable the motobugs instead of destroying them. On a personal level, I appreciate that a great deal. And that's basically it for Sonic at the 2020 Olympic Games. Should you check it out? Absolutely. Should you buy the full game? Also absolutely. Let me set the scene for you. It's a crisp October day in the year 2013, and a new Sonic game is just released. Wii U owners all over the world, all 15 of them, me included, gear up for the newest Sonic game, and wow! What a stinker! Like, for real, this isn't Generations 2, what is this? Mario Galaxy except without all the good? Not long after that, a second version releases, and being the sucker I've always been, I pick it up, and this was the version I actually played to completion. My exact feelings were pretty much summed up with a, it's not that bad, and then it goes untouched for years, thus allowing my brain to soak up all of the other people's criticisms of the game and slowly warp my perception of it, until I'm positive this is a mess of a game that can hardly even be called better than the Wii U one. But wouldn't you know it, like with most things in life, I was wrong. There's honestly a really short supply of things in this world that are worse than Lost World Wii U, and Lost World 3DS definitely isn't among those things. Dimps, once again proving they're the MVPs of Sonic, actually managed to take everything from the Wii U version and provide a much more entertaining product, and it's not even funny how much better this one is. Perhaps most importantly, much like classic Sonic and Generations 3DS, Dimps decided to go ahead and make the controls worlds better. When a game is fun to control, it automatically becomes a strong contender for my favorite games of all time list, and after a few seconds of gameplay, I was shocked at how good it felt to move Sonic around the tutorial area. Gone was the stiffness of the Wii U version, for even things like the spin dash were totally fixed and now make for a great way to speed through sections as long as you have good enough reflexes for it. You remember that whole parkour system that Sonic Team made into the main gimmick of this game? Yeah, me neither, because the main version basically relegated it to 1 or 2 wall running sections and then it turned into a glorified ledge grab mechanic. Over here in Dimpsland, however, they made an effort to have it appear consistently throughout the entire game, and it's utilized a lot better than the console version, but of course that's not saying much because the console version didn't utilize it at all. Whoop whoop! Usually when you introduce a gimmick like this, it's, you know, good to actually use it. Otherwise it turns into what the cool kids call missed potential. And then people never shut up about it, as if the potential for a game to be better means that I should respect it more as a whole. Real talk? No. Just no. Like, I'm not going to think about how good something could have been. I'm going to judge it on what is included in the $60 package I purchased, because that is all that matters. On the opposite side of things, something the Wii U version did have a lot of was this totally not tubular level design. God, that was a mess. It made every single level so boring, bland, and samey. I guess it's a bit hypocritical to say that they shouldn't have explored this gimmick as much as they did after scolding them for doing the opposite, but they went hard with the bad gimmick instead of the one that could have actually made for a really fun experience. Case in point, the 3DS version has a lot less of this bleh and a lot more inspired and creative level design as a result, that still has plenty of space for the player to run around and make most of the abilities that they gave you. And that's because they didn't feel the need to make every single level into a sausage that's stuffed with bad level design and sadness. And if you're about to say that it's not a bad gimmick because Galaxy was able to pull it off and do really well, I'll give you that it works better there for sure, but I honestly wasn't a big fan of it there either. I honestly vastly preferred the more traditional levels in Galaxy as opposed to the gravity experiments. You know, I've been hearing that Sonic fans don't like it when they throw 2D sections into the 3D game. That's something I think we can all agree on. Isn't that crazy? We're all on the same team this time? What, huh? For as much as I like this version of the game, I've got to say that no matter which one you pick, the 2D sections are very, very bleh. In my experience, in these more cramped areas, Sonic moves way too fast to react to half the stuff that's coming your way, and your only alternative is to let go of the run button and make the game play unbearably slow. This might be a good option in the puzzle levels like the Pyramid and Desert Ruins, but as a whole, these just don't really feel as optimized for Sonic's controls as the rest of the game does. At least they're pretty reserved with the 2D levels for when they pop up. Like, I don't even think there's one in every single world, but I could be wrong on that. Let's see, more negatives. Oh, well, here's a pretty obvious one. Forced motion controls? A classic Nintendo move pulled by Sega. Look how far we've come from the console wars, guys. This is so cute.
The wisps return in this game, much to everyone's confusion, and while many of them are fine, like, why do we need to tilt the console to work this Lil Boulder wisp? The circle pad would have been just fine and more accurate, thanks. Really, nothing against the 3DS's gyroscope. I mean, hell, in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D, that's the best way to aim, but my problem lies with dropping this control scheme into places where it easily could have been done otherwise. One is a luxury, and the other is a hindrance. And you know I'm gonna mention those special stages. My god, what? I think I'm comfortable calling these things the worst in the entire franchise? Like, who's with me on that? Like, I applaud that this game has a more direct route to obtaining Supersonic, as, you know, in the console version you need to collect all the red rings, this one you just need to get the emeralds, but I will never suffer through these unless someone ends up holding me at gunpoint. Man, what a strange request that would be. If you could maybe just turn Sonic around without physically having to spin yourself in a circle, maybe they'd be a little bit more tolerable, but these are a nightmare. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to tie my spine in a knot because some masochist over at Dimps thought these weren't so bad. The story's also garbage because of the deadly disappointments and Diet Bowser over there, but I think I've talked enough about that in the past, if you remember. So let's move on to the stages so I can gush about them, and also complain, and, you know, also throw in witty one-liners here and there, because that's just sort of the formula. We are surely in for a treat now. Windy Hill Zone? Windy Hill Zone? I still don't really know the right pronunciation. English is stupid. But Windy Hill kind of makes more sense, right? This is what we're using to fulfill our Green Hill quota this time around, and the tutorial level and first level provide exactly what you need to learn how to play the game. As, you know, they should. Whether it be learning about the enemies you need to stun with your new Sonic Boom attack versus homing attacking them right away, or figuring out how the parkour works for later, there's never a dull moment. Well, until you get to the underground stage, that is, because this is the point where a lot of people swear this game off. And probably also swear just in general. I don't know, I'm not your dad, I'm not gonna tell on you. A lot of stages in this game go on for a good chunk of time, and people seem to really dislike that, but there were only 1 or 2 stages where I really felt like that was a problem. I mean, otherwise, it just means there's more to play, and why would that be a bad thing if I'm having fun? Remember, just because they give you 15 minutes to finish the stage, doesn't mean it's actually going to take that long. Before you're able to jump over to the next world, the best of the worst, Zaz, gets in your way. And let's just get this out of the way right now, all the bosses in this version are totally different than the console version, except for the final boss. Isn't that just dandy? Because, you know, some of the console boss fights kind of bite a little bit. The gist of all of them, though, still kind of revolves around the multi-hit homing attack, which I don't really care for. It's sort of awkward to get it up to full strength for the bosses, but you could always just spam it instead. The fights will just last a little longer. Desert Ruins brings us 2 firsts. Our first mandatory wisp, thankfully without motion controls, and our first level that's a tad too long. Here we meet up with the Asteroid Wisp, and it's used to devour the tornadoes that block Sonic's path. I feel a little bit bad for him, though, because I wouldn't wish sand in the mouth on my worst enemy. The Asteroid Wisp also makes short work of even the largest foes once your ring of destructive energy grows big enough. The sand conveyor belt level is just a huge annoyance from start to finish. You start off in this section where you have to fight to reach the end of it to hit a couple switches, and that takes like 6 minutes if you're me, and then you think you're coming up on the end when you finally hit these rings, but no, the stage just keeps going for another 3 minutes anyway, and there's not much I can consider fun throughout its entire runtime. Zamom decides to oppose you here, but much like Sonic Colors DS, using optional wisps provided to you in these fights can melt any Zeddy faster than a game reviewer could say a rough transition to 3D. Tropical Coast is the water and apple juice world. The Drill Wisp returns and makes navigating underwater sections an absolute blast. A Sonic blast? Oh, wait a minute, I can't say that anymore because that game was terrible. And I bet you're wondering where the apple juice comes in, right? Well, there's one stage where you end up pushing apples around for 6 minutes to raise the height of the platform you're standing on, and I've heard people call this one really slow and boring, but I honestly really liked each little challenge room that you had to push these apples through. They just could have probably made the pushing mechanics a little bit less obtuse. Other than that, the only crime this level commits is making me thirsty. How dare you? Master Zix's boss fight might be part of a balanced breakfast, but it's also fairly unbalanced because the 2D controls are horrible here. The mix of the gravity mechanic and their subpar 2D formula is a terrible combination. You end up not knowing what direction to hold half the time because you keep moving forward, then you'll just stop dead in your tracks and you'll have to figure out, it's like, do I have to push down or left or up or... you're pushing something, you're pushing my buttons. That's basically the hardest part of the fight, aside from waiting around for something to happen. Make sure to grab that drill wisp and end this thing quickly. Master Zik really needs to get back to Dagobah so we can train some guy in the way of the Sonic Force. Might as well wrap it up now, that's probably the best we're getting out of this script. Frozen Factory has a pretty bad reputation amongst the people who've played this game, and it doesn't offer the skating gameplay from the Wii U version, which is a shame because they probably would have made it pretty fun here, but instead, they offer a very familiar Sonic trope. snowboarding. And this ain't your Sonic Adventures snowboarding, no way, no how. This actually turns into a really challenging section. When you're first introduced, it's a calming little jaunt through a winter wonderland, complete with a trick system. Praise be to Dimps for bringing back the trick system. But fast forward to several minutes past this bit, and you come face to face with a gauntlet of a stage that might be the longest in the entire game. You got your death-defying Evel Knievel stunts. You got your surplus of lives thrown around the game because they knew it'd be hard and you'd be dying a lot. You've got your cool little cinematics at the end of the whole thing, so you feel like a really cool dude that's doing cool things with your life. That's cool. I love it. It's cool. No pun intended, pun entirely intended, whatever. And of course, you can't forget everyone's favorite stage, the snowball level. Just like the fruit stage, you end up rolling things around, but this time it's snow, and each time you roll it, it kind of amasses more snow and gets bigger, so you can fit them inside holes in the ground, resulting in paths opening up for you. Now, if that explanation sounded boring and slow, that's to match how the stage plays, because there is not 1 second of the stage that's actually enjoyable. I think it was the only one where I wasn't having fun. If it was like half the length that it is, and it didn't ask you to do the exact same thing 100 times over, maybe it would be a little bit better. Now comes the worst of the deadly dumpster fires, Xena. Man, I hate these characters so much. Xena constantly expels all the hot air from inside her head, which forces Sonic backwards. To wound the Zeddy, Sonic has to homing attack her snowman, releasing a lightning wisp, and then use it to eviscerate her little snow drones, so you can then use them as a pathway up to Xena herself. This one might be a little finicky, but I love the concept of it, and really anything is better than the original one. Continuing along the new Super Mario Bros. Theme trend, it's time for a forest world. Silent Forest is definitely the most varied in terms of gameplay styles. Act 1 makes heavy use, pun entirely intended, again, of the Grey Quake Wisp's ground pound ability. Act 2 is a rail grinding section, sort of like Sea-Bottom Segway, except a million times more engaging. And the third is Metal Gear Solid, but with more fast. Motion control bias aside, Grey Quake isn't terrible to control, as you're only tilting left and right instead of doing your best owl impression with your spine. Though again, the level could have been a little shorter, and I wouldn't have complained about it. Now about the Sea-Bottom Segway comparison, please put down your torches and just enjoy this stage. The reason I like this more than the Wii U one is because it feels like I'm a lot more involved in what's going on. From what I remember about the Wii U grinding stages, it's a lot of just sitting there doing nothing and waiting for things to happen, like minecarts coming at you and you jumping over them or dodging the occasional electrified rail. But in this one, you're constantly hopping back and forth, dodging obstacles, and it doesn't feel like there's ever a dull moment, and it's got me feeling some kind of way, like I'm feeling a feeling long thought dead in my body, like, I think I used to call it enjoyment? Yeah, crazy, I know, right? I think I also enjoyed the stealth section, but the jury's still out on that one. For now, let's just say it was okay. All those nice feelings go away when the boss loads up, though. Remember when I said owl earlier? I bet you thought that was just random word choice, but psych, that was actually foreshadowing. Zor and Owl also both only have 3 letters. Coincidence? Absolutely. Use your mandatory motion controls to find the real Zor, or destroy all the fake Zors and help him with his imposter syndrome, which I am positive that he has. Hang in there, dude. You're amongst friends. As long as my math skills haven't deteriorated as far as I think they have, I think I'm right in saying that so far we've defeated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Zeddy, and 6 comes after 5, so it's time for everyone's favorite character, Big Papa Zavok. Sound the chat alarms. No, I'm not gonna call him Zavok. You can't make me. Zavok doesn't really strike me as a demonic entity that could get into heaven, but here we are in Cloud World. Or is it a casino stage? Maybe he is the devil? Ignoring that 2D slog, my favorite level in this entire world is surprisingly enough the one with the motion-controlled rockets. Just like Grey Quake, all you need to do is tilt the 3DS left or right, and you make your way through these little obstacle courses that get more fun by the second. But they're still challenging because one hit sends you tumbling down to the cruel Minecraft below. How's it feel, Sonic? The mine's on the other craft now. You can also use the rockets for their intended purpose and slaughter bandits with them. Justice has been served, pufferfish. And so it's come to this. I went skydiving, and not Rocky Mountain climbing, because we're not doing that. We're just fighting a big, angry moron. And his fight, honestly, isn't that great. It's okay, but I sort of like the big Zavok encounter, even though it was just a carbon copy of the giant Bowser encounter from New Super Mario Bros. 2. What a shocker! Something from Lost World feels like a Mario game? I bet no one has ever thought this ever, am I right? Like, what? At least busting this idiot's health bar with the laser wisp does make me feel good. Hey, do you guys like Mega Man? Oh man, of course you don't. You only like Sonic. That was a silly question. But I was asking because Lava Mountain is a boss rush. So, go do all that stuff again. I'll be here when you get back, probably. Oh, then comes the Tails boss fight, of course. Oh, psych, gotcha. That doesn't happen. And we've finally arrived at our destination at the end, and Dr. Eggman is the final boss, suddenly. Man, I wonder if the writers thought we wouldn't see this coming. Like, they're not gonna kill essential characters in a kid's game, unless you're a Zeddy, I guess. Because Sonic turned those fellas into Cheeto dust in the Wii U version. This one's pretty similar to the Wii U version, if I remember correctly, but I'm not sure if he has an insta-kill move there, too. I'm still a firm believer that no boss or player character should ever have those unless they're really well telegraphed, and this one is not. I had actually no idea why I died the first time. It happened while I was blinking. And then the game ends. Unless you're a pro gamer, that is, and you want to take on hard mode. The levels change color, and Dimps throw spikes everywhere. It's basically Dimps getting into the mindset of every 6-year-old playing Mario Maker 2, just, you know, throw a lot of challenging obstacles everywhere with no concern for player safety. It's all good. I played 2 levels of this, but I'm not going to check it out in its entirety for this video, because it's just bonus. Do you guys know what Team Sonic Racing and Sonic Dash 2 have in common? Neither do I, but it's definitely not getting a much-needed update out of nowhere. And to be honest, I wasn't really sure what this game would offer me over the original Sonic Dash. Was it just going to be a copy and paste job with a Sonic Boom skin? Well, if you think that, you're probably one of the people that still think that Smash Ultimate is a port of Smash 4, or as I like to call you, wrong. If you haven't played an Endless Runner game before, let me clue you in on how it works. Basically, you run endlessly. Shocker, I know. Now, if you're combing the App Store for these kind of things, you'll probably find a million carbon copies of each other that really have no differences, but the ones that are actually worth playing, in my opinion, all have something that sets them apart. The original Sonic Dash, for example, has a bunch of sections where you cross large gaps using the homing attack, you fight bosses, you collect Danimal's yogurt. I guess I've been away from this one for a while, I don't know what that's about. Crash on the Run has endless levels in addition to finite stages, but you only really get to play those once in a blue moon because of how ridiculously long it takes to grind materials and wait for things to finish crafting. Sonic Dash 2 ends up taking a lot from Sonic Dash, except there are some key similarities, such as us losing the boss encounters from the last game, but you do see Eggman at the beginning of every run, but he's not here to fight you, he's just angrily waving his fist at you on his way home to go watch reruns of Shark Tank. The dash mechanic also returns from the first game, and it's pretty much the same deal. You collect a whole bunch of blue spheres, and then when you're ready, you double tap the screen, and you just charge right through everything and destroy them both physically and emotionally. When you're not using the dash, though, it's basically business as usual, until you grab one of these here Enter Beam power-ups. The power-ups in question make your character soar into the air like a mighty hawk, and then you use your motion controls, basically just side to side. It's not a big deal, don't worry about it, don't quit. You just swing your character back and forth sort of like a pendulum, you collect rings, you collect blue spheres, and you go through rings just like you're the N64 or Xbox 360's worst game. Dash 2 also introduces another main series staple in the form of rails. They're basically no different from the regular ground, but I mean, it's at least a little bit of visual spice. Sometimes I can handle a little bit of spice, just not too much or my ulcers will get really, really cross with me. Full disclosure, I don't think I have any ulcers. But with my medical history, I wouldn't be surprised. The game also has a buddy system, sort of like Sonic Runners had, except it has no unique or memorable characters. They have effects such as making your dashes last longer, making your Enter Beam power-up last longer, and that's really all I can think of off the top of my head. The rest of them don't really matter at all. And I mean, look at them, like, they didn't have anything really to use from the Sonic Boom universe, so they just made these little laser dudes, and like, they're almost wisps! I'm sure someone is gonna get mad at this. The most unique facet of Sonic Dash 2, however, is these offshoots you come across every so often. When you run down them, your ranks get banked for later use, and you're also able to switch to one of your 2 reserve characters that you set before the run began. So if you played Sonic Dash 1, you might be thinking, much like arguing with a Sonic fan, this is pointless. But that, my friend, is where you were wrong. About the Sonic Dash 2, not the other thing. In Dash 2, every single character has their own attributes and abilities. In addition to that, they also have a different method of helping you increase your score faster. That can be stuff like destroying enemies, or traveling a far distance, or I think just having combos build up. You're also able to upgrade these stats in case you want to make your score go up even higher and faster. If you want my honest opinion, the best combo you can have is Shadow, Styx, and whoever else you want, doesn't really matter, because Shadow has a special ability to break mines, which no other character can do unless they're dashing, which means you will pretty frequently be able to get your combo up a lot higher if you're using him as opposed to anyone else. Then, if it's getting really high and you're kind of afraid you're going to lose it by taking damage, switch over to Styx the Badger, because her ability makes it so if you take damage, you don't lose your combo streak. So they work pretty well together, in addition to both being combo-type characters. So your combo will go higher, and every time you add another point to the combo counter, you just get, like, so many points. Like, you can watch at the side of the screen where you're beating the high scores of, like, the default people, because I don't really have any, like, real people on my thing anymore. And you just see them, like, vanish in an instant. Like, they're dropping like flies. And speaking of characters, the entire reason this video was made is that out of nowhere, for absolutely no reason, they just added Vector the Crocodile from Sonic Boom to this game. Happy birthday, you. Was this an update that they perhaps forgot to schedule years ago? Probably. But regardless, Vector is now in the game, and you can win him by participating in an event where he just destroys a ton of badniks, and then you get to keep him forever. Or you can just buy him in the shop with the stash of red rings that you've been saving up since 2015. Listen, I don't got time for the other thing. This is my guaranteed method of having that crocodile in my game forever. My life is complete. Vector, much like Amy, gets a bonus from killing, and he sure is good at it considering his special ability. Whenever he spin dashes, he just eliminates every enemy in range with his angelic voice.
Yeah, I'm the one, I'm Vector the Crocodile.
I don't know if this bodes well for the game's future, but I really hope it does, because, like, I'm very comfortable calling this the second best Sonic Boom game to ever release, and actually, my favorite Sonic mobile game of all time. You see that combo meter? I mentioned it before, but like, you want to feel the biggest dopamine rush you've ever gotten playing a mobile game? Get that thing to go as high as you possibly can, and as it rises, it gets harder and harder and harder until you inevitably screw up and you feel terrible just like before you started playing the game, but then you just do it again, and again, and again, and look at that, all of a sudden I've spent an hour playing a game from 2015. And made no progress in anything else in life, and I feel like a failure. But that's, like, you know, something completely separate from this game, I guess. Isn't that interesting? All of this and more for the very affordable price of completely free, and I'm sitting here wondering why you haven't installed this game on your Apple or Android device yet. We're not getting any younger, you know. Play Sonic-2 Sonic Boom. Forget about comment, like, and subscribing. You should play this game, and if you get a really good score, you should post it down in the comments below, and I'm gonna start pinning the highest scores I see, but don't lie to me or else, I can't do anything about it, but you still shouldn't do that, because that's bad. You're never gonna beat my score, though. I'm putting it up on screen. We'll start with that. Who amongst you can take me down? Yeah, that's what I thought. But you know what I do want to mention more of? Sonic Boom being a bad game. Yeah, I bet you've never, ever heard that before. Get out the pitchforks and torches. I can take it. So I'm sure those of us who aren't 6 years old probably remember this like it was yesterday. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric and Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal were hitting shelves, and 18-year-old me was writing a 20-page paper for a college course I'd rather not talk about right now. My buddy Andrew knows what I'm talking about, up top. And of course I was working on the entire thing the day before it was due, and that is still something I would do even to this day. I am a terrible procrastinator. But wouldn't you know it, on my way home from school that day, I went and picked up both of these games on pre-order. And they were basically going to be like my reward for finishing the essay. So everything was terrible that day, and I will never look at November 11th the same way ever again. I did end up getting an A on the paper though. After playing Rise of Lyric for a resounding 45 minutes, I vividly remember a sense of despair creeping into my heart, so I went back up the stairs, sat on my bed, grabbed my 3DS, and popped in Shattered Crystal. And then the feeling did not go away, and I've been locked in a constant state of disappointment to this very day. I'm sure that explains a lot. What you're seeing here is me playing Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal and getting to the first mandatory blockade where I need to collect more items, and then promptly switching to Super Mario 3D Land. I mean, there's a small difference in enjoyment between these two faces, right, if you can tell? I mean, I wouldn't want to be that guy, am I right? It's such a bad game design choice. For as much as I respect Sanzaru Games for putting a monkey in their logo like that, I like that, I like that they did that. When people say that this game is a little bit better than Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, I'm kind of like, yeah, there's a lot of things that are a little bit better than Rise of Lyric, like falling down the stairs. And surviving, of course. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is at least better than the cold embrace of death. So yeah, Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal is better than Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, but therein lies the problem. This game actually had a chance. A chance at what, you're asking? Being entertaining. Because as far as I'm aware, this game didn't have any distressing development cycle where, like, the devs had to move their project onto a new console that didn't actually work for the project and get it to work in a strict time limit like the Wii U one had. This game just makes a ton of wrong decisions that are really boring and make this an unenjoyable experience because maybe they're just trying to be different than the mainline games. Didn't really work out very well, did it? I don't know if there's even one thing I can compliment about this game, which is kind of scary. Like, I mean, the visuals are very subpar. Knuckles looks like he got stung by bees. The levels are just aimless wandering incarnate, and some of the alternate pathways don't even lead to important collectibles, so you're just wasting your time. And speaking of time, you spend a lot of that in each level, to the point where I was like, what level am I in? Did I actually transition to the next level? Or am I still in that other level? Because it's like, oh, when I take 12 minutes and nothing happens, it's like, what am I doing? What's going on? Throughout the levels I played, I also was forced to play these, I guess you could say, boring submarine stages with Tails' submarine toy thing. And I know some of you are going to say, like, oh, those aren't mandatory, and I'm going to say they're mandatory with a lowercase m as opposed to an uppercase one. Because, you know, maybe you go, yeah, I don't need to do that, and then you come to the next blockade and you're like, oh, you know what, if I had just done that one thing, maybe I wouldn't have to go back through the entire level 2 more times to find more things to do. So, like, it's kinda mandatory? Like, I don't know, maybe you should've just let Tails play with his Toys R Us submarine. I don't know, dude, it's on you. Aside from the mandatory collecting things, the game doesn't control, like, poorly. Like, every single character controls exactly the same. They've got the homing attack, they got the dash, they got the enter beam, let's go. But also, they have character-specific moves that you need to use to collect things. Let's not go. I can at least get behind the fact that it's not like Donkey Kong 64, where every time you want to collect a character-specific object, you need to run all the way to the change barrel, and then run all the way back, and it's a huge detour. But, like, if the only praise I can give a game from 2014 is that it doesn't make the same mistake as a game from 1999, is that really a compliment, or is that just like a duh, of course you don't do that moment? I don't like this game even a smidge, like not even one tiny little bit. Like, when I put that game in a box 6 years ago and didn't touch it till now, I was completely justified in doing so, because one of the worst things a game can be, in my opinion, is boring. Because games are supposed to be fun, supposed to be entertaining, right? So, like, when I have to retread through 12 minutes of level in your gross little Metroidvania wannabe game, it's not what I call fun! But this game does have a sequel that I would never call gross. I am so beyond shocked to be saying this right now, but Sonic Boom Fire and Ice is actually one of the most enjoyable games that I've played for this marathon so far, and that is not, I'm not exaggerating. Like, if I wasn't actually playing it, which I was most of the time, like I just wanted to keep going, I was thinking about what would happen next. In a Sonic Boom game, I'm leaving, I'm out. Gone is the awkward tone and weird pacing of the first game, and it's been replaced with the witty humor of the TV show that I liked so much that really should have got a Season 3. So suffice to say, I laughed a lot while playing this game, which is not an experience that I have most of the time when recording these videos. And I've always been thinking that if you replace the characters in Sonic Boom with other characters, you wouldn't really, be changing much. But in this game, it feels pretty Sonic-y. The story also feels pretty Sonic-y. It's like Sonic and his friends are like trying to stop these natural disasters or just this really bad weather. I don't know if they actually said natural disaster. It's just the script is a natural disaster, I can tell you that much. And while Sonic and Amy are trying to stop the first geyser from erupting, they suddenly get these like inexplicable fire and ice powers, and they don't burn and freeze alive, which is good. And then before long, Tails just ends up cannibalizing the powers they received for everybody else on the team, and I guess you gotta do that so you can have multiple playable characters and not get stuck into like one is more useful than the other kind of territory. But that's pretty much the whole thing. Like, they gotta travel around all these cool islands and locations to stop these vents from causing natural disasters. But obviously there's gotta be a villain too, right? You see, there's this little robot named Defect in the story, and at first, I was like, oh, he's a little generic robot that's trying to stop you from closing the vents because Dr. Eggman told him to. But then you see his backstory, and it's like, okay, I'll let you keep the vents open, like you deserve the world. I will die for you. And it also helps that this one's animated a lot nicer than the previous game, whether it be the in-game cinematics, which they just really look good this time. Like, they really made the most of the models and the animations. Or, of course, the Sonic Boom cartoon-looking ones, which always looked good. I mean, it probably looks really good because it's stuck on a really low-resolution screen, too. But overall, it looks fine. That's what my point is. Though Knuckles got stung by bees again, I guess he just doesn't learn. Not only is it Sonic-y in terms of plot, but also it feels Sonic-y in terms of gameplay, because each level lasts like 2 to 5 minutes. Let me check the script. But in that time, you're not hunting for collectibles like a dollar store Indiana Jones. I'm a dollar store commentator. I gotta look at my phone for some of these lines. That sucks, right? Your goal instead is to race through the levels as fast as you can and collect anything you might see along the way. But, you know, nothing's mandatory. It's all good. Just play the game the way you want to play it. Have fun. It's a video game, remember? Have fun. That was something we should have been able to do in the first game, I think. And it's not like there's no exploration either in this game, because there definitely is. And every single time you go off the beaten path and you're like, oh wait, I wonder what could be over there, you find something cool and out of the way and secret, and like it's usually behind like a little platforming challenge, and it's really snappy, and then it sends you right back to where you were. It's good, it's just fun. Every single time I did that, it was fun. So I kept doing it. You see how that works? Like, when you force me to go out of my way to collect things, it's a chore. But when you say, hey, I bet you can't beat this platforming challenge, and then I do, then it feels like a reward. Then it feels like I'm playing a game and having a good time. Yeah. It's a good game. Though one thing is, you know, the more streamlined design and lack of really needing to collect anything kind of makes most of the other characters irrelevant. By the end of the game, I realized I was just playing as Sonic and I was completely fine. But obviously that also means you can pick your favorite and just play with them the whole time. So it's kind of like a win-lose-win. I don't really know. The other characters get to shine during the boss fights, though, which are always a blast, not a Sonic Blast. We are a Sonic Boom today. Instead of the game going, here's your 5 characters, figure out which one you need to use for this part of the boss fight, the game goes, hey man, here's Sonic and his best friend Tails, and they're gonna fight this boss together, and they're gonna switch off automatically during the fight, so there's no confusion about who you need to use, and you're gonna have a really good time because apparently we put a lot of effort and work into this specifically, and every single boss is fun, and I was never bored even one time, but there was this one time where Knuckles was doing this really weird animation that I don't understand. But you know what, he's having a good time still, so who am I to judge? The game's also called Fire and Ice because you have fire and ice powers, and I forgot to mention that earlier because I'm a very messy scriptwriter. But basically, it's not really that hard to explain. It's just fire powers will melt things and ice powers will freeze them. And I was kind of worried upon starting it up for the first time that that's all they were going to do with it, because I haven't heard a lot of good things about this game, just, you know, some good things. But to my surprise, this is actually one of those games that gets better the longer you play it. Sure, they do the video game thing where it's like in the very beginning everything's really simple, they introduce new mechanics, but like by the last world, you're not just, you know, pressing the button in time with things coming at you, like, you know, you might want to press the fire button when some ice walls are coming up, and it's like, okay, that felt good. But in the last world, you're like jumping around all these places, and you're rapidly hitting L and R to switch back and forth between the two things, and you're using the fire to light little charges to blow open new pathways, and then you're jumping on like little geysers to like freeze them and use them as rails, and it's just, I couldn't believe it. I still am awestruck by this game. Like, I want to play it again. Like, I'm standing here talking about it, and it's making me want to play it again. So the side playstyles also make a reappearance in this game, but thankfully that's all they are. They are just side playstyles. So, you know, you're walking around on the world map, and you might come across Tails sitting in his dumb little boat, or like standing there with his RC plane. Submarine, it's not a plane. And if you're like me, you turn around immediately and you walk back the other way to provide as much disrespect as possible. But if you're like someone else and you want to collect things for the sake of collecting, you can definitely play the submarine stages or the weird top-down shooter segments featuring Tails the Fox in his dumb little hovercraft thing. But, or don't. You don't have to. Thank you. Thank you for that. I really did not want to play those. I really owe John Sanzaru a lot for this game, so thank you, sir. You've done a great honor. The tunnel levels and the race levels also returned from the first game, and I apologize for not talking about them in the first segment. It's mainly because I didn't care, but it's also because every moment I spend thinking about that game shaves seconds off my life, and the stream was about an hour and a half long, so that's 5,400 seconds, so by my calculations, I might not have much time left. The tunnel levels in the first game were the things I had the most fun with, and what it really boils down to is just Sonic Dash. So let that sink in for a second. The full retail price 3DS game, the best part of it is a free mobile game that you can download on your iPad if you want to. Like, something's wrong with that, right? Like, it's not just me thinking that? And then the race levels are pretty cool. Instead of being like just a random thing, you just race one of Sonic's friends and it's really funny and cool, you know, whatever, haha. It's like Eggman just shows up and it's total comic relief. He will just grab Sonic off the map and he will just take you to another level. It is actually really funny and actually really fun. Like, you don't actually have very much room for error in these races. Like, if you start messing up a little bit, these guys are gonna get pretty far ahead of you. And, like, I didn't lose any of them, but there were moments where I was like, that guy is really far ahead of me. I should probably try and catch up right now, learn this level a little bit more. And I did, and it was fun, and apparently this is also part of the multiplayer mode, but, you know, it's not like I'm going to be able to play that in 2020 with anybody. Also, Metal Sonic apparently has competition because this is definitely the best boy in the entire series. This game just blows my mind, man. Like, I've been gushing about this for like, what, 15 minutes now, and it's like, sure, maybe if you put it up alongside some of the greats of Sonic the Hedgehog, it's not, like, incredible, it doesn't hold up to those. But if you put it next to the Boom series, like, hot dog, man. Like, are you serious? Like, it hurts me to know that they put this much effort into this game and made a really good game, and it's like, I would love to play it more or play a sequel, but it probably didn't sell well because it was tied to the Sonic Boom brand. The show went down too, and that's the same reason, because who cares about Sonic Boom? It was bad, right? Maybe the show's bad too. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm putting it on Boomerang. I'm the executive director at Cartoon Network making terrible decisions. It's just sad. It's just sad that they had something here. They improved the formula that much from the first one. And if they had gotten a chance to do another one, maybe they could have brought some kind of respect to the Boom brand. But, like, instead Sega was just like, yeah, we're done, sorry. We're gonna go back to making mediocre games instead of bad ones. Sucker! I just gotta say, you know, Sonic Boom, you weren't all bad. Just mostly. I didn't anticipate this video being as long as it was, but with like 15 hours of game footage to look at, I guess I'm not surprised. If you like this game, please let me know why you enjoy it down in the comments. As always, I'm not trying to change your mind about anything, but this is just how I felt when I played, and I kind of think it's a mess. And it's almost a lovable mess too, like almost. But hey, let's thank the members of the channel. We've got people like Ashburn, the Burning Hedgehog, Brady Hilkemeyer, Mimic, Noah Wizbios, Minty, Dax, Scratch Attack 64, Danny Lee Dauber, Ty Little Tech Guy, Jeremy, Crystal, Chaos, Dork in a Hat, Mega Traffic Cone. And over on Patreon, we have Gino the Puppet and Noah Wizbios again. Thanks also to everyone in the $1 tiers, that also really helps a lot. And if you'd like to become a supporter of the channel yourself, click the join button below the video and see all of the perks you get, such as shoutouts, new emotes, and a badge next to your name in the comments down below. Thank you for watching this, and I'm gonna go sleep. Very relatable, right?